his memory, it made him draw back from me in panic. "Never mind," I said hastily. My effort to remind him that perhaps he owed me a favour had instead worsened his opinion of me. Thrusting out his lower lip, he backed away from me. "Thick, don't forget the tray," Chade reminded him gently. The serving man scowled, but he came back for a tray of dishes that held the remains of Chade's breakfast. He took it up, and then crabbed hastily from the room, as if I might attack him. When the wine rack swung back into place behind him, I sat down in my chair. "So?" I asked Chade. "So indeed," he replied agreeably. "Were you ever going to tell me?" "No." I leaned back in my chair, and then decided there was nothing more to say about it. Instead, I settled on a distraction. "Earlier I told you that Dutiful has something urgent to speak about with you. You should be available. What is it?" I gave him a look. "I think what Dutiful wishes to tell you would come best directly from him." I bit down on my tongue before I could add, "Of course, you could always ask Thick what it is about." "Then I'll go to my own chambers, shortly. Fitz, is Nettle in any danger?" "I'm sure I don't know." I saw him rein in his temper. "You know what I mean. She's skilling, isn't she? Without guidance of any kind, yet she seems to have found you. Or did you initiate that contact?" "Had I? I didn't know. Had I intruded on her dreams when she was younger, as I had on Dutiful's? Had I unwittingly laid the foundation for the skill bond that she sought to build now? I pondered it, but Chade took my silence for mullishness. "Fitz, how can you be so short-sighted? In the name of protecting her, you're endangering her. Nettle should be here, at Buckkeep, where she can be properly taught to master her talent. And she can be put into the service for the Farseer throne." He regarded me levelly. "Of course, if the magic is the gift of her bloodlines, then the service is her duty. The two go hand in hand. Or would you deny it to her because she, too, is a bastard?" I strangled on sudden anger. When I could speak, I said quietly, "I don't see it so, as denying her something. I'm trying to protect her. You see it that way only because you are stubbornly focused on keeping her away from Buckkeep at all costs. What is the terrible threat to her if she comes here? That she could know music and poetry and dance and beauty in her life? That she might meet a young man of noble lineage, marry well, and live comfortably? That your grandchildren might grow up where you could see them?" He made it all sound so rational on his part and so selfish on mine. I took a breath. "Chade, Burrick has already said no to his daughter coming to Buckkeep. If you press him, or worse, force the issue, he will suspect there is a reason. And how can you reveal to Nettle that she is skilled without leading her to ask, where did this magic come from? She knows Molly is her mother. That leaves only her father's lineage in question. Sometimes children are found to have the skill with no apparent link to the Farseer bloodline. She might have received it from Molly or Barrick. Yet none of her brothers have it," I pointed out. Chade slammed the table in frustration. "I have said it before. You are too cautious, Fitz. What if this? What if that? You hide from trouble that may never knock at our door. What if Nettle did discover that a Farseer had fathered her? Would that be so terrible? If she came to court and found herself not only a bastard, but the bastard of a witted Farseer, yes. What of her fine husband and genteel future then? What does it do to her brothers and to Molly and Burrick to have to face that past? Nor can you have Nettle here without Burrick coming to see her, to be sure she is well. I know I have changed, but my scars are no disguise to Burrick, nor are my years. If he saw me, he'd know me, and it would destroy him. Or would you try to keep secrets from him? Tell Nettle that she must never tell her mother and father that she is taught the skill, let alone that she is taught by a man with a broken nose and a scar down his face. No, Chade. Better she stays where she is, weds a young farmer she loves, and lives a settled life." "That sounds very bucolic for her," Chade observed heavily. "I'm sure that any daughter of yours would be delighted with such a sedate and settled life." Sarcasm dripped from his words until he demanded, "But what of her duty to her prince? What of Dutiful's need for a coterie?" "I'll find you someone else," I promised recklessly. "Someone just as strong as she is, but not related to me, not tarnished with any complications." "Somehow I doubt that such candidates will be easy to find." He scowled suddenly. "Or have you encountered such others and not seen fit to tell me of them?" I noticed he did not offer himself. I let that sleeping dog lie. "Chade, I swear to you, I know of no other skill candidates, only Thick." "Ah, then he is the one you will train." Chade's question was flippant, an attempt to make me admit there were no other real candidates. I knew Chade expected a flat refusal from me. Thick hated and feared me, and was dim-witted besides. A less desirable skill student I could not imagine. Except for Nettle. And perhaps one other. Desperation forced the next words from my tongue. There might be one other. "And you haven't told me?" He trembled at the edge of rage. "I wasn't sure. I'm still not sure. I've only recently begun to wonder about him myself. I met him years ago, and he may be as dangerous to train as Thick, or even more so. For not only has he strong opinions of his own, but he is witted." "His name?" It was a demand, not a request. I took a breath and stepped off the precipice. "Black Rolf." Chade scowled. He squinted, rummaging through the attics of his mind. "The man who offered to teach you the wit. You encountered him on the way to the mountains?" "Yes, that's the one." Chade had been present when I had offered Catrichan my painfully complete account of my travels across the Six Duchies to find her. He used the wit in ways I'd never seen it used. He alone seemed to almost know what Night Eyes and I said privately to one another. No other witted one has shown me that ability. Some could tell when we used the wit, if we were not extremely careful, but did not seem to understand what we said to one another. Rolf did. Even at the times when we tried to keep it secret from him, I always suspected that he knew more than he let on. He could have been using the wit to find us and the skill to listen to my thoughts. "Wouldn't you have felt it?" I shrugged. "I didn't, so perhaps I am mistaken. Nor am I eager to seek out Rolf to discover the truth of it. In any case, you could not. I'm sorry to tell you that he died 3 years ago. He took a fever, and his end was swift." I stood still, stunned as much by the news as by the fact that Chade knew it. I found my way to a chair and sat down. Grief did not flood me. My relationship with Black Rolf had always been a fractious one, but there was regret. He was gone. I wondered how Holly managed without him, and how Hilda, his bear, had endured his passing. For a time I stared at the wall, seeing a small house far away. "How did you know?" I managed at last. "Oh, come, Fitz, you reported about him to the Queen, and I'd heard his name from you before, when you were delirious and raving with fever from the infection in your back. I knew he was significant. I keep track of significant people." It was like the stone game. He'd just set another piece on the board, one that revealed his old strategy. I filled in all he had not said. "So you know that I returned there, that I studied with him for a time?" He gave half a nod. "I wasn't certain of it, but I suspected it was you. I received the news with joy. Prior to that, the last I had heard of you was what Starling and Catrichan reported when they left you at the quarry. To hear you were alive and well. For months I half expected you to turn up at my doorstep. I looked forward to hearing from your lips of what had happened after Verity Asdragon left the quarry. There was so much we did not know. I envisioned that reunion 100 ways. Of course, you know that I waited in vain, and eventually I realized you'd never come back to us of your own will." He sighed, remembering old pain and disappointment. Then he added quietly, "Still, I was glad to hear that you were alive." The words were not a rebuke. They were only his admission of pain. My choice had hurt him, but he had respected my right to make it. After my time with Rolf, he would have had spies watching for me. They would not know it was Fitzchivalry Farseer they sought, but doubtless they had found me. Otherwise, how would Starling have found her way to my door all those years ago? "You've always had an eye on me, haven't you?" He looked down at the table and said stubbornly, "Another man might see it as a hand sheltering you. As I have just told you, Fitz, I always keep track of significant people." He next spoke as if he could hear my thoughts. "I tried to leave you alone, Fitz, to find what peace you could, even if it excluded me from your life." 10 years ago, I could not have understood the pain in his voice. I would only have seen him as interfering and calculating. Only now, with a son of my own intent on ignoring every bit of advice I'd ever given him, could I recognize what it had cost him to let me go my own way and make my own choices. He had probably felt, as I did about Hap, that he was so obviously choosing the wrong course. But Chade had let me steer it. In that instant I made my decision. I pushed Chade off balance with it. "Chade, if you wish, I could attempt. Do you want me to try to teach you the skill?" His eyes were suddenly impenetrable. "Ah, so you are off for that now, do you? Interesting. But I think I am proceeding with my own studies well enough. No, Fitz, I don't wish you to teach me." I bowed my head. Perhaps I deserved his disdain. I took a breath. "Then I'll do as you ask, this time. I'll train thick. Somehow I'll persuade him to let me teach him. As strong as he is, perhaps he will be all the coterie that Dutiful will need." Shock silenced him for a moment. Then he smiled sourly. "I doubt that, Fitz. And you don't doubt it. You don't believe it at all. Nevertheless, for the time being, we will leave it at that. You will begin Thick's training. In exchange, I will leave Nettle where she is. You have my thanks. And now I must go to see what mischief Dutiful has got himself into." He rose, as if his back and knees pained him. I watched him go, but said no more. Chapter 10. Resolutions. By all accounts, both Kebble Rawbread and the Pale Woman perished in the last month. They set sail in the last white ship for Hjolikej, with a crew of their most stalwart followers. They were not seen again, nor was any wreckage of the ship ever found. The assumption is that, like so many other out-island ships, the dragons overflew it, throwing the crew into a vacant-eyed stupor, and then destroyed it with the great wind and waves that their wings could stir. As the ship was heavily loaded with what translates from the out-islander tongue as Dragonstone, it probably went down swiftly. A report to Chade Falstar, penned at the end of the Red Ship War. I made my slow descent to Lord Golden's chambers. I tried to focus on the prince's difficulties, but could only wonder what larger problem I had created for myself. I could barely instruct the prince, and he was an apt and amiable student. I'd be lucky if Thick didn't kill me when I attempted to teach him. But there was a worse shadow to it. Chade had tempted me well, as only one who knew me so deeply could. Nettle here at Buckkeep, where I could see her daily and watch her blossom into womanhood, and perhaps chart for her an easier life than the one Burrick and Molly could give her. I tried to tear that idea from my mind. It was a selfish yearning. On my trip through Chade's secret corridors, I made a brief detour to one of the spy posts. I stood for a time beside it, hesitating. It would be the first time I had deliberately come to spy and listen. Then I sat down silently on the dusty bench and peered into the Narchesca's chambers. Fortune was with me. Their breakfast was still set out on the table between Pyotr and the girl, though it did not look as if either one had eaten much. Her uncle was already dressed in his riding leathers. Elliania was in a pretty little frock, blue and white, with much lace on the cuffs and throat. Pyotr was shaking his heavy head at her. "No, little one. As with a fish on a line, you must first set the hook before you can play him. Flaunt your displeasure with him now, and he will avoid that bitter taste. To follow instead the bright feathers of someone else's lure. You cannot show him what you feel, Ellie. Set aside the insult. Behave as if you did not notice it." She clacked her spoon back onto the tray so that a tiny glob of porridge leapt from it. "I cannot. I have pretended as much calmness as I could muster last night. Right now, I could not show him what I truly feel about him, with less than a knife's edge, uncle." "Ah, how well that would benefit your mother and little sister." He spoke the words quietly, but Elliania's face grew very still, as if he spoke of death and disease in the next chamber. She tucked her proud little chin, bowing her head before him with lowered lashes. I sensed the strength of will she used to rein herself in, and suddenly saw the changes that her months at Buckkeep had wrought in her. Pyotr might call her his little fish still, but this was a different girl from the one I had first spied on. The last vestiges of child had been hammered from her by the pounding of Buckkeep society. She spoke now with a woman's determination. "I will do what I must, uncle, for our mother's house. You know that. Whatever I must to hook this fish." When she looked up at him, her mouth was set and flat in determination, but tears stood in her eyes. "Not that," he said quietly, "not yet, and perhaps never at all. So I hope." He sighed suddenly. "But you must be warm to him, Ellie. You cannot show him your anger. It tears my heart to say that to you, that you must appear untroubled by his insult. Smile upon him. Behave as if it never happened." "She must do more than that." I could not see who spoke, but I recognized the serving maid's voice. She walked into view. I studied her more closely than I had previously. She appeared to be about my age, dressed simply as if she were a servant, yet she bore herself as if she were in charge. Her hair and eyes were black, her cheeks wide, and nose small. She shook her head at both of them. "She must appear humble and willing." She paused, and I saw the muscles of Pyotr's face bunch as he clenched his jaws. It made the woman smile. She went on with evident relish. "And you must make him think that it is possible, that you will yield yourself to him." Then she spoke in a deeper voice. "Bring the farmer prince to heel, Elliania, and keep him there. He must not look at another. He must not even consider anyone else as someone to bed before he is wed. He must be yours alone. Somehow you must claim him, heart and flesh. You have heard the lady's warning. If you fail in this, if he strays and gets a child with another, you and yours are all doomed." "I cannot do it," she burst out. She mistook her uncle's horrified look for a rebuke, for she continued desperately. "I have tried, Uncle Pyotr. I have. I have danced for him, and thanked him for his gifts, and tried to look entranced by his boring talk in his farmer's tongue. But it is all useless, for he thinks I am a little girl. He disdains me as a child, an offering from my father simply for the making of a treaty." Her uncle leaned back in his chair, pushing his untouched dish away from him. He sighed heavily, then glared at the serving woman. "You hear her, Khenja. She has already tried your disgusting little tactic. He does not want her. He is a boy with no fire in his blood. I do not know what more we can do." Elliania suddenly sat up straight. "I do." Her chin had come up again, as had the fire in her black eyes. He shook his head at her. "Elliania, you are only—" "I am not a child, nor a mere girl. I have not been a girl since this duty was laid upon me. Uncle, you cannot treat me as a child and expect others to see me as a woman. You cannot dress me like a doll, and bid me be sweet and tractable as some doting auntie's little treasure, and expect me to attract the prince. He has been raised in this court, among all these females, as sweet as spoiling fish. If I am but one more of them, he will not even see me. Let me do what I must. For we both know that if I continue as I have, we will fail. So, let me try it my way. If I fail on that path, also, what will we have lost?" For a time he sat staring at her. She cast her gaze aside from his piercing eyes and busied herself with topping the cups of untouched tea before them. Then she lifted hers and sipped from it, all the while avoiding meeting his glance. When he spoke, dread was in his voice. "What do you propose, child?" She set down her cup. "Not what Henja suggests, if that is what you fear. No. This woman proposes that you tell him my age. Today. In his farmer's years, rather than my God-rune years. And that for this day at least you let me dress and behave as one of the daughters of our mother's house would, insulted as he has insulted me. To prefer another woman's beauty to my own, and announce it to all. Let me bring him to heel, as you have commanded. But not with cloying sweets, but with a whip, as a dog such as he deserves." "Elliania, no, I forbid it!" The serving woman spoke with the snap of command. But it was Pyotr who replied to her. He surged to his feet, his broad hand lifted high. "Get out, woman! Get out of my sight, or you will be dead! I swear it, lady. If she doesn't leave now, I kill your servant." "You will regret this," Henja snarled, but she scuttled from the room. I heard the door close behind her. When Pyotr spoke again, it was slowly and heavily, as if his words could fence Elliania from some precipice. "She had no right to speak to you so. But I do, Narcheska. I forbid this." "Do you?" she asked levelly, and I knew Pyotr had lost. A knock at the chamber door was her father. He came in and greeted them both, and Elliania almost immediately excused herself, saying she must dress appropriately to go out riding with the prince by mid-morning. As soon as she left the room, her father launched into some discussion of a shipload of trading goods that was overdue. Pyotr answered him, but his eyes lingered on the door where Elliania had vanished. A short time later I emerged cautiously into my own servant's cell, and thence even more cautiously into Lord Golden's warm and spacious chambers. He was alone, at table, finishing his share of the ample breakfast he commanded daily for us. All at court must wonder at the suppleness of his waist, given the substantial morning appetite he professed to. His golden glance assessed me as I silently entered his room. Sit down, Fitz. I'll not wish you a good morning, for it's plainly too late for that. Care to share what has overshadowed you with gloom?" Useless to lie. I took a chair opposite him, at the table, and picked food off the serving plate while I confided Dutiful's social stumble to him. There was little point in doing otherwise. There had been enough spectators that I was sure the tale would reach him soon enough, if he had not witnessed it himself. Of Nettle I said nothing. Did I fear he would concur with Chade? I am not sure. I only knew that I wished to keep it to myself. Nor did I speak of what I had seen through my peephole. I needed time to sort it out before I shared it with anyone. When I had finished my tale, he nodded. "I was not at the gaming tables last night, preferring to listen instead to one of the out-island minstrels who have recently arrived. But the tale reached me last night before I retired. I've already been invited to ride out with the prince this morning. Do you want to come along?" When I nodded, the fool smiled. Then Lord Golden patted his lips with his napkin. "Dear, dear, this is a most unfortunate social stumble. Gossip will be delectable. I wonder how the Queen and her counsellor will manage to juggle it back into balance." There were no easy answers to that. I knew he would use the turmoil stirred by this to dig into where loyalties truly lay. Between us, we cleared the breakfast platters of food. I took them down to the kitchen, where I lingered briefly. Yes, the servants were already gossiping of it, and speculating that there was more between Lady Vance and the prince than a mere game of stones. Someone already claimed to have seen them walking alone in the snowy gardens several evenings ago. Another maid said that Duke Shemshi was said to be pleased, and quoted him as saying he saw no real obstacle to the match. My heart sank. Duke Shemshi was powerful. If he began to solicit support among the nobles for a match between his niece and the prince, he could possibly put an end to both betrothal and alliance. One other thing I saw while I was there that caused me suspicion. The Narcheska's maid, whom I had last seen quarrelling with Pyotr, hurried past the doors of the kitchen and out into the courtyard. She was dressed warmly in a heavy cloak and boots, as if for a long walk on this cold day. I supposed it was possible that her mistress had sent her off on some task into Buckkeep town, but she carried no market basket. Nor did she seem the type of serving woman who would be chosen for such an errand. It both puzzled and concerned me. If I had not all but promised the prince that I would be there for his ride, I would have shadowed her. Instead, I hurried up the stairs to dress for the morning ride. When I re-entered Lord Golden's chamber, I found him putting the finishing touches to his own costume. For a moment I wondered if Gemalian nobles truly dressed in such a gaudy fashion. Layer upon layer of rich fabric cloaked his slender form. A heavy fur cloak flung across a chair awaited him. The fool had never had any great tolerance for cold, and Lord Golden apparently shared that weakness. He was turning up a fur collar to his satisfaction. One long, narrow hand waved me on to my own chamber, bidding me hurry, while he continued to peruse himself in the mirror. I glanced inside my room at the garments laid out on my bed, and then protested, "But I'm already dressed." "Not as I wish you to be. It has come to my attention that several of the other young lords of the court have also furnished themselves with bodyguard servants in a pale imitation of my style. It is time to show them that an imitation cannot equal the original. Garb yourself, Tom Badgerlock." I snarled at him, and he smiled sweetly in return. The garments were servant's blue, and of excellent quality. I recognized Scrandon's tailoring. I suppose that now that he had my measurements, Lord Golden could inflict stylish clothing on me at will. It was fine fabric, very warm, and in that I recognized the fool's concern for my comfort. He had been kind enough to have it cut and sewn so that I could move freely, but stretching out an arm of the oddly tailored shirt revealed plaited insets in varying shades of blue, with an effect like a bird's wing opening to reveal the different colours of its plumage. I noticed as I donned it that a number of clever pockets had been fitted into interesting places. I approved of the pockets even as I winced at Lord Golden instructing the tailor to add them. I would rather that no one else had known of my need for concealed pockets. As if he had sensed my concern, Lord Golden spoke from the other room. "You will note that I had Scrandon add pockets to permit you to carry a number of small but necessary items for me, such as my smelling salts, my digestive herbs, my grooming aids, and my extra kerchiefs. I gave him most precise measurements for those." "Yes, my lord," I responded gravely, and proceeded to fill those pockets as my own needs dictated. When I lifted the winter cloak, it revealed the final addition to my garb. The guard of the blade and the scabbard was so gaudily adorned that I winced. But when I drew the blade, it whispered death as it came free from the sheath and balanced like a bird on my fingers. I sighed and looked up to find the fool standing framed in my door. The look on my face pleased him well. He grinned at my astonishment. I shook my head. "My skill doesn't deserve a blade like this." "You deserve to be able to carry Verity's sword openly. That one is a pale compensation." It was too large a thing to offer thanks for. He watched me buckle the sword belt and seemed to take as much pleasure in that as I did to wear it. When we assembled in the courtyard to await the prince, the gathering was larger than I had expected. A few nobles already awaited Dutiful. Young Sybil Brasinga was there, deep in conversation with Lady Vance. Did she look displeased as she gestured at the waiting horses, a far larger party than she had obviously wagered on? 2 other young women, her close friends by the way they stood, commiserated with her. They all greeted Lord Golden warmly as he joined them. It struck me that he looked only a few years older than they, a handsome, wealthy, and exotic foreign nobleman in his early 20s. All the women drew closer to him, talking, while 3 young noblemen, one of them a Shemshi kinsman from his strong resemblance to the Duke, also lingered nearby. Lady Vance was obviously already the centre of her own tiny court. If she did manage to win the prince, these newly loyal courtiers would rise with her. Servants held the bridles of their horses. The padded perch for Sybil's cat was empty behind his saddle. Privately, I doubted that he had left his cat at Galekeep, as it was said. No witted one could willingly be parted from his partner that long. Probably the beast was roaming the hills around Buckkeep. Sybil must visit it regularly. I resolved to spy on one of those assignations. Perhaps a little confrontation with him and his cat would shake me out a bit more information about the old blood community and his ties to the piebalds. I did not have time to ponder this for long. I took my black and Malta from a waiting stable-boy, and then stood holding their reins as Lord Golden mingled with the others gathered to accompany the prince. I could not courteously stare at the nobles, but I could study their horses and deduce who would join us. One mare was so richly caparisoned that she must have been awaiting the Queen herself. I recognized Chade's horse as well. In addition to the prince's horse, there were 3 other richly decked mounts, so it seemed that Archon Bloodblade and Uncle Peota would be part of the gathering as well. The bay mare with bells in her mane would be for the Narcheska. Then there came a burst of conversation and laughter near the door, and the main party arrived. The prince was dazzlingly attired in Buckkeep blue, trimmed with the white fox of his mother's colours. The Queen had chosen blue and white as well, accented with goldenrod stripes on her mantle. Yet despite the brightness of the colours that echoed so well the blue and white of the winter day, the lines of her garb were simple in contrast to the extravagant clothing of her court. Chade was elegant in shades of blue, trimmed with black, and all the jewellery he wore was silver. The prince was smiling, but I knew he was chastened by the way he lingered at the top of the steps, conversing with his mother and Chade rather than joining his younger companions. He acknowledged to no one that this ride was supposed payment for an ill-considered wager. By dismissing it, perhaps he hoped it would be devalued in the eyes of the others as well. Lady Vance stood smiling up at him, and for a moment caught his eyes. He nodded courteously, but then his gaze wandered to Sybil. The nod he gave him was equal to the first. Were Lady Vance's cheeks a bit pinker than they were before? He descended only when Chade and the Queen did, and still he remained beside his mother. Several Outislander merchant nobles next appeared with Archon Bloodblade. They had adopted all the most extravagant fashions of Buckkeep. Lace and ribbons fluttered from them like pennants, and the heavy furs of their homeland had been replaced with rich fabrics from Bingtown and Jamalia and even more distant ports. Catricon, Chade, and Dutiful greeted them effusively. Pleasantries were exchanged, comments made on the fine weather, compliments on clothing and other civilities were bandied about as all awaited the Narcheska and Piotr. And we all waited. It was a ruse calculated to set us all on edge. Catricon's eyes kept darting to the door. Dutiful's laughter at Chade's pleasantries sounded forced. Archon scowled and spoke gruffly to a man at his side. The delay was long enough that the thought came to all of us. This will be how she displays her displeasure with Dutiful. She will humiliate him before all of his friends and family by leaving him standing. If she embarrassed her father before the Queen, would it create friction there as well? Just as I saw Chade and Catricon conferring as to whether a servant should be sent to ask if the Narcheska would join them, Piotr appeared. In contrast to the other Outislanders, he had reverted completely to his native garb. Yet the effect was not that of barbarism, but of purity. His trousers were leather, his cloak of rich fur, His jewellery was ivory and gold and jade. The simplicity of line suggested he would be ready to ride, hunt, travel, or fight, and not be encumbered by frippery. He emerged onto the steps above us and stood there as if he had taken the centre of a stage. He did not look happy to be there, but determined. As he stood silently, his arms crossed on his chest, the entire gathering fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. When he saw it was so, he spoke quietly, in a voice that was affable, but would brook no disagreement. "The Narcheska desires me to make it known that ages are reckoned differently in the god runes. She fears an ignorance of this may have led people to misunderstand her status among our folk. She is not a child, by our standards, nor even by yours, I suspect. In our islands, where life is harsher than in your gentle, pleasant land, we think it bad luck to count a child a member of the family during those first 12 months, when tiny lives may so easily wither. Nor do we give a child a name until that first crucial year is past. By our god runes reckoning, then, the Narcheska is only 11 years old, nearly 12. But by your reckoning, she is 12, verging on 13. Nearly the same age as Prince Dutiful." The door opened behind him. No servant held it. The Narcheska shut it firmly behind herself. She emerged to stand beside Pyotr, dressed in the same fashion as he was. She had discarded her buck-keep finery. Her trousers were of spotted sealskin, her vest of red fox. The cloak that draped her from her shoulders to her knees was of white ermine, the tiny black tails swinging tassels. She pulled up her hood as she smiled coolly down upon us. The ruff was made of wolf. As she looked out of its depths, she observed, "Yes, I am nearly the same age as Prince Dutiful. Ages are accounted differently in our land, as are our ranks. For although I was not named, nor my days numbered until I was a year old, I was still the Narcheska. But Prince Dutiful, I understand, will not be a king. No, not even the king in waiting for his crown until he is 17. This is correct?" She asked this of Catricon, as if she were uncertain, standing above the queen at the top of the steps. My queen was unflustered as she looked up and replied, "In this you are correct, Narcheska. My son will not be accounted ready for that title until he has reached his 17th year." "I see. An interesting difference from the customs of my home. Perhaps in my land we believe more in the strength of the lineage, that a babe is already who she will be, and hence worthy of her title from her first breath. While you, in your farmer's world, wait to see if the line has bred true, I see." It could not be construed an insult, quite. With her foreign accent and her odd placement of words, it could have been merely an unfortunate phrasing of thought. But I was sure it was not, just as I was sure that her quiet, clear words spoken to Pyotr as she descended the steps to his side were intended to be overheard. "Perhaps, then, I should not wed him until we are sure he will truly become the king. Many a man hopes to ride a throne, but is tumbled from it before he ascends to it. Perhaps the marriage should be postponed until his own people judge him worthy." Catricon's smile did not fade, but it grew fixed. Chade's eyes narrowed briefly, but Dutiful could not control the flush that seared his face. He stood silent, beaming his humiliation at her slight. I thought she had accomplished her revenge quite tidily. He had been humbled much as she had, and before much the same company. But if I thought she was finished with him, I was wrong. When the prince approached her courteously to assist her in her mount, she waved him away, saying, "Allow my uncle to help me. He is a man of experience with both horses and women. If I require assistance, I shall be safest in his hands." And yet, when Pyotr approached her, she smiled and assured him that she was certain she could mount on her own. "For I am not a child, you know." And she did, though I was certain the tall horse was much larger than the tough little ponies the Outislanders used. Astride, she moved her horse forward to ride at Catricken's side and converse with the Queen. The two, clad richly yet simply, presented a contrast to the sumptuous and extravagant dress of the others. Somehow their clothing made it seem as if they not only belonged together, but also were the only two who shared a sensible attitude to a pleasure ride on a winter's day. Either of them, if faced with a lamed horse, could easily have trekked home through the snow. Without an obvious intent, they had made the coiffed and decorated nobles appear silly and frivolous. I wrinkled my brow as the thought came to me. By complimenting Catricken's simple attire, yet remaining true to the customs of her own folk, the Narceska claimed an equal footing with our queen. Prince Dutiful glanced at his youthful friends. I saw his eyes meet Sybil's, and Sybil's brows rise in a query. But constrained by his mother's rebuking glance, the prince rode at the Narceska's left side. She scarcely noticed him, and when she did occasionally turn in her saddle to address a remark to Dutiful, it was with the air of someone who politely strives to include an outsider in the conversation. He could contribute little more to the talk than a nod and a smile before she dismissed him again. Immediately behind them, Chade rode between Archon Bloodblade and Pyotr Blackwater. Lord Golden insinuated himself amongst the prince's young friends, and I trailed behind them. They rode together in a chattering knot. I am certain Prince Dutiful was well aware of their eyes upon his back, and that they discussed how his betrothed had snubbed him. Lord Golden was adroitly transparent to the conversation, encouraging it with his interest but contributing no remarks of his own that might have deflected its course. I noted that while Lady Vance was merry to her friends and attentive to Lord Civil, her eyes wandered often and speculatively to the prince. I wondered if her ambitions were her own, or those of her uncle, Lord Shemshi. I knew one disconcerting moment, when Dutiful abruptly crashed through my barriers and into my thoughts. "I don't deserve this. It was an accidental remark, but she behaves as if I deliberately humiliated her. I almost wish I had." The jolt of his thought was shock enough, but worse was to see Lord Golden flinch to it. He glanced back at me, one eyebrow raised, almost as if he thought I had spoken to him. Nor was he alone, though his reaction was the most extreme. Several other riders in our party glanced off abruptly in different directions, as if they had heard a distant shout. I took a breath, narrowed my focus to a pin's head, and skilled back to the lad. "Silence. Master your emotions, and do not do that again. Elliania has no way to know that you did not deliberately humiliate her, and she is not the only one who may believe that of you. Consider the attitudes of the young women who ride with Civil. But for now, ponder this to yourself. Your skill control is not good when you are emotional. Refrain from using it at such times." The prince lowered his head at my stern reprimand. I saw him draw a long breath. Then he squared his shoulders and sat straighter in his saddle. Then he glanced about as if enjoying the beauty of the day. I relented and offered him a bit of comfort. "I know you don't deserve this, but sometimes a prince or any man must endure what he did not deserve, just as Elliania did last night. School yourself to patience and submit to it." He nodded, as if to himself, and replied to one of the Narceska's brief comments. It was not a long ride through the snowy fields, but I am sure it seemed so to Dutiful. He took his punishment manfully. But when it was time to dismount, our eyes met for an instant, and I saw the relief in his eyes. There. It was over. He had atoned for his gaffe of the night before, and now all would return to the way it had been. I could have told him that is never so. There was an entertainment planned for the afternoon, a play acted out by costumed individuals in the Gemalian fashion rather than using puppets. I did not see how it could be done effectively, but Lord Golden had assured me that he had seen many such plays in the southern cities, and many clever things could be done to distract the watchers from the floors. He had seemed quite pleased at the prospect of this diversion, and even more pleased at the arrival of the ship bringing the actors. Bingtown's continuing war with Chalced was disrupting shipping and travel badly. Chalced's fleet evidently had been temporarily beaten back, for 2 ships from the south had docked today, with rumours of others following. I had seen Lord Golden's face light up at that news. Lord Golden dismissed the war to his friends as an inconvenience that interrupted his supply of apricot brandy, but I noticed that the ships that did evade Chalced's patrols often brought packets of letters for him, as well as brandy, and these the fool took into his private room immediately. I suspected that far more than his supply of brandy and money concerned him, but he said nothing of what the missives contained, and I knew better than to ask. Evincing curiosity on any topic had always been the swiftest way to make the fool cut off the flow of information. So I spent the afternoon standing at his shoulder in a darkened hall. The story was very Gemalian, all about priests and nobles and intrigues, and at the end their jewel-faced deity appeared to restore order and mete out justice. The play more befuddled than amused me. I could not adjust to people playing different roles. A puppet has no life of its own, save the story for which it is intended. It was disconcerting to recognize that the man now playing a servant had been one of the acolytes earlier in the play. It was difficult for me to concentrate on the story, and not just because of my confusion, but because the prince's misery spread out like a miasma that lapped against me in the dimmed hall. He did not deliberately skill it. It leaked from him, like moisture seeping from a waterskin. On the stage, actors gestured and shouted and struck poses, but the prince sat beside his mother, alone and miserable in his social discomfort. In the last month or so, the renewed gaiety of Buckkeep Castle had exposed him to many folk his own age. Through Civil, he had begun to explore camaraderie and flirtation. Now all that must be curtailed for the sake of the political alliance his mother strove to forge. I could feel him pondering both the unfairness and the necessity of it. It was not sufficient that he be bound in marriage to the Narcesca Elliania. He must make it appear it was his choice to be so bound. Yet it was not. Later in the evening, Lord Golden granted me a few hours of my own. I changed back into comfortable clothes and made my way to Buckkeep Town and the Stuck Pig. In light of what I had witnessed at the keep, I was disposed to be more tolerant of Hap's wayward courtship. Perhaps, I reflected as I strode through falling snow on my way into town, it struck some greater balance in the wide world that Hap could freely indulge in what was completely denied to the prince. The Stuck Pig was quiet. I had been here often enough that I could recognize the tavern's regular customers. They were there, but there were few others. Doubtless the blowing snow and rising storm were keeping many indoors tonight. I glanced about, but saw no sign of Hap. My heart lifted a trifle. Perhaps he was at home, already abed. Perhaps the novelty of life in town was wearing thin, and he was learning to order his life more sensibly. I sat in the corner that Hap and Svanger favoured, and a boy brought me a beer. My musing was brought to a swift close, when a red-faced man of middle years came in the door. He wore no cloak or coat of any kind, and his head was bare, his dark hair spangled with snowflakes. He gave his head an angry shake to clear both snow and water droplets from his hair and beard, and then glared at my corner of the tavern. He seemed surprised to see me sitting there. He turned and confronted the tavern-keeper, asking him something angrily in a low voice. The man shrugged. When the newcomer clenched his fists and made a second demand, the tavern-keeper gestured hastily at me, speaking in a low voice. The man turned and stared at me, eyes narrowed, and then strode angrily towards me. I came to my feet as he drew near, but prudently kept the table between us. He thudded his fists on the scarred wood, and then demanded, "Where are they?" "Who?" I asked, but with a sinking heart I knew to whom he referred. Svanger had her father's brow. "You know who. The keeper says you've met them here before. My daughter Svanger and that demon-eyed country whelp who has lured her away from her parents' hearth. Your son is what the keeper says." Master Hartshorn made the words an accusation. "He has a name, Hap, and yes, he is my son." I was instantly angry, but it was a cold anger, clear as ice. I shifted my weight very slightly, clearing my hip. If he came across the table at me, my knife would meet him. "Your son?" He spoke the word with contempt. "I'd be ashamed to admit it. Where are they?" I suddenly heard the desperation as well as the fury in his voice. So, Svanger wasn't at home, and neither she nor Hap was here. Where could they be on a snowy, dark night like this? A little question of what they were doing. My heart sank, but I spoke quietly. I don't know where they are, but I feel no shame to claim Hap as my son, nor do I think he lured your daughter into anything. If anything, it is the reverse, with your Svanger teaching my son town ways.
How dare you?
He roared and drew back a meaty fist. Lower your voice and your hand, I suggested icily. The first to spare your daughter's reputation, the second to spare your life. My posture drew his eyes to my ugly sword at my hip. His anger did not die, but I saw it tempered with caution. Sit down, I invited him, but it was as much command as suggestion. Take control of yourself, and let us speak of what concerns us both, as fathers. Slowly he drew out a chair, his eyes never leaving me. I was as slow to resume my seat. I made a gesture at the innkeeper. I did not like the eyes of the other customers fixed on us, but there was little I could do. A few moments later a boy scuttled over to our table, clapped down a mug of beer before Master Hartshorn, and then scurried away. Svanger's father glanced at the beer contemptuously.
Do you really think I will sit here and drink with you? I need to find my daughter as swiftly as possible.
Then she is not at home with your wife, I concluded.
No.
He folded his lips. The next words he spoke were barbed, with bits of his pride torn free with them.
Svanger said she was going up to her bed in the loft. Some time later, I noticed a task she had left undone. I called to her to come back down and finish her work. When she did not reply, I climbed the ladder. She is not there.
The words seemed to disarm his anger, leaving only a father's disappointment and fear.
I came here directly.
Without even a hat or cloak, I see. Is there nowhere else she might be? A grandmother's house, a friend's home?
We have no kin in Buckkeep Town. We only arrived here last spring, and Svanger is not the kind of girl who makes friends with other girls.
With every word he seemed to have less fury and more despair. I suspected then that Hap was not the first young man to claim her fancy, nor that this was the first time her father had sought for her after dark. I kept the observation to myself. Instead, I picked up my beer and drained it off. I know of only one other place to seek them. Come, we'll go there together. It's where my son boards while I work up at the keep. He left his beer untouched, but rose as I did. Eyes followed us as we left the tavern together. Outside, in the darkness, snow had begun to swirl more swiftly. He hunched his shoulders and crossed his arms on his chest. I spoke through the wind, asking the question I dreaded but must. You completely oppose Hap's courtship of your daughter? I could not see his face in the dimness, but his voice was bright with outrage.
Oppose? Of course I do. He has not even had the courage to come to me, to say his name to me and declare his intent. And even if he did, I would oppose it. He tells her he is an apprentice. Well then, why does he not live at his master's house if that is true? And if it is true, what is he thinking to court a woman before he can even make his own living? He has no right. He is completely unsuitable for Svanger.
He did not need to mention Hap's mismatched eyes. Nothing Hap could do would overcome Hartshorn's dislike of him. It was a short walk to Jinna's door. I knocked, dreading encountering her as much as I dreaded finding that Hap and Svanger were not there. It took a moment before Jinna called through the closed door. "Who's there?" "Tom Badgerlock," I replied, "and Svanger's father. We're looking for Hap and Svanger." Jinna opened only the top half of her door, a clear indication of how far I had fallen in her regard. She looked at Master Hartshorn more than me. "They're not here," she said briskly, "nor have I ever permitted them to spend a night in each other's company here. Though there's little I can do to stop Svanger from knocking at my door and asking for Hap." She swung her reproachful gaze to me. "I haven't seen Hap at all this evening." She crossed her arms on her chest. She didn't need to say she had warned me it would come to this. The flat accusation was there in her eyes. Suddenly, I could not meet her stare. I had avoided seeing her since the night she'd glimpsed Laurel in my arms. That I had never offered her the courtesy of an explanation shamed me. It was an act both cowardly and juvenile. "I'd best go look for him, then," I muttered. I'd hurt Jinnah, and tonight I had to face that. The truth speared me. It hadn't been for any lofty moral reasons, but because I was afraid, because I had known she would become a facet of my life that I could not control, just as Hap was now.
Damn him! Damn him for ruining my girl!
Hartshorn suddenly raged. He turned and stumbled away into the swirling snowfall. At the edge of the light from Jinnah's door, he looked back to shake a fist at me.
You keep him away from her! Keep your demon-blasted son away from my Sfanger!
Then he turned. In a few steps, he was beyond the range of the light from Jinnah's door, vanished into blackness and despair. I longed to follow him, but I felt caught in the light. I took a deep breath. "Jinnah, I need to find Hap tonight, but I think, well, we both know you won't find him. Or Sfanger. I doubt they want to be found this night." She paused, but before I could even draw breath, she said evenly, "And I think Rory Hartshorn is right. You should keep Hap away from Sfanger, for all our sakes. But how you're going to do it, I don't know. Better you would never let your son run wild like this, Tom Badgerlock. I hope it isn't too late for him." "He's a good boy," I heard myself say. It sounded feeble, the excuse of a man who has neglected his son. "He is. That is why he deserves better from you. Good night, Tom Badgerlock." She shut the door, shutting away her light and warmth. I stood in the dark, with the cold sweeping past me. Snowflakes were finding their way down my collar. Something warm bumped my ankles.
"Open the door. The cat wants to go in."
I stooped to stroke him. Cold snow spangled his coat, but the warmth of his body leaked through it. "You'll have to find your own way in, Fennel. That door doesn't open for me any more. Farewell."
"Stupid. You just have to ask. Like this."
He stood up on his hind legs and clawed diligently at the wood as he yowled. The sound of his demands followed me as I strode off into the darkness and cold. Behind me, I heard the door open for an instant and knew he had been admitted. I walked back up to Buckkeep Castle, envying a cat. Chapter 11. Tidings from Bingtown. Past Chalced, keep your sails spread. This old saying is based on sound observations. Once your ship is past the Chalcedian ports and their cities, old as evil itself, spread sail and move swiftly. Aptly named are the cursed shores to the south of Chalced. Water from the Rain River will rot your casks and burn your crews' throats. Fruit from those lands scalds the mouth and breaks sores on the hands. Beyond the Rain River, take on no water that comes from inland. In a day it will go green, and in 3 it seethes with slimy vermin. It will foul your casks so they can never be used again. Better to keep the crew on short rations than to put ashore there for any reason. Not even to weather a storm or take a day's rest at anchor in an inviting cove is safe. Dreams and visions will poison your sailors' minds, and your ship will be plagued with murder, suicide, and senseless mutiny. A bay that beckons you to safe harbour may seethe with savage sea serpents before the night is over. Water maidens come to the top of the waves to beckon with bare breasts and sweet voices. But the sailor that plunges in for that pleasure is dragged under to be food for their sharp-toothed mates hiding below the water. The only safe harbour along all that stretch is the city of Bingtown. The anchorage is good there, but beware of their docks, where ensorcelled ships may call down curses on your own vessels of honest wood. Best to avoid their docks. Drop your hook in Trader Bay and row in, and likewise have goods brought out to your ship. Water and food from this port can be trusted, though some of the wares from their shops are uncanny and may bring ill luck to a voyage. In Bingtown all manner of goods may be bought and sold, and the trade goods from there are unlike any others in the wide world. Yet keep your crew close by your vessel, and let only the master and mate go ashore and amongst the townsfolk. Better for common ignorant sailors not to touch foot to that soil, for it can entrance men of lesser mind and intellect. Truly it is said of Bingtown, if a man can imagine it, he can find it for sale there. Not all that a man can imagine is wholesome to a man, and much is sold there that is not. Beware, too, of the secret people of that land, sometimes seen by night. It brings on the foulest of bad luck should one of the veiled folk of that place cross a captain's path when he is returning to his ship. Better to spend that night on shore, and return to your ship the next day, than to sail immediately after such an ill omen. Beyond Bingtown, leave the safety of the inner passage and take your ship out wildside. Better to brave the storms and harsh weather than to tempt the pirates, serpents, sea-maidens, and others of those waters. To say nothing of the shifting bottoms and treacherous currents. Make your next stop corrupt Jamalia with its many raucous ports. Again, keep a tight hand on your crew, for they are known to steal sailors there. Captain Banrop's Advice to Merchant Mariners. I left Prince Dutiful a note on the table in the skill tower. It said only, tomorrow. Before the dawn watch had changed, I was standing outside Master Gindust's establishment. The lamplight from the windows sliced across the snowy yard. In that dimness, apprentices crunched along the footpaths, hauling water and firewood for both the master's home and his workshop, and clearing snow from the canvas tops of the wood stockpiles in the pathways. I looked in vain for any sign of Hap amongst them. Light had brought colour to the day when he finally appeared. I could tell at a glance how he had spent his night. There was a gleam of wonder in his eyes still, as if he could not grasp his own good fortune, and an almost drunken swagger to his walk. Had I shone like that the first morning after Molly had shared herself with me? I tried to harden my heart as I lifted my voice and called out, "Hap! A word with you." He was smiling as he came to meet me. "It will have to be a short one then, Tom, for I'm already late." The day was blue and white around us, the air crisp with chill, and my son stood grinning up at me. I felt a traitor to all of it as I said, "And I know why you're late. As does Svanger's father. We were looking for you last night." I had expected him to be abashed. He only grinned wider, a knowing smile between men. "Well, I'm glad you didn't find us." I felt an irrational urge to strike him, to wipe that expression from his face. It was as if he stood with a burning barn and rejoiced at the heat, unmindful of the peril to himself and Svanger. That, I suddenly knew, was what infuriated me, that he seemed completely unaware of how he endangered her. An edge of my anger crept into my voice. "So, I take it Master Hartshorn didn't find you either. But I imagine he'll be waiting for Svanger when she gets home." If I had hoped to dampen his reckless spirit, I didn't succeed. "She knew he would be," he said quietly. "And she decided it was worth it. Don't look so serious, Tom. She knows how to handle her father. It will be fine." "It may be any number of things, but I doubt fine will be one of them." My voice grated past my anger. How could he be so cavalier about this? "You're not thinking, boy. What will this do to her family, to their day-to-day life, to know their daughter has made this choice? And what will you do if you get her with child?" The smile finally faded from his face, but he still stood straight and faced me. "I think that's for me to worry about, Tom. I'm old enough now to take charge of my own life. But to put your mind at rest, she told me that there are ways women know to keep such a thing from happening. At least, until we are ready for it, until I can make her my wife." Perhaps the gods punish us by bringing us face to face with our own foolish mistakes, condemning us to watch our children fall into the same traps that crippled us. For all the sweetness of the secret hours I had shared with Molly, there had been a price. At the time, I thought that we shared it, that the only cost was keeping our love secret. Molly had known better, I'm sure. She had been the one to pay for it, far more than I had. If Burrick had not existed to shelter and shield them both, my daughter would have paid it as well. Perhaps she still would. In her differences, in the dangers of being a cuckoo's nestling, unlike her brothers. I wondered if I could warn Hap, if he would listen to me, as I had not listened to Burrick or Verity. I pushed my anger aside and spoke out of my fears for them both. Hap, please hear me. There are no safe and certain ways for a woman to avoid conceiving. All of them have a risk and a price to her. Every time she lies with you, she must wonder, will I conceive from this? Will I bring shame to my family? You know I would not cast you from my household for any mistake you made, but Svanja's life is not so certain. You should protect her, not expose her to danger. You are asking her to risk all for the pleasure of being with you, with no guarantees. What will you do if her father turns her out, or beats her? What will you do if she suddenly finds herself ostracized and condemned by her friends? How can you be responsible for that? A scowl darkened his face. His stubbornness, so rarely woken, mastered him now. He took several breaths, each deeper than the last, and then the words exploded from him. If he throws her out, I'll take her in, and do whatever I must to support her. If he beats her, I'll kill him, and if her friends turn on her, then they were never truly her friends anyway. Don't worry about it, Tom Badgerlock. It's my consideration now. He bit off each of his final words, as if somehow I had betrayed him just by stating my concerns. He turned away from me. I'm a man now. I can make my own decisions and my own way. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to my work. I'm sure Master Gindust is waiting for his turn to lecture me on responsibility. Hap, I spoke the word sharply. When the boy turned back to me, startled at the harshness in my tone, I forced out the rest of what I knew I had to say. Making love to a girl does not make you a man. You have no right to do that, not until you both can declare yourself partners publicly, and provide for any children that come along. You should not see her again, Hap, not like that. If you don't go soon to meet her father and face him squarely, you'll never be able to stand before him as a man in his eyes, and— He was walking away. Halfway through my speech he turned and walked away from me. I stood stunned, watching him go. I kept thinking he would stop and come back to ask my forgiveness and help in putting his life to rights. Instead, he strode into Master Gindust's shop without a backward glance. I stood a time longer in the snow. I was not calm. On the contrary, an anger flamed in me that seemed enough to warm all winter away from the land. My fists were clenched at my sides. I think it was the first time I had ever felt deeply furious with Hap, to the point at which I longed to beat some sense into him if he would not listen to reason. I pictured myself barging into the shop and dragging him out, forcing him to confront what he was doing. Then I turned and stalked away. Would I have listened to reason at his age? No, I had not even when Patience had explained to me over and over and over why I must stay away from Molly. Yet such a realization did not decrease my anger with Hap, nor my belated contempt for my boyhood self. Instead, it gave me a sense of futility, that I must witness my foster son committing the same foolish and selfish acts that I had performed myself. Just as I had, he believed that their love justified the risks they took, without ever considering that the child might come to pay the price for their intemperance. It could all happen again, and I could not stop it. I think I grasped then, fleetingly, the passion that powered the fool. He believed in the terrible strength of the white prophet and the catalyst, to shoulder the future from the rut of the present and into some better pathway. He believed that some act of ours could prevent others from repeating the mistakes of the past. By the time I reached Buckkeep and had ascended to the skill tower, I had walked away the fierceness of my anger, yet the sick, dull weight of it lingered, poisoning my day. I was almost relieved to find that Dutiful had given up on me and left. Only a simple underlining of the word had altered my note. The boy was learning to be subtle. Perhaps At least with this young man I could succeed in turning him aside from the errors of the past. That errant thought only made me feel cowardly. Was I surrendering Hap, then? Abandoning him to his own poor judgment? No, I decided I was not. But that decision put me no closer to knowing what to do about it. I returned to Lord Golden's chambers and was in time to join the fool for his breakfast. As I entered, however, he was not eating. Rather, he sat at table bemusedly twirling a tiny bouquet of flowers between his forefinger and thumb. It was an unusual token, for the blossoms were made of white lace and black ribbon. It seemed a clever subterfuge for a season without flowers, and it put me in mind of his old fool's motley for this season. He saw me looking at the posy, smiled at my bemusement, and then carefully pinned it to his breast. It was the fool who gestured at the spread of food before him and said, "Sit down and eat quickly. We are summoned. A ship docked at dawn with an ambassadorial contingent from Bingtown, and not just any ship, but one of their live ships with a talking, moving figurehead. Golden Down, I believe his name is. I don't think one has ever ventured into Buck Waters before. Aboard was an emissary mission from the Bingtown Council of Traders. They have applied with great urgency to see Queen Catrican at her earliest convenience." The news startled me. Usually Six Duchies' contacts with Bingtown were contacts between individual merchants and traders, not their ruling council treating with the Farseers. I tried to recall if the city-state had ever sent us ambassadors, when Shrewd was king, then gave it up. I had not been privy to such matters when I was a lad. I took a seat at the table. "And you are to be there?" "At Councillor Chade's suggestion, we will both be there. Not visibly, of course. You are to take me there through Chade's labyrinth. He himself came to tell me so. I'm quite excited to see it, I admit. Save for my brief glimpse of it on the night Catrican and I fled the castle and Regal, I've never glimpsed it." I was shocked. It was inevitable that he knew of the spy passage's existence, but I had not thought Chade would ever offer him access to them. "Does the Queen concur in this?" I asked, trying to be delicate. "She does, but reluctantly." Then, dropping the aristocratic air, he added, "As I have spent some time in Bingtown and know something of how their council operates, Chade hopes my evaluation of their words may give him a deeper understanding. And you, of course, provide an extra pair of eyes and ears for him to catch any nuances that might otherwise be missed." As he spoke, he served us adroitly, adapting a platter to be my plate. He was generous with smoked fish, soft cheese, and fresh bread and butter. A pot of tea steamed in the middle of the table. I went to my room to fetch my cup. As I returned with it, I asked, "Why could not the Queen simply invite you to be present when she receives them?" The fool shrugged one shoulder as he took a forkful of smoked fish. After a moment he observed, "Don't you think the Bingtown ambassadors might look askance at the Queen of the Six Duchies inviting a foreign noble to attend her first meeting with them?" "They might, but then they might not. I believe it has been decades since the Bingtown Council has sent a formal declaration to the Six Duchies court. And we have a mountain queen now, a woman from a realm completely outside their ken. Did she greet them by slaughtering chickens in their honour or scattering roses before them, it would be all one to them. Whatever she does, they will assume it is her custom, and they will attempt to receive it politely." I took a sip of tea and then added pointedly, "including inviting foreign nobles to her first reception of them." "Perhaps." Then grudgingly he admitted, "But I have reasons of my own for not wishing to be visibly present." "Such as?" He took his time cutting a bite of food and then eating it. After he had followed it with a sip of tea, he admitted, "Perhaps they would recognize that I bear no resemblance to any Jamalian noble family they have ever encountered. The traders of Bingtown have far more commerce with Jamalia than any Six Duchies venture. They would see through my sham and spoil it." I accepted that, but reserved my opinion as to whether it was the complete reason. I did not ask if he feared he would be recognized. He had told me that he had spent some time in Bingtown. Even dressed as a nobleman, the fool's appearance was sufficiently unique that he might be recognized by any that had seen him there. He was looking more uncomfortable than I had seen him in a long time. I changed the subject. "Who else will be visibly present at the ambassador's initial reception by the Queen?" "I don't know. Whoever represents each of the Six Duchies and is currently at court, I imagine. He took another bite, chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, and added, "We shall see. It may be a delicate situation. I understand that there have been messages exchanged, but erratically. This delegation was actually expected to arrive months ago, but the Chalcedians intensified the war. The Bingtown War with Chalced has disrupted shipping woefully to all points south of Shokes. I gather that the Queen and Chade had given up all expectations until today." Messages? All of this was news to me. Bingtown has approached the Queen, proposing an alliance to quell Chalced once and for all. To entice her, they have offered trade advantages in Bingtown, and a new closeness between the realms. Catricon has rightly seen it as an empty offer. There can be no free trade until Chalced gives over its harassment of the ships in and out of Bingtown. Once Chalced is battered into submission, then Bingtown will be open for trade again, whether or not the Six Duchies took any part in subjugating Chalced. Bingtown lives on trade. It cannot even feed itself. So, a cold evaluation is that the Six Duchies risked inflaming its own disagreements with Chalced, with very little to gain by it. That being so, Catricon has graciously declined their invitation to join their war. But now, the Bingtown councils hint that they have something else to offer, something so stupendous and so secret that word of it cannot be entrusted to a scroll. Hence these envoys. A clever ploy, to play on the curiosity of the Queen and her nobles. They will have a rapt audience. Shall we eat and go? We dispatched the food swiftly between us, and then I cleared the breakfast tray away to the kitchens. All was in a hubbub there. The unexpected delegation demanded an amazing luncheon and an extraordinary feast in their honour. Old cook Sarah had actually descended into the thick of the culinary skirmish in progress, proclaiming that she would do it all herself, that those Bingtowners would never be able to say that the Six Duchies lacked in any sort of food. I retreated hastily from the commotion and hurried back to Lord Golden's chambers. I found the door latched. At my knock and quiet call, it was opened. I stepped through and shut it behind me, and then stood in shock. The fool stood before me. Not the fool in Lord Golden's garb, but the fool very nearly as I had known him when we were both boys. It was the garment he wore, close-fitting hose and a full tunic of solid black. His only ornaments were the earring and the tiny black and white posy. Even his slippers were black. Only his stature and colouring seemed changed from those days. I half expected him to shake a rat's head sceptre at me or turn a flip. At my raised brows he said, almost abashedly, "I did not want to risk any of Lord Golden's wardrobe in your dusty warren, and I can move most quietly in simple garments." I made no reply to that, but kindled a candle and handed him 2 extra ones. I led him into my chamber. Closing the outer door, I triggered the entry to the concealed corridors and led him into Chade's labyrinth. "Where is Queen Catricon receiving them?" I belatedly thought to ask. "In the West Reception Hall. Chade said to tell you the access is actually in the outer wall there." Directions on how to get there would have been more helpful, but never mind, we'll find it. My optimism was not justified. It was an area of the castle's internal maze that I had not explored before. I frustrated us both by finding the chamber above the audience hall and one next to it, before I deduced that I had to go to a lower level and then make my way up into the outer wall. The corridor had one very narrow bend in it, one I barely squeezed through. By the time we reached our spy post, we were both festooned with cobwebs. The sole peephole proved to be a narrow, horizontal slit. I hooded the candle flame, and then moved the leather flap that concealed it from our side. Standing crouched side by side, we could each just put one eye to it. The fool's breathing by my ear seemed loud. I had to concentrate to pick out the words that dimly penetrated our hiding place. We were late. The ambassadors had already been greeted. I could not see Catricon or Chade. I imagined that Catricon occupied the high seat, with Dutiful to one side and Chade standing on a lower step of the dais. Our vantage was such that we looked out over the hall, probably over the heads of the Queen and Prince. In the back of the audience chamber were seated the dukes and duchesses of the Six Duchies, or those representing them at court. Starling was there, of course. No gathering of significance could happen at court without a minstrel as witness. She was finely dressed, yet her expression was more solemn than alight with interest, as I would have expected. She seemed distracted and pensive. I wondered what might be troubling her, and then resolutely fixed my gaze and attention where it belonged. Central to our view were the 4 ambassadors from Bingtown. As befitted that wealthy trading town, these were merchants rather than dukes and lords. None the less, the richness of their attire made them seem the equal of any noble. Their clothing glittered with jewels, and in the dimness of the audience chamber some of the gems seemed to gleam with their own light. One short woman was robed in fabric that flowed over her form like water, so supple and fine was it woven. On the shoulder of one of the men perched a bird, its plumage every shade of red and orange, save for its head, which was of wrinkled white skin. It had an enormous blue-black beak. Behind these impressive merchants stood a second row of folk, most likely servants despite their elegant dress. They bore the caskets and chests of goodwill gifts. 2 stood out in their rank. One was a woman, her face heavily tattooed. There was no art to the marking, no balance, no discernible design, only a succession of ink scrawls that crawled across her cheeks. I knew it meant she had been a slave, and each tattoo was the sigil of an owner. I wondered what she had done, to be bought and sold so often. The other strange servant was hooded and veiled. The fabric of his drapery was rich and elaborate. The veil across his face of fine yet heavy lace. I could not see his features, and even his hands were gloved, as if to be sure that no part of his skin showed. It made me uneasy, and I resolved to watch him most closely. We were just in time for the presentation of the gifts. There were 5 gifts in all, and each more entrancing than the last. They were offered with flowery compliments and elegant titles, as if our Queen's favour could be bought with past words and flattery. I mistrusted the speeches, but the gifts fascinated me. The first was a tall glass vial containing a perfume. As the tattooed servant approached to offer it to Queen Catricon, a tall woman explained that the fragrance would bring sweet dreams to even the most restless sleeper. I could not vouch for the dreams, but unstoppered for just a moment, the fragrance spread to fill the hall, reaching even to the fool and me in our concealment. It was not a heady fragrance, but more like the wind-blown breath of a summer garden. Even so, I saw the expressions change on the faces of the nobles in the back of the hall as that rare essence reached them. Smiles grew wider, and furrowed brows relaxed. Even I felt a lessening of my wariness. "A drug?" I breathed to the fool. "No, only a perfume, a scent from a kindlier place." A faint smile played over his face. "I knew that scent of old, when I was a child. They traded far for that." The next servant approached, and opened his cask at the Queen's feet. From it he lifted a simple set of dangling chimes, such as any garden might hold, save that these seemed to me made of scaled glass rather than metal. He kept them stilled with his hand until, at a signal from the parrot-man, he shook them, a delicate shiver that still set them to swinging and ringing. Each tone was sweet, and their random pattern swiftly fell into a rippling song. Abruptly the servant muted them, far too soon for me. But then he gave them another tiny shake, and again a shimmering melody burst forth, as different from the first as the crackling of a fire is from the muttering of a brook. He let them play for a time, and they showed no sign of stilling themselves. When the servant muted them again, the parrot-man spoke. "Fair Queen Catricon, most noble lady of both the mountains and the Six Duchies, we hope this sound pleases you. No one is certain how many tunes these chimes hold. Each time they are freed, they seem to spell a different song. As vast and great as your lands are, and as sophisticated as your tastes must no doubt be, we hope you will deem this humble gift worthy of you." Catricon must have made some sign of acceptance, for the chimes were restored to their chest and brought forward to her. The third gift was a length of fabric, similar in kind but not in hue to the one the woman wore. This was lifted from a small chest, but when the small woman and the parrot-man moved forward to take it from the servant, the cloth unfolded again, and yet again, and yet again, until the swathe of it was enough to cloth a long table in the great hall, and drape still to the floor. It shimmered when they shook it, moving through shades of blue from deep violet to pale summer sky, and they folded it effortlessly into a compact square that they restored to its chest. This, too, was set before our queen. The fourth gift was a set of bells arranged in a scale. The tone was good, but no more than that. What was amazing about them was that the metal they were made of shimmered with light as each bell rang. "This is Jidzin, most gracious Queen Catricin, ruler of the Six Duchies and heir to the mountain throne," the short woman told her. "This one is treasure that can come from Bingtown alone. We are certain that you are worthy of no less than the very best we can offer you. Jidzin is among our most unique treasures, as are these." She waved a hand at the hooded man, and he came forward. "Flame jewels, fair Queen Catricin. Rarest of the rare, for a rare queen." My muscles tightened as the veiled man approached the dais where Catricin and Dutiful were seated. Chade was there, I reminded myself, even as my stomach clenched in apprehension. The old assassin would be as wary as I. He would let no harm come to the queen or prince. Even so, I sent a tiny skill thought to Dutiful. "Be wary." "I shall." I had not expected the prince to reply to my warning. His was a thought flung wide rather than a careful channeling. All the hair on the back of my neck stood up as I saw the veiled man twitch as if poked. For an instant he stood very still. I sensed something from him, a reaching I had no name for. "Shh," I cautioned Dutiful in a thread of thought. "Be very still." I desperately longed to see the veiled man's expression. Did he stare at my prince? Did he glance about the chamber seeking me? Whoever he was, his control was masterful. He made his abrupt halt, a ceremonial pause. Then he bowed low and presented his gift, setting the cask on the floor before him. At a stroke of his hand it seemed to open by itself. He reached in and took out a smaller box. This he opened to reveal a torque of gold set with gems. He displayed it to the queen, and then held it aloft so the gathered nobles might see it. While it was still raised, the bearer gave the ornament a shake. All of the jewels suddenly flared into life, glowing an unearthly blue in the dim hall. As he turned back towards the queen, offering it for her regard, I heard the fool give a quiet gasp at the beauty of the thing. The veiled man spoke clearly, despite his muffling veils, and his voice was young, almost a boy's. "The blues are the rarest of the flame jewels, most gracious queen. They were chosen for you in the colour of Buck Duchy, and for each noble and gracious ruler of each of your noble and gracious duchies." There were gasps from the back of the hall, as the gift-bearer lifted from the cask 5 additional boxes. He opened each in turn to show neck-pieces of narrow silver rather than wide gold. Each of these bore a single jewel, but they were nonetheless breathtaking. Someone had studied the Six Duchies well, for each gem was the proper colour for the duchy it was intended for, even to distinguishing between the pale yellow of the bairn's flower sigil to the deeper gold of Pharaoh. After the queen had accepted her collar, the hooded servant moved to the gathered nobles to bow gravely to each, and then proffer the Bingtown gift. Despite the man's unusual garb, I noticed that no one hesitated to accept his offering. As this was going on, I watched the other Bingtown emissaries closely. "Who is their leader?" I muttered to myself, for no one seemed to give precedence to any of the others. The fool took it as a query. "Do you see the woman with green eyes, the taller of the two?" The fool barely breathed the words by my ear. "I believe her name is Cyrilla. She was originally from Jamalia and a companion to their satrap. That is, she was an advisor to the ruler of all Jamalia, an expert within her chosen area. Hers was Bingtown and the surrounding area. She came to Bingtown under very odd circumstances and has since remained there. Gossip had it that she had fallen into deep disfavour with the ruling satrap, and that he all but exiled her to Bingtown. Some say she had made an attempt to seize power from him,
But instead of taking her exile as a punishment, she has made Bingtown her home and has risen to the status of a professional negotiator for the traders. Despite her bad blood with the satrap, her intimate knowledge of both Bingtown and Jamalia have given Bingtown an edge in its dealings with Jamalia. Shh! I hushed him hastily. I wondered how he knew all that, and wanted to hear more, but for now I must be aware of every nuance of all that was said. He subsided, but I could sense his ferment. His cool cheek was pressed against mine as we stared side by side through the narrow slit. He rested a hand on my shoulder to steady himself, but I could feel the tension of his suppressed excitement. Obviously this meeting had a deeper significance to him. Later I would ask him who the others were. For now I was engrossed with the scene before me. I only wished I could see the Queen, Chade, and Prince Dutiful as I watched this encounter unfold. I listened as the Queen offered thanks for the gifts and extended welcome to the emissaries. Her words were simple. She did not reply with extravagant compliments and embroidered titles, but instead offered them sincerity in honest phrases. She was thrilled by the surprise of their long-expected visit. She hoped they would enjoy their stay in Buckkeep, and that this delegation represented a future of more open communication between the Six Duchies and Bingtown. The tall woman, Cyrilla, stood serenely, listening intently to the Queen's words. The tattooed woman folded her lips as Catrickan spoke, plainly holding back some response. The man at her side cast her an anxious glance. He was a broad-shouldered, bluff man, his hair cropped short and curly above his weathered face. He was obviously accustomed to physical work and to getting things accomplished rather than wading through protocol and courtesies. As he waited for the Queen to finish speaking, his fists knotted and unknotted themselves reflexively. The bird on his shoulder shifted restlessly. The other man, a narrow, bookish sort of fellow, seemed more of Cyrilla's caste. He would let Catrickan set the pace for this encounter. Cyrilla was the one who spoke when Catrickan's voice fell silent. She, in turn, thanked the Queen and all the Six Duchies for such a gracious welcome. She told them that all of them would welcome the chance to rest in our peaceful land, far from the horrors of the war that Chalced had forced upon them. She spoke some little time on what they had been enduring, the random attacks on their ships that disrupted all commerce, the very lifeblood of Bingtown, and the hardships this created for a city that relied on trade to feed its population. She spoke of Chalcedian raids on outlying Bingtown settlements. I didn't think they had any outlying settlements, I breathed in an aside to the fool. Not many, but as their population has swelled with freed slaves, folk have been attempting to find arable land. Freed slaves? Shh, the fool responded. He was right. I needed to listen now and ask my questions later. I leaned my forehead against the cold stone of the wall. Cyrilla was swiftly reviewing Bingtown's current list of grievances with Chalced. Most of them were ones I was very familiar with, and many were the same quarrels that the Six Duchies had with our grasping neighbour to the south. Chalcedian raiders, border disputes, harassment, and piracy of passing trade vessels, ridiculous taxes on those merchants that did attempt to trade with them, all of these were familiar rants. But then she launched into an account of how Bingtown had risen up against corrupt Chalcedian influence to free all the slaves within its borders and to offer them a chance to become full citizens of Bingtown. Bingtown would no longer allow slave ships to stop in its port, regardless of whether they were bound north to Chalced or south to Jamalia. By an agreement with Bingtown's new allies in the so-called Pirate Isles, slave ships that put into Bingtown were boarded, the cargo seized, and the slaves offered freedom. This disruption of the Chalcedian slave trade was a major area of conflict. It had brought into new prominence the old disagreement over where the Chalcedian-Bingtown border actually lay. In both of these areas, Cyrilla hoped that the Six Duchies would recognize the legitimacy of Bingtown's position. She knew that Shok's duchy welcomed escaped slaves to their lands as free men, and that Shok's had also suffered from Chalced's efforts to claim lands not rightfully part of that dukedom. Could she perhaps hope that the Six Duchies would grant what their previous envoys had proposed, to the most gracious and royal Queen Catrickan, an alliance and support for the war against Chalced? In return, Bingtown and her ally had much to offer the Six Duchies. Open trade with Bingtown and a share in Bingtown's favourable trade agreements with the so-called Pirate Isles could be of great benefit to all.
The gifts bestowed today represented but a small part of the spectrum of goods that would become available to the people of the Six Duchies. Queen Catricon heard her out gravely, but at the end of Cyrilla's speech she had offered nothing new to us. It was Chade, in his role as counsellor, who gravely pointed this out. The wonders of their trade goods were well known, and justifiably so, but not even for such wonders could the Six Duchies consider moving into war. He concluded his remarks with, "Our most gracious Queen Catricon must always consider first the well-being of our own folk. You know that our relations with Chalced are at best uneasy. Our grievances with them are many, and yet we have held our hands back from waging a full war with them on our own accounts. All know the saying, sooner or later there is always war with Chalced. They are a contentious folk, but war is expensive and disruptive. War later is almost always better than war now. Why should we risk provoking their full wrath on Bingtown's behalf?" Chade let the question hang for a moment, and then made it even plainer. "What do you offer the Six Duchies that will not eventually come to us, regardless of the outcome of this war of yours?" Several dukes in the back nodded sagely. All knew this was the trader way. All they understood was bargaining and trade. They expected Chade to haggle, and haggle he would.
"Most gracious Queen, noble Prince, wise counsellor, and lordly dukes and duchesses, we offer you—"
Cyrilla halted, obviously flustered by the directness of Chade's question.
"Our offer is a delicate one, perhaps best reviewed in private contemplation before you seek the agreement of your nobles. Perhaps it would be better—"
Cyrilla did not glance towards the nobles in the back of the room, but her pause was plain.
"Please, Cyrilla of Bingtown, speak plainly. Put your proposal before all of us, so that my nobles and my counsellors and I may discuss it freely together."
Cyrilla's eyes widened, almost in shock. I wondered what sort of place Jamalia was, that she was so surprised by my queen's forthright answer. While she floundered, the man with the parrot on his shoulder suddenly cleared his throat. Cyrilla shot him a warning look, but the man stepped forward anyway. "Most gracious Queen, if I may presume to address you directly." Catricon's response was almost puzzled.
"Of course. You are Trader Jorban, I believe."
He nodded gravely. "That is correct, most gracious Queen Catricon, ruler of all the 6 duchies and heir to the mountain throne." I felt uncomfortable for the young man as he strung the titles awkwardly together. Obviously such flowery address was new to him, but despite Cyrilla's angry glance, he was determined to forge ahead with it. "I believe you are a person, a queen, that is, who can appreciate directness. I have chafed under this delay, but now, hearing today that you have as little love for Chalced as we do, I dare to hope that you will be in favor of our proposition as soon as you hear it." He cleared his throat, then plunged on. "We come to you seeking to forge an alliance against a common enemy. We have had 3 years of war with Chalced. It has drained us, and our early hopes of a swift end to the conflict have faded. The Chalcedians are a stubborn folk. Every defeat we deal them only seems to make them more determined to injure us. They thrive on war. They love raiding and destruction as we do not. Bingtown needs peace to prosper, peace and free seas. We depend on trade, not just for our livelihoods, but for our most basic needs. Magic and wonders we may possess in Bingtown, and yet we cannot feed our children on that alone. We have no vast fields to grow grain and pasture cattle. Chalced would overrun us out of simple greed. They would kill us all to possess what we have, with no understanding of what that possessing requires of us. They will destroy what they seek in the very act of trying to possess it. What we have cannot be taken from us and still exist. It is—" The man's words shuddered to a halt like a ship run aground on a sandbar. Catricon waited for a time, as if offering him a chance to find his tongue, but the man only spread his hands open, wide and helpless. "I'm a trader and a sailor, ma'am. A most gracious queen." He appended the honorific as if he had suddenly recalled it. "I speak out of our need, and yet I do not explain myself well." "What do you ask, Trader Jorban?" Queen Catricon's question was simple, yet polite. Hope gleamed suddenly in the man's eyes, as if her directness reassured him. "We know that the folk of your Six Duchy hold a hard border with Chalced. You contain them, and your vigilance demands much of their attention." He turned suddenly to sweep a wide bow to the nobles in the back of the chamber. "For this we thank you." The Duke acknowledged his thanks with a grave nod. Trader Jorban turned back to the Queen. "But we must ask more than this. We ask your warships and warriors to pressure Chalced from your side, to harry and sink the ships that interfere in our trade with you. We would put an end to the generations of strife Chalced has forced on all of us." He drew a sudden breath. "We would subjugate that land completely, and end this ancient strife. If they will not abide as our neighbor, then let them accept our rule instead." Cyrilla the Gemalian suddenly interrupted.
"Trader Jorban, you go too far. Fair and gracious Queen Catricon, we come but to make suggestions, not to propose a conquest."
Jorban set his jaw and dived in as soon as Cyrilla fell silent. "I do not make a suggestion. I come to bargain with potential allies. I seek for an end to Chalced's endless war against us. I will speak plainly what is in my traders' hearts." His blue eyes glinted as he met Catricon's gaze. He spoke honestly, with passion. "Let us subjugate the Chalcedian states completely. Dividing their territory between us, all would gain. Bingtown would have arable land and an end to Chalcedian harassment. The Duke of Shokes could expand his holdings and have not an enemy at his back, but an ally and trading partner. Trade to the south would open wide for the Six Duchies." "Subjugate Chalced completely?" I could tell from Catricon's voice that she had never even considered it, that such a conquering ran counter to all her mountain ways, but in the back of the room the Duke of Shokes was grinning broadly. This was a war he would relish, a meal of vengeance long in the simmering for him. He overstepped himself, perhaps, when he lifted a fist and suggested, "Let us include the Duke of Faro in this partitioning, and perhaps your Lord Father, King Aod of the Mountains, would like a share of this, my queen. He, too, shares a boundary with Chalced, and from all accounts has never been too fond of them." "Peace, Shokes," she rebuked him, but it was a gentler shushing than I would have expected. Perhaps there was history there that I did not know. Just how bitterly did the Mountain Kingdom dispute its own border with Chalced? Did Catricon bring an older rancor to this conflict than I knew? Yet there was reserve as she replied to the Bingtown delegation. "You offer us a share of your war, as if it were trade goods we should covet. We do not. We have had a war, and even now we seek to make those former enemies our friends. Your war does not tempt us. You offer us Chalced's lands, if we defeat them. That is a distant and uncertain victory. Holding that territory might be more of a burden than an advantage. A conquered people are seldom content to accept foreign rule. You offer us free trade to the south if we achieve that victory. Yet Bingtown has ever courted open trade with us. I do not see that as a new gain. Again, I ask you, why should we even consider this?" I watched the Bingtown envoys exchange glances and smiled small to myself. So, a proposal to divide Chalced's territory was not the limit of their offer. But whatever it was that they held back, they would not part with it unless forced to it. I felt no sympathy. They should not have provoked Chade's curiosity as to how deep their purse might be. Trader Jorban made a small gesture with his hand, palm up, as if inviting someone else to succeed where he had failed in his bargaining. Then, as if by accord, the Bingtown merchant stepped aside, parting to let the shrouded man stand directly before the Queen. Some unspoken agreement had been reached amongst them. I swiftly revised my opinion of the hooded man. He was no servant. Perhaps none of them were, not even the woman with the slave tattoos. As the veiled man stepped suddenly forward, I winced, expecting some sort of attack. But all he did was to throw back his hood. His lace veil, attached to it, was swept away with it. I gasped at what was revealed, but others, shade amongst them, were less subtle.
"Ada, mercy!"
I heard the old assassin exclaim, and from the back of the hall there were exclamations of both horror and shock. The envoy was young, younger than Dutiful and Hap, though he was as tall. Scales rimmed his eyes and framed his mouth. They were not cosmetic. A fringe of shaggy growths depended from his jaw. He drew himself up very straight. I had thought his hood exaggerated his height. Instead, I saw now that the bones of his arms and legs were unnaturally long, yet somehow he still managed to convey grace rather than awkwardness. He looked directly at Catricon, uncowed by her position, and spoke in a boy's clear tenor. "My name is Selden Vestrit, of the Bingtown trader Vestrits fostered by the Cuprous family of the Rain-Wild traders." The second part of his introduction made no sense to me. No one lived in the Rain-Wilds. The lands adjacent to the river were all swamp and bog and morass. It was one reason that the boundary between Chalced and Bingtown had never been firmly set. The river and its swampy shores defied them both. But what the boy said next was even more outrageous. "You have heard Cyrilla, who speaks for the Council of Bingtown. There are others here who can speak for the tattooed, those once slaves and Bingtown citizens, and for the Bingtown traders and for our live ships. I speak for the Rain-Wild traders, but I also speak for Tintaglia, the last true dragon sworn to aid Bingtown in our time of need. Her words do I bear." A shiver ran over me at the dragon's name. I did not know why. "She is tired of Chalced's constant wrangling with her Bingtown folk. It distracts them and hinders them from another greater work that she has in mind for them. This war Chalced is intent on waging imperils a far greater destiny." He spoke as if he were not a man, with a contempt that dismissed petty human concerns. It was both chilling and inspiring. He swept us all with his eyes. I realized then that I had not imagined the faint bluish glow from his gaze. "Aid Bingtown in destroying Chalced and putting this war to an end, and Tintaglia will bestow on you her favor, and not only her favor but also the favor of her offspring, rapidly growing in size, beauty, and wisdom. Aid us, and one day the Six Duchies' legends of dragons rising to protect them will be replaced by the reality of a dragon ally." A stunned silence followed his words. I am sure they all misinterpreted it. Trader Jorban rashly grinned at what must have been the shock on Catricon's face, and dared to add, "I do not blame you for doubting us, but Tintaglia is real as I am. But for her need to tend her offspring, she would have made a swift end to Chalced's harassment of us years ago. Have not you heard rumors of the Battle of Trader Bay, and how a Bingtown dragon, silver and blue, swept forth to drive the Chalcedians from our shore? I was there that day, fighting to free our harbor of Chalcedians. Those rumors are neither fanciful exaggerations nor wild tales, but simplest truth. Bingtown possesses a rare and marvelous ally, the last true dragon in the world. Aid us in subduing Chalced, and she could be your ally as well." I do not think he expected his words to be spark to Catricon's tinder. I doubt he could understand how deeply her feelings for our Six Duchies dragons went. "The last true dragon?" she exclaimed. I heard the rustle of her gown as she shot to her feet. She strode down the steps to confront the Bingtown upstarts, stopping but one riser above them. My rational, gracious queen's voice grated with fury. It rose to fill the hall. "How dare you speak so?
How dare you dismiss the elderling dragons as legends? I have seen the skies jewelled with not one, but a horde of dragons that rose to the defence of the Six Duchies. I myself bestrode a dragon, the truest of them all, when he bore me back to Buckkeep Castle. There is not a grown person in this chamber who did not witness their wide wings over our waters, scattering the red ships that had harried us for so long. Do you insinuate our dragons were false somehow, in heart or deed? The boy may plead the excuse of his youth and inexperience, not just in that he probably was not even born when we fought our war, but that he has little training in the respect due to such creatures. You can plead only your ignorance of our history. The last true dragon, indeed.
I doubt that any insult to our queen's person would have provoked such an outraged reaction. No one there could know that it was her king, Verity, her love, whose honour she upheld. Even some of our own nobles looked startled to see their usually placid queen rebuke an envoy so sharply, but their surprise did not mean they disagreed with her. Heads nodded at her words, several of her dukes and duchesses came to their feet, and she, who represented Burns, set a hand to her sword. The scaled boy glanced around, mouth ajar with dismay, as Cyrilla rolled her eyes at his gaffe. The Bingtown contingent instinctively drew closer to one another. The scaled lad advanced a step closer to the queen. Chade made a motion to forbid it, but the boy merely dropped to one knee. He looked up at her as he spoke. I beg forgiveness if I have given offence. I speak only of what I know. As you have said, I am young, but it is Tintaglia who has told us, with great sadness, that she is the last true dragon in the world. If it were otherwise, I would rejoice to bring her these tidings. Please, let me see your dragons. Let me speak to them. I will explain to them her need. Catricken's shoulders were still rising and falling with the strength of her passion. She drew a quieter breath at last, and when she spoke, she was herself again. I bear no resentment against you for speaking of what you knew not. As for speaking to our dragons, it is out of the question. They are Six Duchies dragons, for the Six Duchies alone. Young sir, you presume too much, but you are young, and on that basis I forgive you. The boy remained as he was, on one knee, but not at all subservient, as he gazed up doubtfully at our queen. It was up to Chade to calm the room. He stepped forward to confront the Bingtown delegation. It is perhaps natural that you appear to doubt our queen's word, even as we doubt yours. The last true dragon, you say, but then you speak of her offspring. It sets my mind a puzzle. Why do you not consider them true dragons? If your dragon exists, why has not she come with you to show herself and give impetus to our decision to side with you? He swept them with his hard green gaze. My friends, there is something very peculiar about your offer. There is much you are not saying. Doubtless you believe your reasons for doing so are sound, but keeping your secrets may lose you not only an alliance, but also our respect. Weigh that bargain well. Even looking at his back, I knew that Chade pulled now at his chin, considering. He glanced over at the queen. Whatever he saw on her face made up his mind. Lords and ladies, I suggest we end this audience for the time being. Let our fair and gracious queen discuss your offer with her nobles. Chambers have been prepared for you. Enjoy our hospitality. I could hear the faint smile that came into his voice as he added, Any of the minstrels we have provided will be happy to enlighten you, in song or story, about the dragons of the Six Duchies. Perhaps when next we meet, all our tempers will be evened with song and rest. Dismissed so firmly, the Bingtown envoys could do little but withdraw. The Queen and Prince Dutiful departed next. Chade lingered amongst the nobles. He seemed to be arranging a time for all to sit down and discuss the Bingtown proposal. The Duke of Chokes was striding about, visibly excited, while the Duchess of Bairns stood tall and silent, her arms crossed before her breast, as if denying any interest at all. I leaned back from the peephole, letting the flap of leather fall. "Let us go," I whispered to the fool, and he nodded in silent agreement. I took up our candle again, and we negotiated the narrow warren of rat-runs that threaded Buckkeep's walls. I did not take him directly back to my chamber, but instead stopped at Chade's old tower room. Immediately inside the room, the fool halted. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then took a deep breath. "It has not changed much since the last time I was here," he said in a choked voice. I used my candle to kindle the waiting ones on the table. I added another piece of wood to the coals on the hearth. "I imagine Chade brought you here the night King Shrewd was murdered." He nodded slowly. "I had encountered Chade before and conversed with him over the years. The first time I met him was shortly after I came to King Shrewd. Chade would come by night to speak with the king. Sometimes they played dice together. Did you know that? Mostly they sat by the fire and drank fine brandy and talked of whatever danger was currently confronting the kingdom. That was how I first heard of your existence, in a fireside conversation between those two. My heart pounded until I thought I would faint as I understood what their words meant to me. They scarcely noticed me listening. They thought me but a child, perhaps lacking in true wit, and I had taken care initially to appear to have little mastery of your language." He shook his head to himself. "Such a strange time in my life. So significant and portentous, and yet, sheltered by King Shrewd, it was the closest I ever came to having a true childhood." I found 2 cups and Chade's current bottle of brandy. I set them out at the table and poured for us. The fool lifted an eye to that. "This early in the day?" I shrugged. "It seems later to me than it is, perhaps. My day started early, with Hap." I sat down heavily as that particular worry weighed my heart again. "Fool, do you ever long to go back in your life and do something differently?" He took his seat but did not touch the glass. "All men do. It's a foolish game we play. What troubles you, Fitz?" And I told him, pouring out my heart as if I were a child, giving him all my fears and disappointments to sort, as if somehow he could make sense of them for me. "I look back, fool, and sometimes it seems that the times when I was most certain I was doing the right thing were when I made my gravest errors. Hunting down Justin and Serene and killing them before the assembled dukes after they had assassinated my king. Look what that did to us. The cascade of events that followed." He nodded to that. "And?" he prompted me as I poured more brandy for myself. I drank it off. "And bedding with Molly," I said. I sighed, but felt no easing. "It seemed so right, so sweet and true and precious. The only thing in my world that belonged completely to me. But if I had not—" He waited for me. If I had not got her with child, she would not have left Buckkeep to hide her pregnancy. Even when I made my other stupid mistake, she would have been able to take care of herself. Burrick would not have felt that he had to go to her to watch over her until her child was born. They would not have fallen in love. They would not have married. When, after the dragons, I could have come back to her. I could have something now. I wasn't weeping. This was pain past weeping. The only thing new about this was admitting it aloud to myself. I brought it all down on myself. It was all my own doing. He leaned across the table to set his long, cool hand atop mine. "It's a foolish game, Fitz," he said softly, "and you attribute too much power to yourself and too little to the sweep of events, and to Molly. If you could go back and erase those decisions, who knows what others would take their places? Give it over, Fitz. Let it go. What Hap does now is not a punishment for what you did in the past. You didn't cause him to make this choice, but that doesn't free you from your duties as a father, to try to turn him aside from that path. Do you think because you made that same decision, it disqualifies you from telling him it was a mistake?" He took a breath, then asked, "Have you ever considered telling him about Molly and Nettle?" No, I can't." "Oh, Fitz, secrets and things held back. His voice trailed away sorrowfully. "Such as Bingtown's dragons?" I said levelly. He lifted his hand from mine. "What?" "We were drinking that night, and you told me a story about serpents that went into butterfly cocoons and came out as dragons. But for some reason they came out small and sickly. You thought somehow it was your fault." He leaned back in his chair. He looked more sallow than golden. "We had been drinking. A lot. Yes, we had. You were drunk enough to talk, but I was still sober enough to listen." I waited, but he just sat quietly looking at me. "Well?" I demanded at last. "What do you want to know?" he asked in a low voice. "Tell me about Bingtown's dragons. Are they real?" I sat and watched him reach some decision. Then he sat up and poured more brandy for us both. He drank. "Yes. As real as the Six Duchies dragons were, but in a different way." "How?" He took a breath. "Long, long ago we argued this, remember? I said that at one time there had to have been dragons of flesh and bone to inspire skill coteries to create dragons of stone and memory. That was years ago. I barely recall the conversation. You don't need to. All you need to know is that I was right." A smile flickered across his face. "Once, Fitz, there were real dragons. The dragons that inspired the Elderlings." "The dragons were the Elderlings," I contradicted him. He smiled. "You are right, Fitz, but not in the way you think you mean those words, I think. It is a shattered mirror I am still reassembling. The dragons you and I awoke, the Six Duchies dragons, they were created things, carved by coteries or elderlings. The memory stone took on the shapes they gave it and came to life, as dragons, or as winged boars, or flying stags, or as girl on a dragon." He was putting it together almost too swiftly for me to follow. I nodded nonetheless. "Go on." "Why did elderlings make those stone dragons and store their lives in them? Because they were inspired by real dragons. Dragons that, like butterflies, have 2 stages to their lives. They hatch from eggs into sea serpents. They roam the seas, growing to a vast size, and when the time is right, when enough years have passed that they have attained a dragon size, they migrate back to the home of their ancestors. The adult dragons would welcome them and escort them up the rivers. There they spin their cocoons of sand, sand that is ground memory stone, and their own saliva. In times past, adult dragons helped them spin those cases, and with the saliva of the adult dragons went their memories to aid in the formation of the young dragons. For a full winter they slumbered and changed, as the grown dragons watched over them to protect them from predators. In the hot sunlight of summer they hatched, absorbing much of their cocoon casing as they did so. Absorbing, too, the memories stored in it. Young dragons emerged, full-formed and strong, ready to fend for themselves, to eat and hunt and fight for mates, and eventually to lay eggs on a distant island, the island of the others. Eggs that would hatch into serpents. As he spoke, I could almost see it. Perhaps my dreams had primed me to it. How often in my sleep had I imagined what it would be to be a dragon as Verity had become, to fly the skies, to hunt and to feed. Something in his words reached those dreams, and they suddenly seemed true memories of my own, rather than the imaginings of sleep. He had fallen silent. "Tell the rest," I prodded him. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Something killed them. Long ago. I don't know exactly what. Some great cataclysm of the earth that buried whole cities in a matter of days. It sank the coast, drowning harbour towns, and changed the courses of rivers. It wiped out the dragons, and I think it killed the elderlings as well. All of that is a surmise, Fitz. Not just from what I have seen and heard, but from what you have told me, and from what I have read in your journals. That empty, riven city you visited, your own vision there of a dragon landing in the river, and of a strangely formed folk who greeted it. Once, those people and dragons lived alongside one another. When the disaster came that ended them both, the folk tried to save some of the cocooned dragons. They dragged them into their buildings, the dragon cocoons and the people were buried alive together. The people perished, but inside the cocoons, untouched by the light and warmth that would signal a time of awakening, the half-formed dragons lingered on. Rapt as a child, I listened to his wild tale. Eventually, another folk found them. The Rainwild traders, an offshoot of the Bingtown traders, dug into the ancient buried cities seeking treasure. Much did they find there. Much of what you saw today, offered as gifts to Catrichan, the flame gems, the jidzin, even the fabric, is the trove of those elderling dwellings. They also found the cocoon dragons. They had no idea that was what they were, of course. They thought... who knows what they thought at first? Perhaps they seemed like massive sections of tree trunks, so they referred to it. Wizard wood. They cut them up and used the cases as lumber, discarding the half-formed dragons within. That is the material they made their live ships from, and those strange vessels have the roots of their vitality in the dragons they would have been. Most of the half-formed dragons were dead, I suspect, long before their cocoons were cut up. But one, at least, was not, and a chain of events that I am not fully privy to exposed that dragon cocoon to sunlight. It hatched. Tintaglia emerged, weak and badly formed. I was trying to connect this tale with what he had told me previously. No, hale and hearty. And as arrogant a creature as you would ever wish to encounter, she went searching for others of her own kind. Eventually she gave up looking for dragons. Instead, she found serpents. They were old and immense for, and again I speculate, Fitz, for whatever cataclysm that had destroyed the adult dragons had changed the world enough to prevent the serpents from returning to their cocooning grounds. Decade after decade, perhaps century after century, they had made periodic attempts to return, only to have many of their number perish. But this time, with Tintaglia to guide them and the folk of Bingtown to dredge the rivers so they could pass, some of the serpents survived their migration. In the midst of winter, they made their cases. They were old and weakened and sickly, and had but one dragon to shepherd them and help them spin their cases. Many perished on their journey up the river. Others sank into dormancy in their cases, never to revive. When summer came, those that hatched in the strength of the sunlight emerged as weaklings. Perhaps the serpents were too old, perhaps they did not spend enough time in their cocoons, perhaps they were not in good enough condition when they began their time of change. They are pitiable creatures. They cannot fly, nor hunt for themselves. They drive Tintaglia to distraction, for the dragon way is to despise weakness, to let perish those not strong enough to survive. But if she lets them die, then she will be completely alone, forever, the last of her kind, with no hope of rekindling her race. So Tintaglia spends all her time and energy in hunting for them and bringing kills back to them. She believes that if she can feed them sufficiently, they may yet mature to full dragons. She wishes, nay, she demands, that the Rainwild traders aid her in this, that they have young of their own to feed, and a war that hinders them in their trading. So they all struggle. So it was when last I was on the Rainwild River 2 years ago. So I suspect it remains. I sat for a time, not speaking, trying to fit his exotic tale into my mind. I could not doubt him. He had told me far too many other strange things in our years together, and yet believing him made so many of my own experiences suddenly take on new shapes and significance. I tried to focus on what his tale meant to Bingtown and the Six Duchies now. Do Chade and Catrichan know any of what you've told me? Slowly he shook his head. At least, not from me. Perhaps Chade has other sources, but I've never spoken of this to him. Ada and Elle, why not? They treat with the Bingtowners blindly, fool. A worse thought struck me. Did you tell any of them about our dragons? Do the Bingtown traders know the true nature of the Six Duchies dragons? Again he shook his head. Thank Ada for that. But why haven't you spoken of these things to Chade? Why have you concealed them from everyone? He sat looking at me silently for so long that I thought he would not answer. When he did speak, it was reluctantly. I am the White Prophet. My purpose in this life is to set the world into a better path, yet I am not the catalyst, not the one who makes changes. That is you, Fitz. Telling what I know to Chade would most definitely change the direction of his treating with the Bingtowners. I cannot tell if that change would aid me or hinder me in what I must do. I am, right now, more uncertain of my path than I have ever been." He stopped speaking and waited, as if he hoped I would say something helpful. I knew nothing to say. Silence stretched between us. The fool folded his hands in his lap and looked down at them. I think that I may have made a mistake in Bingtown, and I fear that in my years in Bingtown and other places, that I did not fulfill my destiny correctly. I fear I went awry, and that hence all I do now will be warped. He suddenly sighed. "Fitz, I feel my way forward through time, not a step at a time, but from moment to moment. What feels truest? Up until now, it has not felt right to speak of these things to Chade, so I have not. Today, now, it felt as if it was time you knew these things. So I have told them to you. To you, I have passed on the decision, to tell or not to tell, Changer. That is up to you." It felt odd to have Night Eye's name for me spoken aloud by a human voice. It prodded me uncomfortably. "Is this how you always have made these crucial decisions, by how you feel?" My tone was sharper than I intended, but he did not flinch. Instead, he regarded me levelly and asked, "And how else would I do it?" "By your knowing. By omens and signs, portentous dreams, by your own prophecies. I don't know. But something more than simply by how you feel. Else balls, man, it could be no more than a bad serving of fish that you're feeling." I lowered my face into my hands and pondered. He had passed the decision on to me. What would I do? It suddenly seemed a more difficult decision than when I had been rebuking the fool for not telling. How would knowing these things affect Chade's attitude towards Bingtown and a possible alliance? Real dragons. Was a share of a real dragon worth a war? What would it mean not to ally if the Bingtowners prevailed and then had a phalanx of dragons at their command? Tell Catricon? Then there were the same questions, but very different answers were likely. A sigh blasted out of me. "Why did you give this decision to me?" I felt his hand on my shoulder and looked up to find his odd half-smile. "Because you have handled it well before, when I've previously done it to you. Ever since I went hunting for a boy out in the gardens and told him, 'Fitz fixes a feast's Fitz. Fact suffices.'" I goggled at him. "But you told me you had a dream, and so come to tell me it." He smiled enigmatically. "I did have a dream, and I wrote it down. When I was 8 years old, and when the time felt right, I told it to you. And you knew what to do with it, to be my catalyst even then. As I trust you will now." He sat back in his chair. I had no idea of what I was doing then, no concept of how far the consequences would reach. "And now that you do?" "I wish I didn't. It makes it harder to decide." He leaned back in his chair with a supercilious smile. "See?" Then he leaned forward suddenly. "How did you decide how to act back then in the garden, on what you would do?" I shook my head slowly. "I didn't decide. There was a course of action, and I took it. If anything decided me, it was based on what I thought would be best for the Six Duchies. I never thought beyond that." I turned my head an instant before the wine rack moved, revealing the passage behind it. Chade entered. He looked out of breath and harassed. His eyes fell on the brandy. Without a word, he walked to the table, lifted my glass, and drained it. Then he took a breath and spoke. "I thought I might find you two hiding out here." "Scarcely hiding," I objected. "We were having a quiet discussion where we were sure things would remain private." I got up from my chair, and he sank into it gratefully. Evidently he had hastened up the secret steps into the tower. "Would that Catricon and I had kept our audience with the Bingtown traders similarly private. Folk are already talking, and the kettle already simmering, about whether or not to ally with them and join their war with Chalced. Let me guess. Shokes is willing to launch the warships tomorrow." "Shokes I could deal with," Chade replied irritably. "No, it's more awkward than that. Scarcely had Catrichan returned to her chambers, scarcely had we begun to sort out between us what Bingtown is really asking and offering, than a page knocked at the door. Pyotr Blackwater and the Narcheska required an immediate meeting with us. Not requested, required." He paused to let us ponder that. The message was conveyed most urgently. So, what could we do but comply? The Queen feared that the Narcheska had taken some new offence at something Dutiful had done or said, but when they were admitted to her private audience chamber, Pyotr informed us that he and the Narcheska were most distressed that the Six Duchies was receiving the ambassadors from the Bingtown traders. They both seemed extremely agitated. But the most interesting part was when Pyotr declared firmly that if the Six Duchies entered into any sort of alliance with those dragon breeders, he would terminate the entire betrothal. Pyotr Blackwater and the Narcheska came to you about this, not Archon Bloodblade, I clarified. At almost the same moment the fool asked with intense interest, "Dragon breeders? Blackwater called them dragon breeders." Chade glanced from one to the other of us. "Bloodblade wasn't there," he replied to me, and to the fool, "Actually, it was the Narcheska who used that term." "What did the Queen say?" I asked. Chade took in a long breath. I had hoped she would say that we needed a moment to confer, but evidently Catrichan felt more short-tempered about the previous day's humiliation of Prince Dutiful than I thought. Sometimes I forget she is a mother as well as a queen. She rather stiffly told the Narcheska and her uncle that the Six Duchies' arrangements with the Bingtown traders will be determined by the Six Duchies' best interests, not by threats from anyone. And they left the audience chamber. The Narcheska seemed in high dudgeon, walking stiff-backed as a soldier. Blackwater hunched like a man heavily burdened. "They're scheduled to return to the Out Islands soon, aren't they?" Chade nodded heavily. "A few days from now. All of this happens just in time to leave everything out of balance. If the Queen does not return an answer to the Bingtowners soon, then when the Narcheska departs, the whole betrothal will be left in uncertainty. All of that work to solidify our relations gone to waste or worse. Yet I feel there must be no haste in returning an answer to the Bingtown traders. This whole offer must be considered carefully. This talk of dragons, is this a threat? A mockery of our dragons? A wild offer to us, or something that doesn't even exist because they need our help so desperately? I need to make sense of that. I need to send spies and buy information. We dare not return an answer until we have our own sources of facts." The fool and I exchanged a glance. "What?" Chade demanded. I took a deep breath and threw caution to the wind. "I need to speak with you and the Queen, and perhaps Dutiful should be present as well." Chapter 12. Jek. I am no coward. I have always accepted the will of the God-born. More than a dozen times has my life been put at the feet of Duke Sidda, for the good of glorious Chalced. None of those risks do I regret. But when the most gracious and divinely just Duke Sidda finds fault with us for failing to hold Bingtown Harbour, he is unfortunately basing his judgment on the reports of men who were not there. Hence, our most gracious and divinely just Duke cannot be faulted in any way for coming to flawed conclusions. Herewith I endeavour to correct those reports. Scribe Wertin wrote that a fleet of seasoned battleships was defeated and driven away by slaves and fishermen. This is not the case. Slaves and fishermen were, indeed, responsible for much treachery against our ships, done in secret and under cover of darkness rather than in true battle. But as our captains had not been given warning that the Bingtown traders might have such organized forces at their disposal, why would we be expected to be on guard against them? I think the fault here lies not with our captains, but with those Bingtown emissaries, scribes and accountants, not warriors, who neglected to keep us well informed. Hanging is too kind for them. Many brave warriors died unworthy deaths due to their laxity in reporting. Scribe Wertin also suggests that perhaps treasure was loaded from the warehouses before they were destroyed, and that individual captains kept it for themselves following our defeat. This is most emphatically not true. The warehouses, stuffed with the spoils our assiduous treasure collecting had gathered for you, were burned to the ground with all their contents by Bingtown fanatics. Why is this so hard for scribes to believe? There were also reports of Bingtown folk who killed their kinfolk and themselves rather than face our raiders. In consideration of our reputations, I think this can be taken as fact. But Scribe Wertin's gravest and most unjust error is his denial of the existence of the dragon. May I ask, most courteously and humbly, on what he bases this report? Every captain who returned to our shores reported sightings of a blue and silver dragon. Every captain. Why are their words dismissed as cowardly excuses, while the tales of a soft eunuch are heralded as truth? There was indeed a dragon. We took disastrous damage from it. Your scribe fatuously states that there is no proof of this, that the reports of the dragons are the excuses of cowards for fleeing a certain victory, and perhaps a subterfuge for keeping treasure and tribute from Duke Sidda. What proof, I ask, could be sought that is more telling than those hundreds of men who never returned home? Captain Slyke's rebuttal of his execution verdict. Chade Falstar's translation from the Chalcedian. It was hours later when I wearily climbed the stairs back to Lord Golden's room. I had had a long audience with the Queen and Chade. Chade had declined to summon Prince Dutiful to attend it. He knows that we know one another, you and I, of old, but I don't think we would be wise to strengthen that connection in his mind. Not just yet. On reflection, I decided that perhaps I agreed with him. Chade was technically my great-uncle, though I had never related to him that way. Always he had been my mentor. Old as he was and scarred as I was, we still shared some family resemblance. Dutiful had already voiced his suspicions that I was related to him. Best that he did not see us together and gain strength for any of his theories. My session with Chade and the Queen had been long. Chade had never before had the opportunity to have both of us in the same room while he questioned us about the true nature of the Six Duchies dragons. He sipped one of his foul tisanes and took copious notes until his bony hand wearied. After that, he passed the pen to me and commanded me to write as we spoke. As ever, his questions were concise and thoughtful. What was new in his demeanour was his obvious enthusiasm and fervour. For him, the wonder of the stone dragons brought to life with blood, skill, and wit were a manifestation of the extended powers of the skill. I saw hunger in his eyes as he speculated that perhaps men seeking to avoid death's cold jaws had first worked this magic. Catrican frowned at that. I surmised that she preferred to believe that the stone dragons had been created by skill coteries in the hope of serving the Six Duchies some day. She probably believed that the older dragons had likewise been carved for some loftier goal. When I countered this with the concept that a skill addiction led one to the creation, they both scowled at me. I had been scowled at a great deal. My relaying of the information about the Bingtown dragons was treated first with scepticism, and then annoyance that I had not spoken sooner. Why I shielded the fool from their disapproval I could not have said. I did not lie directly. Chade had trained me too well for that. Instead, I let them think that he had told me his tales of Bingtown dragons when first he came to visit me. I took upon myself the responsibility that I had not passed the knowledge on to them. I shrugged, and said carelessly that I had not thought such tales could affect us here in Buckkeep. I did not have to add that it seemed a wild story to me then. Both of them were still teetering on whether they accepted it. "It puts our own dragons into a new light," Catrican mused softly. And makes the veiled man's remarks a bit less offensive, I ventured to add. Perhaps, though I still feel affront that he dared to doubt our dragons were real. Chade cleared his throat. We must let that pass for now, my queen. Last year I came into possession of some papers that spoke of a dragon defending Bingtown from the Chalcedian fleet. It seemed but a wild battle tale to me, such as men often use to excuse defeat. I surmised that the rumours of our real dragons had led the Chalcedians to pretend themselves defeated by a Bingtown dragon rather than simple strategy. Perhaps I should have heeded it. I will see what other information I can purchase. But for now, let us consider our own resources. He cleared his throat and stared at me, as if he suspected me of withholding vital information. The buried cities the fool told you about, could they be related to the abandoned city that you visited? Chade pushed the question in as if it were more important than the Queen's comment about affront. I shrugged. I have no way of knowing. The city I visited was not buried. Some great cataclysm had riven it true. It was like a cake chopped with an axe, and the water of the river had flowed in to fill the chasm. What cracks the earth in one city could have precipitated a sinking of the ground in another? Chade speculated aloud. Or wakened a mountain to wrath, Catrican put in. We have many such tales in the mountain kingdom. The earth quakes, and one of the fire mountains awakes to pour forth lava and ash, sometimes darkening the sky and filling the air with choking smoke. Sometimes it is only a slurry of water and muck and stones that cascade down, filling valleys to the brim and spreading out across plains. There are also tales, not that old, of a town in a valley near a deep lake. The day before the earthquake, all was well there. It bustled with life. Travellers arriving there 2 days after the quake found folk dead in the street. Yes, and their beasts beside them. None of the bodies bore any marks. It was as if they had simply dropped where they stood. A silence had followed her words. Then Chade had made me recite yet again all the fool had told me of the Bingtown dragons. He had asked me a number of questions about the Six Duchies dragons, most of which I did not know the answers to. Could there be serpent-born dragons among the dragons I woke? If Bingtown's serpent-born dragons rose against the Six Duchies, did I think our dragons could be persuaded to rise and protect us again? Or would they side with their scaly kin? And speaking of scales, what of the lizardish boy? Did the fool know aught of people of that kind? When finally they dismissed me so that they might deliberate together, I felt sure that several meals must have passed me by. I left Catrican's private chambers by secret ways, emerged from my own room to find Lord Golden absent from his chambers, and went down to scavenge the kitchens for whatever I could find. The bustle and clatter was intense, and I found myself firmly refused entrance. I retreated, and then made a foray into the guardsman's hall, where I secured bread, meat, cheese, and ale, which were all I really needed to content my soul anyway. As I climbed the stairs, I was wondering if I could steal a moment or two of sleep while Lord Golden and the rest of the Buckkeep nobility were at dinner with the Bingtown contingent. I knew I should dress and descend, to stand at his shoulder and watch how the evening proceeded, but I felt I had already taken in as much information as my mind could hold. I had passed on the information to Catrican and Chade. Let them deal with it. My dilemma with Hap still impaled my heart. I could think of no course of action that would better it. Sleep, I told myself firmly. Sleep would shield me for a time from all of it, and upon waking perhaps some aspect of it would have become clear. I tapped at Lord Golden's chamber door and entered. As I did so, a young woman stood up from one of the hearthside chairs. I glanced about the room, assuming that Lord Golden must have admitted her, but saw no sign of him. Perhaps he was in one of his other chambers, though it seemed unlike him to leave a guest unattended. Nor did I see food or wine set out, as he certainly would have done. She was a striking woman. It was not just her extravagant garb, it was the sheer scale of her. She was at least my height, with long blonde hair and light brown eyes, and a warrior's muscling in her arm and shoulders. Her clothing was chosen to emphasize that last feature. Her black boots came to her knees, and she wore leggings rather than skirts. Her shirt was of ivory linen, and her fancifully decorated vest of soft doeskin. The sleeves of the shirt were pleated, and there was lace at the cuff, but not enough to get in her way. The cut of the garments was simple, but the extravagance of the fabrics was only exceeded by the embroidery that graced them. She wore several earrings in each ear, some of wood and some of gold. In the spiralling wooden ones I recognized the fool's handiwork. There was gold at her throat, and on her wrists as well, but it was simple gold, and I would wager she wore it more for her own pleasure than for show. She bore a plain sword on one hip, and a practical knife on the other. In the first moment of mutual surprise, her gaze met mine. Then her stare wandered over me in a way that was overly familiar. When her eyes came back to mine, she grinned disarmingly. Her teeth were very white. "You must be Lord Golden." She extended a hand to me as she strode towards me. Despite her foreign dress, her accent was Shoke's Duchy. "I'm Jack. Perhaps Amber has spoken of me." I took her hand by reflex. "I'm sorry, my lady, but you are mistaken. I am Lord Golden's serving-man, Tom Badgerlock." Her grip was firm, her hand calloused and strong. "I am sorry I was not here to admit you when you first arrived. I had not realized Lord Golden was expecting a visitor. May I bring you anything?" She gave a shrug and released my hand as she walked back to the chair. "Lord Golden isn't exactly expecting me. I came looking for him, and a servant directed me here. I knocked, no answer, so I came in to wait." She seated herself, crossed her legs at the knee, and then asked with a knowing grin, "So, how is Amber?" Something was not right here. I glanced at the other closed doors. "I know no one named Amber. How did you get in?" I stood between her and the door. She looked formidable, but her clothing and hair were unruffled. If she had done any damage to the fool, she'd likely show some signs of a struggle, nor was anything in the room awry. "I opened the door and walked in. It wasn't locked." "That door is always locked." I tried to make my contradiction pleasant, but I was becoming more and more worried. "Well, it wasn't today, Tom, and I have important business with Lord Golden. As I am well known to him, I doubt he would mind my entering his rooms. I've conducted a lot of business on his behalf in the last year or so, with Amber as the go-between." She tilted her head and rolled her eyes at me. "And I don't believe for a minute that you don't know Amber." She cocked her head the other way and stared at me discriminatingly. Then she grinned. "You know, I like you better with brown eyes, much more becoming than the blue ones Paragon has." As I stared at her in consternation, her grin grew wider. It was like being stalked by a large, overly friendly cat. I sensed no animosity from her. Rather, it was as if she suppressed mirth and deliberately strove to make me uncomfortable, but in a friendly, teasing way. I could make no sense of her. I tried to decide if it would be better to eject her from the room or detain her here until Lord Golden returned. More and more I longed to open the door to his bedchamber and privy to be sure that no treachery had befallen him in my absence. With sudden relief I heard his key in the lock. I strode to the door and opened it for him, proclaiming before he stepped in, "Lord Golden, a visitor awaits you, a Lady Jack. She says this is a—" Before I could get any further in my warning speech, he pushed past me in a most uncharacteristic hurry. He shut the door behind him, as if Lady Jack were a puppy that might race out into the corridor, and latched it before he turned towards her. His face was as pale as I'd seen it in years as he confronted his unexpected guest. "Lord Golden!" Jack exclaimed. For a long moment she stared. Then she burst into hearty laughter, pounding a double fist against her thigh. "But of course, Lord Golden! How could I not have guessed? I should have seen through it from the start." She advanced on him, completely confident of a warm welcome, to hug him heartily, and then stepped back. As she gripped him by the shoulders, her delighted gaze wandered over his face and hair. To me, he looked dazed, but her grin didn't fade. "It's marvellous. If I didn't know, I never would have guessed. But I don't understand. Why is this ruse necessary? Doesn't it make it difficult for the two of you to be together?" She glanced from him to me, and it was apparent the question was addressed to both of us. Her implication was obvious, although I could not fathom her reference to a ruse. I felt the rush of heat and colour to my face. I waited for Lord Golden to make some clarifying remark to her, but he held his silence. The look I wore must have shocked her, for she turned her gaze back to Lord Golden. She spoke uncertainly. "Amber, my friend, aren't you glad to see me?" Lord Golden's face seemed immobilized. His jaws moved, and then he finally spoke. His voice was low and calm, but still seemed somewhat breathless. "Tom Badgerlock, I have no further need of your services today. You are dismissed." Never had it been harder for me to remain in my role, but I sensed desperation in his retreat into formality, so I clenched my teeth and bowed stiffly, containing my seething affront at Jack's obvious assumption about us. My own voice was icy as I answered him. "As you will, my lord. I will take the opportunity to rest." I turned and retreated to my own chamber. As I passed the table, I took a candle. I opened my door, went into my room, and shut the door behind me. Almost. I am not proud of what I did next. Shall I blame it on Chade's early training of me? I could, but that would not be honest. I burned with indignation. Jack obviously believed Lord Golden and I were lovers. He had not bothered to correct her misconception. Her words and manner told me that he was the source of it. To some end of his own, he allowed her to continue in that belief. It was the way Jack had looked at me, as if she knew far more about me than I knew of her. Obviously she knew Lord Golden, but from another place and by another name. I was sure I had never seen her before. So whatever she knew of me, she knew from the fool. I justified my spying on the grounds that I had the right to know what he had said about me to strangers, especially when it made a stranger look from him to me and smile in a way so knowing and so offensive. What things had he said about me to her, to make her assume such a thing? Why? Why would he? Outrage struggled to blossom in me, but I suppressed it. There would be a reason, some driving purpose behind such talk. There had to be. I would trust my friend, but I had a right to know what it was. I set the candle on my table, sat down on my bed, and gripped my hands in my lap, forcing myself to discard all emotion. And no matter how distasteful my situation, I would be rational in my judgment. I listened. Their conversation came faintly to my straining ears.
"What are you doing here? Why didn't you let me know you were coming?"
There was more than surprise or annoyance in the fool's voice. It was almost despair.
"How could I let you know?" Jack demanded cheerfully. "The Chalcedians keep sinking all the ships that head this way. From the few letters I've received from you, it's obvious that half my own have gone awry." Then, "So, admit it. You are Lord Golden." "Yes." He sounded exasperated. "And it is the only name I am known by in Buckkeep, so I would thank you to bear that in mind at all times." "But you told me that you went to visit your old friend, Lord Golden, and that all my correspondence to you must be sent through him. And what of all the transactions I've made in Bingtown and Jamalia? All the inquiries I've made and the information I've sent you? Were all of those actually for you as well?" He spoke tightly. "If you must know, yes." And then pleadingly, "Jack, you look at me as if I've betrayed you. I haven't. You are my friend, and I was not pleased to deceive you, but it was necessary. This ruse, as you put it, all of this, is necessary. And I cannot explain why to you, nor can I tell you the whole of it. I can only repeat to you it is necessary. You hold my life in your hands. Tell this tale in a tavern some night, and you might as well have slit my throat now." I heard the sound of Jack's body dropping into a chair. When she spoke, there was a trace of hurt in her voice. "You deceived me, and now you insult me. After all we've been through, do you really doubt my ability to hold my tongue?" "I did not set out to do either," said someone. And the hair on the back of my neck rose, for the voice was neither Lord Golden's nor the fool's. This voice was lighter and devoid of any Jamalian accent. Amber's voice, I surmised.
Yet another facade for the person I thought I knew. It is just... You have taken me by surprise and frightened me badly. I entered this room and there you were, grinning as if it were a fine joke when actually you... Oh, Jack, I cannot explain it. I simply must trust to our friendship and to all we have been through together, all we have been to one another. You have stumbled into my play, and now I fear you must take up a role in it. For the duration of your visit you must speak to me as if I am truly Lord Golden, and as if you are my agent in Bingtown and Jamalia. That's easy enough for me to do, for such I have been. And you speak truly when you say we are friends. It hurts me still that you thought any of this deception was needed between us. Still, I suppose I can forgive it. But I wish I understood it. When your man, this Tom Badgerlock, when he came in and I recognized his face, I was filled with joy for you. I watched you carve that figurehead. Don't deny to me what you feel for him. They are reunited at last, I thought to myself. But then you bark at him and send him off as if he were a servant. Lord Golden's serving man, in fact, is what he told me he was. Why the masquerade, when it must be so difficult for both of you? A long silence followed. I heard no sound of footsteps, but I recognized the chink of a bottle's neck against a glass's lip. I guessed that he poured wine for both of them as Jack and I awaited his answer. It is difficult for me, the fool replied in Amber's voice. It is not so difficult for him because he knows little of it. There. Fool that I am, and have been, truly, to have ever let that secret have breath to anyone, let alone shape. Such a monstrous vanity on my part. Monstrous! Immense! You carved a ship's figurehead in his likeness, and hoped no one would ever guess what he meant to you. Ah, my friend, you manage everyone's lives and secrets so well that when it comes to your own, well, and he doesn't even know that you love him. I think he chooses not to. Perhaps he suspects, well, after chatting with you, I am certain he suspects now, but he leaves it alone. He is like that. Then he's a damned fool. A handsome damned fool, though. Despite the broken nose, I'll wager he was even prettier before that happened. Who spoiled his face? A small sound, a little cough of laughter. My dear Czech, you've seen him. No one could spoil his face, not for me. A pretty little sigh. But come, I'd rather not talk of it, if you don't mind. Let me talk of other things. How is Paragon? Paragon, the ship, or the pirate princeling? Both, please. Well, of the heir to the pirate island's throne, I know little more than what is common gossip. He's a lively, lusty boy, the image of King Canute, and his mother's delight. The whole Raven fleet's delight in Darling, actually. That's his middle name, you know. Prince Paragon Raven Ludluck. And the ship? Moody as ever, but in a different way. It's not that dangerous melancholy he used to sink into, more like the angst of a young man who fancies himself a poet. For that reason, I find it much more annoying to be around him when he's moping. Of course, it's not entirely his fault. Althea's pregnant, and the ship obsesses about the child. Althea's pregnant? This Amber took a woman's delight in such tidings. Yes, Jack confirmed, and she's absolutely furious about it, despite Brashen walking on air and choosing a new name for the child every other day. In fact, I think that's half of why she's so irritable. They were wed in the Rainwild Traders' Concourse. I wrote to you about that, didn't I? I think it was more to placate Malta, who seemed humiliated by her sister's cavalier attitude towards her arrangement with Brashen, than for any desire on Althea's part to be married. And now she's with child, and puking her guts up every dawn and spitting at Brashen whenever he gets solicitous. She must have known that eventually she'd get with child. I doubt it. They're slow to conceive, those traders, and half the time they can't carry the calf to term. Her sister Malta's lost 2 already. I think that's part of Althea's anger. that if she knew she'd have a baby to show for all the puking and cramps, she might accept it gracefully, even welcome it. But her mother wants her to come home to have it, and the ship insists the babe will be born on his decks, and Brashen would let her give birth in a tree, so long as he had a baby to dandle and brag over afterwards. The constant stream of advice and suggestions just leaves her spitting mad. That's what I told Brashen. Just stop talking to her about it, I said to him. Pretend you don't notice and treat her as you always have. And he said, how am I to do that when I'm watching her belly rub the lines when she tries to run the rigging? But, of course, she was just around the corner when he said that, and she overheard him, and liked to burn his ears off with the names she called him. And so they went on, gossiping together like good wives at market. They discussed who was pregnant and who was not but wished to be, doings at the Gemalian harbours and courts, politics of the pirate islands and Bingtown's war with Chalced. If I had not known who was in the other room, I would not have guessed. Amber bore no resemblance to Lord Golden or the Fool. The change was that complete. And that was the second thing that scalded me that evening. Not just that he had spoken of me to strangers in such detail that Jack could recognise me and believe I was his lover, but that there still remained a life or lives of his about which I had no knowledge. Strange how being left out of a secret always feels like a betrayal of trust. I sat alone by the light of my candle and wondered who, in truth, the fool was. I scraped together in a small heap all the tiny hints and clues that I had gathered over the years and considered them. I had put my life in his hands any number of times. He'd read all my journals, demanded a full report of all my travels, and I'd given such to him. And what had he offered me in return? Riddles and mysteries and bits of himself. And like cooling tar, my feelings for the fool hardened as they grew colder. The injury grew in me as I thought about it. He had excluded me. The heart knows but one reaction to that. I would now exclude him. I stood, and then walked to the door of my room. I shut it completely, not loudly, but not caring if he noticed that it had been ajar. I triggered the secret door, then crossed the room to open it, and entered the spy labyrinth. I wished that I could close that door and leave that part of my life behind me. I tried. I walked away from it. There are few things so tender as a man's dignity. The affront I felt was a thing both painful and angry, a weight that grew in my chest as I climbed the stairs. I fingered all my grievances, numbering them to myself. How dared he put me in this position? He had compromised his own reputation when he visited Galekeep in search of Prince Dutiful. He had kissed young Sybil Brasinga, deliberately setting off a social flap that misled Lady Brasinga as to the purpose of our visit at the same time that it got us expelled from her home. Even now, Sybil avoided him with distaste, and I knew that his act had inspired a squall of excited gossip and speculation about his personal preferences at Buckkeep. I thought I had managed to hold myself aloof from those rumours. Now I reconsidered. There had been Prince Dutiful's question, and suddenly my confrontation with the guardsman in the steams took on a new connotation. Blood burned my face. Would Jack, despite her assurances of a still tongue, become a source of even more humiliating talk? According to her words, the fool had carved my countenance onto a ship's figurehead. I felt violated that he would do such a thing without my consent. And what had he said to folk while he was carving it, to lead to Jack's assumption? I could not fit what he had done with either what I knew of the fool or what I knew of Lord Golden. It was the act of this Amber, a person I knew not at all. Hence, I did not truly know him at all, and never had. And with that I unwillingly knew I had worked my way down to the deepest source of my injury, to discover that the truest friend I had ever had was actually a stranger, was like a knife in my heart. He was another abandonment, a missed step in the dark, and a false promise of warmth and companionship. I shook my head to myself. "Idiot," I said quietly. "You are alone. Best get used to it." But without thinking, I reached towards where there had once been comfort. And in the next instant I missed Night Eyes, with a terrible physical clenching in my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut, and then walked 2 more steps and sat down on the little bench outside the spy hole to the Narcheska's apartments. I blinked, denying the stinging boy's tears that clung to my eyelashes. Alone. It always came back to alone. It was like a contagion that had clung to me since my mother had lacked the courage to defy her father and keep me, and since my father had abandoned his crown and holdings rather than own up to me. I leaned my forehead against the cold stone, forcing control onto myself. I steadied my breathing and then became aware of faint voices through the wall. I sighed deeply. Then, as much to retreat from my own life as for any other reason, I set my eye to the spy-hole and listened. The Narcheska sat on a low stool in the middle of the room. She was weeping silently, clasping her elbows and rocking back and forth. Tears had tracked down her face and dripped from her chin, and they still squeezed out from her closed eyes. A wet blanket shawled her shoulders. She held herself in such silence amidst her pain that I wondered if she had just endured some punishment from her father or Pyotr. But even as I wondered, Pyotr came hurrying into the room. A tight little whimper burst from her at the sight of him. His jaw was clenched, and at the sound his face went tighter and whiter. He carried his cloak, but it was bundled to serve as a sack. He hurried to Elliania's side and set the laden cloak on the floor before her. Kneeling, he took her by the shoulders to get her attention. "Which one is it?" he asked her in a low voice. She gasped in a breath and spoke with an effort.
"The green serpent, I think."
Another breath.
"I cannot tell. When he burns so hot that the others seem to burn too."
And then she lifted her hand to her mouth and bit down on the meat on her thumb, hard. "No!" Pyotr exclaimed. He caught up the dripping hem of the blanket, folded it twice, and offered it to her. He had to shake her hand free of her jaws. Then, eyes closed, she clamped her teeth on the blanket edge. I saw the clearly demarcated prints of her teeth on her hand as it fell away to her side. "I am sorry I took so long. I had to go secretly so no one would notice what I did and ask questions. And I wanted it fresh and clean. Come, turn this way, into the light," he told her. Taking her by the shoulders, he turned her so that her back was towards me. She let the wet blanket fall from her shoulders. She was stripped to the waist above doeskin trousers. From shoulder to waist, she was tattooed. That was shocking enough to me, but the markings were like none I had ever seen. I knew that the Outislanders tattooed themselves to show clan and claim victories, and even to show the status of a woman, with marks for marriages and for children. But those were like the clan tattoo on Pyotr's brow, a simple pattern of blue marks. Elliania's tattoos were nothing like that. I'd never seen anything to compare to them. They were beautiful. The colours brilliant, the designs sharp and clear. The colours had a sparkling metallic quality to them, reflecting the lamplight like a polished blade. The creatures that sprawled and twined on her shoulders and spine and down her ribs gleamed and glistened. And one, an exquisite green serpent that began at the nape of her neck and meandered down her back amongst the others, stood out puffily, like a fresh burn blister. It was oddly lovely, for it gave the impression that the creature was trapped just below her skin, like a butterfly trying to break free from its chrysalis. At the sight of it, Pyotr gave a sharp exclamation of sympathy. He opened the bundled cloak at his feet to reveal a mound of fresh white snow. Cupping a handful of it, he held it to the serpent's head. To my horror, I heard a sizzling like a quenched blade. The snow melted immediately to run down her spine in a narrow rivulet. Elliania cried out at the touch, but it was a cry of both shock and relief. "Here," Pyotr said gruffly. "A moment." He spread his cloak out and then pushed the snow out into an even layer on it. "Lie down here," he instructed her, and helped her from the stool. He eased her back onto the bed of snow, and she whimpered as it quenched the burning. I could see her face now, and the sweat that ran from her brow as well as the tears that still flowed down her face. She lay still, eyes closed, her new breasts rising and falling with each ragged breath she took. After a few moments she began to shiver, but she did not roll away. Pyotr had taken the discarded blanket and was wetting it, fresh with water from a pitcher. He brought it back to her and set it by her side. "I'm going out for more snow," he told her. "If that melts and stops soothing your back, try this blanket. I'll be back as soon as I can." She unclenched her jaws and wet her lips. "Hurry," she pleaded in a gasp. "I will, little one, I will." He stood up and then said gravely, each word solemn, "Our mothers bless you for what you endure. Damn these farseers and their stiff-necked ways, and damn those dragon breeders." The Narceska rolled her head back and forth on the snowbed. I just wish I knew what she wanted. What she expected me to do about it, past what we have done." Pyotr had begun moving about the room, looking for something to carry snow in. He had picked up the Narceska's cloak. "We both know what she expects," he said harshly. "I am not a woman yet," she said quietly. "It is against the mother's law." "It is against my law," Pyotr clarified, as if his will was the only one that mattered in this. "I will not see you used that way. There must be another path." Unwillingly, he asked, "Has Henja come to you? Has she said why you are tormented like this?" Her nod was a jerk of her head. "She insists I must bind him to me, open my legs to him to be sure of him before I leave. It is the only path she believes in." Elliania spoke through gritted teeth. "I slapped her, and she left, and then the pain became fourfold." Anger froze his features. "Where is she?" "She is not here. She took her cloak and left. Perhaps it is to avoid your temper, but I think she has gone into the town again to further her cause there." Eliania's teeth clenched in a smile. "Just as well. Our position here is difficult enough without having to explain why you've killed my maid in a fury." I think her words recalled him to practicality, even if they did not calm him. "It is well that slut is out of my reach. But aren't you a bit late to counsel me to restraint? My little warrior, you have inherited your uncle's temper. Your act was not wise, but I cannot find it in me to rebuke you for it. That empty-souled whore. She truly believes that this is the only way a man can be bound to a woman." Unbelievably, the Narceska gave a small laugh. "It is the only one she believes in, uncle. I did not say it was the only one I knew. Pride may bind a man, even where there is no love. That is the thought I cling to now." Then her brow clenched in pain. "Fetch more snow, please," she gasped, and he nodded sharply and went out. I watched him go. Then she sat up slowly. She scraped the melting snow into a narrower palette. The tattoos on her back stood out as glowingly as ever. Around them her bared flesh was bright red from cold. Gingerly, she lay back down on her snow couch. She took a breath and lifted the backs of her hands to her brows. I recalled that one scroll had said that was how Outislanders prayed, but the only words she said were, "My mother, my sister, for you. My mother, my sister, for you." It soon became a toneless chant in time with her breathing. I sat back on my stool. I was trembling, as much with awe at her courage as pity for what she suffered. I wondered what I had just witnessed, and what was the significance of it. My candle had burned down to half its length. I took it up and slowly climbed the rest of the stairs to Chade's tower room. I was exhausted and downhearted, and sought familiar comfort somewhere. But when I reached there, the room was empty, and the fire gone out. A sticky wineglass stood empty on the table by the chairs. I cleaned the ashes from the hearth, muttering to myself at Thick's neglect of his duties, and built a fresh fire. Then I took paper and ink and wrote down what I had witnessed. I coupled it to the previous interplay I had witnessed between Elliania, Pyotr, and the serving woman Henja. Plainly, the last one was a woman to be watched. I sanded the fresh ink, tapped it off, and left the paper on Chade's chair. I hoped he would come up to the rooms tonight. I reflected again bitterly on the stupidity that he refused to let me have a way of contacting him directly. I knew what I had witnessed was important. I hoped he would know why. Then I reluctantly went back down the stairs to my own chamber. There I stood for a time, in silence, listening. I heard nothing. If Jack and Lord Golden were still there, they were either sitting silently or they were in his bedchamber. After what she had implied about me, that did not seem likely. After a time, I eased the door open a crack. The room was darkened, the fire banked on the hearth. Good. I had no wish to confront either of them just now. I had, I decided, words to say to both of them, but I was not yet calm enough to say them. Instead, I took my cloak from its hook and left Lord Golden's chamber. I would go out, I decided. I needed to be away from the castle for a time, away from all the interconnecting webs of intrigue and deceit. I felt I was drowning in lies. I made my way down the stairs and towards the servants' entrance, but as I walked down the main hall, I felt a sudden shiver in the wit. I lifted my eyes. Coming towards me from the opposite end of the hall was the veiled Bingtown youth. His veil was over his face, but through the lace that obscured his features I caught the faint blue glow of his eyes. It tightened the flesh on the nape of my neck. I wanted to turn aside, or even turn around and walk away, anything to avoid him, but such an action would have looked very strange. I steeled myself and resolutely walked towards him. I averted my eyes, but then when I dared to glance up at him, I felt his gaze on me. He slowed as we approached one another. When he was very close, I bobbed my head, a servant's gesture of acknowledgment. But before I could pass him, he stopped and stood still. "Hello," he greeted me. I stiffened and became a correct Buckkeep's servant. I bowed from the waist. "Good evening, sir. May I be of service?"
Yes. Perhaps you could."
He lifted his veil and pushed back his hood as he spoke, baring his scaled face. I could not help but gawk at him. Up close, his visage was even more remarkable than what I had glimpsed earlier. I had overestimated his age. He was years younger than Hap or Dutiful, though I could not guess his exact age. His height made his boyish face incongruous. The silvery gleam in the scaling on his cheekbones and brow reminded me of the Narcheska's glimmering tattoos. Abruptly, I recognized that this scaling was what the Gemalian make-up Lord Golden sometimes wore mimicked. It was an odd little insight, one I stored away with all the other significant things that the fool had never bothered to explain to me. Doubtless, when it suited his purpose, he would reveal it to me. Doubtless. Bitterness welled in me like blood from a fresh wound, but the Bingtowner was beckoning me closer, even as he backed away from me. I followed him unwillingly. He glanced into a small sitting room, and then gestured me into it. He was making me nervous. I repeated my question like a good servant. "How may I be of service?"
I feel as if I should know you."
He peered at me closely. When I only stared at him, as if puzzled, he tried again.
"Do you understand what I speak about?"
He seemed to be trying to help me begin a conversation. "I beg your pardon, sir. You are in need of help?" It was all I could think of to say. He glanced over his shoulder, and then spoke to me more urgently.
"I serve the dragon Tintaglia. I am here with the ambassadors from Bingtown and the representatives from the Rain Wild. They are my people and my kin. But I serve the dragon Tintaglia, and her concerns are my first ones."
He spoke the words as if they should convey some deep message to me. I hoped that what I felt did not show on my face. It was confusion, not at his strange words, but at the odd feeling that rang through me at that name. Tintaglia. I had heard the name before, but when he spoke it, it was the sharp tip of a dream breaking through into the waking world. I felt again the sweep of wind under my wings, tasted dawn's soft fogs in my mouth. Then that blink of memory was gone, and left behind only the uncomfortable feeling of having been someone other than myself for a sliced instant of my life. I said the only words I could think of. "Sir? And how can I assist you?" He stared at me intently, and I'm afraid I returned that scrutiny. The dangles along his jawline were serrated tissue. The fleshy fringe was too regular to be a scar or unnatural growth. It looked as if it belonged there as rightfully as his nose or lips. He sighed, and as he did so I clearly saw him close his nostrils for a moment. He evidently decided to begin anew, for he smiled at me and asked gently,
Have you ever dreamed of dragons? Of flying like a dragon, or of being a dragon?"
That was a bit too close a hit. I nodded eagerly, a servant flattered at conversing with his betters. "Oh, haven't we all, sir? We Six Duchies folk, I mean. I'm old enough to have seen the dragons that came to defend the Six Duchies, sir. I suppose it's natural that I've dreamed of them sometimes. Magnificent they were, sir, terrifying and dangerous too, but that's not what stays with a man who has seen them. It's their greatness that stays in my mind, sir." He smiled at me. "Exactly. Magnificence. Greatness. Perhaps that is what I sensed in you." He peered at me, and I felt the bluish gleam in his eyes was more probing than the eyes themselves. I tried to retreat from that scrutiny. I glanced aside from him. "I'm not alone in that, sir. There are many in the Six Duchies who saw our dragons on the wing, and some that saw far more than I did, for I lived far from Buckkeep then, out on my father's farm. We grew oats there, grew oats and raised pigs. Others could tell you far better tales than I could, yet even a single glimpse of the dragons were enough to set a man's soul on fire, sir." He made a small, dismissive gesture with his hand. "I don't doubt that they were, but I speak of another thing now. I speak of real dragons. Dragons that breathe, that eat and grow and breed just like any other creature does. Have you ever dreamed of a dragon like that? One named Tintaglia?" I shook my head at him. "I don't dream much, sir." I left a little pause there and let it grow just long enough to be slightly uncomfortable. Then I bobbed a bow to him again and asked, "And how can I be of service to you, sir?" He stared past me for so long that I thought he had forgotten me entirely. I thought of simply leaving him there and slipping away, except that I seemed to feel something in the air. Does magic hum? No, that is not quite the way of it. But it is a similar wordless vibration that one feels, not with the body, but with that part of a man that does magic or receives it. The wit whispers, and the skill sings. This was something like to both of them, and yet its own. It crept along my nerves and stood up the hair on the back of my neck. Suddenly his eyes snapped back to me. "She says you are lying," he accused me. "Sir!" I was as affronted as I could manage for the terror I felt. Something groped at me angrily. I felt as if swiping claws passed through me. Some instinct warned me to leave my skill walls as they stood, that any effort to reinforce them now would only display me to her. For it was unmistakably a she that sought to seize me. I took a breath. I was a servant, I reminded myself. Yet any servant of Buckkeep would have taken righteous offence at such words from a foreigner. I stood a bit straighter. "Our queen keeps a good cellar, sir, as all in the Six Duchies know. Perhaps it has been too good a cellar for your sensibilities. It is known to happen to foreigners here. Perhaps you should retire to your chamber for a time." "You have to help us. You have to make them help us." He did not seem to hear my words. Desperation tinged his own. "She is stricken to the heart over this. Day after day, she strives to feed them, but there is only one of her. She cannot feed so many, and they cannot hunt for themselves. She herself grows thin and weary with the task. She despairs that they will ever grow to proper size and strength. Do not doom her to being the last of her kind. If these Six Duchies dragons of yours are any kind of true dragons, then they will come to her aid. In any case, the least you can do is to persuade your queen that she must ally with us. Help us to put an end to the Chalcedian threat. Tintaglia is true to her word. She keeps their ships out of the rain-wild river, but she can do no more than that. She dares not range further to protect us, for then the young dragons would die. Please, sir, if you have a heart in you, speak to your queen. Do not let dragons pass away from this world because men could not stop their bitter squabbling long enough to aid them." He stepped forward and tried to catch at my hand. I hastily retreated from him. "Sir, I fear you have taken too much to drink. You have mistaken me for someone of influence. I am not. I am but a servant here in Buckkeep Castle, and now I must be about my master's errands for me. Good evening, sir. Good evening." and as he stared after me, I backed hastily from the room, bobbing and bowing as if my head were on a string. Once I was in the hall, I turned and strode hastily away. I know he came to the doorway and looked after me, for I felt his blue gaze on my back. I was glad to turn the corner to the kitchen wing, and gladder still to put a door between him and me. Outside, it was snowing, huge white flakes wafting down with the nightfall. I left the keep, barely nodding to the guards on duty at the gate, and began the long walk down to town. I had no set destination in mind, only a desire to be away from the castle. I hiked down through the gathering darkness and thickening snowfall. I had too much to think about: Elliania's tattoos and what they meant, the fool and Jack and what she believed of me because of something he had said, dragons and boys with scales, and what Chade and Catricum would say to the Bingtowners and to the Outislanders. Yet the closer I came to town, the more Hap pushed into my mind. I was failing the boy I considered my son. No matter how serious the events up at Buckkeep Castle were, I couldn't let them displace him. I tried to think how I could turn him around, make him return to his apprenticeship with a willing heart and eager hands, make him set aside Svanja until he could make an honest offer of her hand, make him take up residence with his master, make him live a tidy life, abiding by all the rules that could keep him safe but never ensure him success or happiness. I thrust that last traitor thought aside. It angered me, and I turned the anger on my boy. I should do as Jinnah had suggested. I should take a firm line with him, punish him for disobeying my wishes for him, take away both money and security until he agreed to do as I wished, turn him out of Jinnah's and tell him he must live with his master or fend for himself, force him to toe the line. I scowled to myself. Oh, yes, that would have worked so well on me at that age. Yet something must be done. Somehow I had to make him see sense. My thoughts were interrupted by the hoofbeats of a horse on the road behind me. Instantly, Laurel's warning leapt foremost in my mind. I moved to one side as the horse and rider came abreast of me, and set my hand lightly to my knife. I expected them to pass me without comment. It wasn't until the horse was reined in that I recognized Starling in the saddle. For a moment she just looked down on me. Then she smiled. "Get up behind me, Fitz. I'll give you a ride down to Buckkeep Town." The heart will flee anywhere when it is seeking comfort. I knew that and kept a rein on mine. "Thank you, but no. This road can be treacherous in the dark. You'd be risking your horse." "Then I'll lead him and walk beside you. It has been so long since we talked, and I could use a friendly ear tonight." "I think I would prefer to be alone tonight, Starling." She was silent for a moment. The horse jigged restlessly, and she pulled him in too tightly. When she spoke, she did not hide her irritation. "Tonight? Why do you say tonight when you mean I'd always prefer to be alone rather than with you? Why do you make excuses? Why don't you just say that you haven't forgiven me, that you'll never forgive me?" It was true. I hadn't. But that would have been a stupid thing to tell her. "Can't we just let it go? It doesn't matter any more," I said. And that was true as well. She snorted. "Ah, I see. It doesn't matter. I don't matter. I make one mistake. I fail to tell you one thing that doesn't really concern you at all, and you decide you can not only never forgive me, but that you will never speak to me again." Her fury was building in an astounding way. I stood looking up at her as she ranted. The failing light touched her face indistinctly. She looked older and wearier than I had ever seen her, and angrier. I stood stunned in the flow of her wrath. "And why is that?" I asked myself. "Why does Tom Badgerlock dispose of me so easily? Because perhaps I never mattered at all to you, save for one thing. One convenient little thing that I brought right to your door for you. One thing that I thought we shared in friendship and fondness and, yes, even love. But you decided you don't want that from me anymore, so you throw all of me aside. You make that the whole of what we shared and discard me with it. And why? I confess I've given much more thought to it than I should, and I think I've found the answer. It's because you found another place to quench your lusts. Has your new master taught you his Dramalian ways, or was I wrong all those years ago? Perhaps the fool was truly a man, and you've simply gone back to what you preferred all along." She jerked her horse's head again. You disgust me, Fitz, and you shame the Farseer name. I'm glad you've given it up. Now that I know what you are, I wish I'd never bedded with you. Whose face did you see all those times when you closed your eyes? Molly's, you stupid bitch. Always Molly's. It was not true. I had not played that cheat on her or myself, but it was the most hurtful reply I could think of to insult her. She did not perhaps deserve it, and it shamed me that I would use Molly's name that way, but my festering anger had finally found a target this evening. She took several deep breaths, as if I had doused her with cold water. Then she laughed shrilly. And no doubt you mouth her name into your pillow as your Lord Golden mounts you. Oh, yes. That I can imagine well. You're pathetic, Fitz. Pathetic. She gave me no chance to strike back, but spurred her horse cruelly and galloped off into the snowy night. For a savage instant I hoped the beast would stumble and that she would break her neck. Then, just when I needed that fury most, it deserted me. I was left feeling sick and sad and sorry, alone on the night road. Why had the fool done this to me? Why? I resumed my trudge down the road. Yet I did not go to the Stuck Pig. I knew I wouldn't find Hap or Svanger there. Instead, I went to the Dog and Whistle, an ancient tavern I had once frequented with Molly. I sat in the corner and watched patrons come and go, and drank 2 tankards of ale. It was good ale, far better than I'd been able to afford when Molly and I last sat here. I drank and I remembered her. She, at least, had loved me true. Yet comfort in those memories trickled away. I tried to remember what it was to be 15 years old and in love, and so terribly certain that love conveyed wisdom and shaped fate. I recalled it too well. My thoughts spun aside to Hap's situation. I asked myself, once I had lain with Molly, could anyone have said anything to persuade me that it was not both my right and my destiny to do so? I doubted it. The best thing, I concluded, a tankard later, would have been not to have allowed Hap to meet Svanger in the first place, and Jinnah had warned me of that, and I hadn't paid attention. Just as Burrick and Patience had once warned me not to begin with Molly, they'd been right. I should have admitted that a long time ago. I would have told them that very minute, if I could have. And the wisdom of 3 tankards of ale after a sleepless night and a long day of unsettling news persuaded me that the best thing to do would be to go to Jinnah and tell her that she had been right. Somehow that would make things better. The fuzziness of why that would be so did not dissuade me. I set out for her door through the quiet night. The snow had stopped falling. It was a clean blanket, mostly smooth, over Buckkeep town. It draped eaves and gentled the rutted streets, hiding all sins. My boots scrunched through it as I walked the quiet streets. I nearly came to my senses when I reached Jinnah's door, but I knocked anyway. Perhaps I just needed a friend, any kind of a friend, that badly. I heard the thud of the cat leaping from her lap, and then her footsteps. She peered out of the top half of her door. "Who's there?" "It's me, Tom Badgerlock." She shut the top half of the door. It seemed like a long time before she unlatched the whole door and opened it to me. "Come in," she said, but her voice sounded as if she didn't care if I did or didn't. I stood outside in the snow. "I don't need to come in. I just wanted to tell you that you were right." She peered at me. "And you are drunk. Come in, Tom Badgerlock. I've no wish to let the night cold into my house." And so I went in instead. Fennel had already claimed her warm spot in her chair, but he sat up to look at me disapprovingly.
"Fish?"
"No fish. Sorry."
"Sorry is not fish. What good is sorry?"
He curled up again and hid his face in his tail. I admitted it. Sorry isn't much good, but it's all I have to offer. Jinnah looked at me grimly. "Well, it's far more than anything else you've given me lately." I stood with the snow from my boots melting on her floor. The fire crackled. "You were right about Hap. I should have intervened a lot sooner, and I didn't. I should have listened to you." After a time longer, she said, "Do you want to sit down for a while? I don't think you should try to walk back to the castle just now." "I don't think I'm that drunk," I scoffed. "I don't think you're sober enough to know how drunk you are," she replied. And while I was trying to unravel that, she said, "Take your cloak off and sit down." Then she had to move her knitting off one chair and the cat off the other, and then we both sat down. For a short time we both just looked into her fire. Then she said, "There's something you should know about Svenja's father." I met her eyes unwillingly. "He's a lot like you," she said quietly. "It takes some time for him to get his temper up. Right now he just feels grief over what his daughter is doing, but as it becomes common talk in town, there will be men who will goad him about it. Grief will change to shame, and not long after that to fury. But it won't be against Svenja that he vents it. He'll go after Hap, as the culprit who has deceived and seduced his daughter. By then, he'll be righteous as well as angry. And he is strong as a bull." When I sat silent, she added, "I told Hap this." Fennel came to her and wafted up into her lap, displacing her knitting. She petted him absently. "What did Hap say?" She made a disgusted sound. "That he wasn't afraid. I told him that had nothing to do with it, and that sometimes being stupid and being not afraid were two twigs of the same bush. That pleased him, no doubt. He went out. I haven't seen him since." I sighed. I was just starting to get warm. "How long ago?" She shook her head at me. "It's no use your going after him. It was hours ago, before sundown." "I wouldn't know where to look for him anyway," I admitted. "I couldn't find him last night, and wherever they were then is where they probably are now." "Probably," she agreed quietly. "Well, at least Rory Hartshorn didn't find them last night either. So they're probably safe for now." "Why can't he just keep his daughter in at night? Then no one would have a problem." She narrowed her eyes at me. "No one would have a problem if you could just keep your son in at night, Tom Badgerlock." I know, I admitted resignedly, and a moment later I added, "You really shouldn't have to deal with any of this." A few moments later, the rest of that thought forced its way to the front of my mind. "When Svenja's father decides to look for Hap, he'll look for him here." I squeezed my brows together. "I never meant to bring all this trouble to your door, Jinna. I started out just wanting a friend, and now everything is a mess, and it's all my fault." I considered the conclusion of that. "I suppose I'd best go face up to Rory Hartshorn." "Wallow in it, Tom Badgerlock," she said in disgust. "What on earth would you say to the man? Why must you take full credit for everything that goes wrong in the world? As I recall, I met Hap and befriended him long before I knew you, and Svenja has been trouble looking for a place to sprout since her family came to Buckkeep Town, if not before. And she has two parents of her own, nor is Hap the blundering innocent in this. You've not been dallying with Hartshorn's daughter, Hap has. So stop bemoaning what a mess you've made and start demanding that Hap take responsibility for himself." She settled herself deeper into her chair, as if to herself she added, "You've quite enough messes of your own to clean up without claiming responsibility for everyone else's." I stared at her in amazement. "It's simple," she said quietly. "Hap needs to discover consequences. As long as you claim that it's all your fault for being a bad parent, Hap doesn't have to admit that a good share of this is his own fault. Of course, he doesn't think this a problem yet, but when he suddenly perceives that it is, he's going to come running to you to see if you can fix it. And you'll try because you think it's your fault." I sat still, soaking up the words and trying to find the sense in them. "So what should I do?" I demanded at last. She gave a helpless laugh. "I don't know, Tom Badgerlock, but telling Hap this is all your fault is certainly something you should not do." She lifted up the cat and set him back on the floor. "However, there is something I should do as well." She went into her bedroom. A few moments later she came back with a purse. She held it out to me. When I didn't move to take it, she shook it at me. "Take it. This is the coin I haven't spent on Hap's keep. I'm giving it back to you. Tonight, when he comes back, I'm telling him that I'm turning him out of my house, because I don't want trouble to come calling at my door." She laughed aloud at the look on my face. "It's called a consequence, Tom. Hap should feel more of them, and when he comes moaning to you, I think you should let him deal with it on his own." I thought of the last conversation we'd had. "I doubt that he'll come moaning to me," I said somberly.
"All the better," she said tartly. "Let him handle it himself. He's used to sleeping indoors. It won't take him long to realise that he'd best settle himself in at the apprentices' hall. And I think you might be wise enough to leave it up to him to have to ask Master Gindus to let him." The cat had reinstated himself on her lap. She shook out her knitting over him and tugged more yarn free. It slid through Fennel's lazy clasp. I winced at the thought of how much pride Hap was going to have to swallow. A moment later, I felt an odd sense of relief. Hap could do that for himself. I didn't have to humble myself on his behalf. I think she saw it on my face. "Not every problem in the world belongs to you alone, Badgerlock. Let others have their share." I thought about it for a time longer. Then I said gratefully, "Jinna, you're a true friend." She gave me a sideways look. "So, you've worked that out, have you?" I winced at her tone, but nodded. "You're a true friend. But you're still angry at how I've behaved." She nodded as if to herself. "And some problems do belong to you, Tom Badgerlock, entirely." She stared at me expectantly. I took a breath and steeled myself to it. I'd lie as little as possible, I comforted myself. It was thin comfort. "That woman in the stuck pig that night, well, we aren't... That is, she is just a friend. I don't bed with her." The words clattered awkwardly out of me like dropped crockery, and lay between us, all sharp shards. A long silence followed. Jinna looked at me, then into the fire, and then back at me. Tiny glints of anger and hurt still danced in her eyes, but a very tiny smile played around the corners of her lips as well. "I see. Well, that is good to know, I suppose. And now you have two friends that you don't bed with." Her meaning was unmistakable. That comfort would not be offered to me tonight, and perhaps never again. I will not pretend I didn't feel disappointment, but there was relief as well. Had it been offered, I would have had to refuse it. I'd already been through the consequences of refusing a woman once tonight. I nodded slowly to her words. "The water in the kettle is hot," she pointed out. "If you wanted to stay, you could make tea for us." It was not forgiveness. It was a second chance to be friends. I was happy to accept it. I got up to find the pot and cups. Chapter 13. Challenges. Now this is the way it must be for the ones who construct the maps and charts. A map of land must be made from the hide of a land beast, and it should show no more than can be helped of the sea. A chart can only be drawn on a sea creature's hide, and though land must be marked on it, it is sin to show the features of that land on a chart that is devoted to the sea. To do otherwise is to offend the God who made the world as it is. Our islands are as the God made them. Thus he wrote on the seas of the world long ago. They are his runes, and so when they are drawn within the chart of the great seas, they must be drawn in the blood of a land beast. And if you would make a mark for good harbour, or plentiful fish, or hidden shoals, or any other feature that belongs to the seas, these marks must be made with the blood of a sea creature. For this is how the God made the world, and who is a man to try to draw it otherwise? Our islands are the runes of the God. Not all is made clear to us, for we are but men, and it is not for us to know every rune the God can write, nor what it is he has spelled across the face of the sea. Some islands he cloaks in ice from us, and this we are to respect. Draw then the ice that cloaks the rune, and this must be drawn in the blood of a creature of that ice, but not one that flies. The blood of a seal is good for this, but the blood of a white bear best of all. If one wishes to draw the sky's face, then is the time to use the blood of a bird for ink, and draw but lightly on the skin of a gull. These are very old laws. Every woman with a good mother knows them already. I write them down only because our sons' sons and their offspring are grown foolish and unwary of the God's will. They will bring disaster on us all if we do not remind them that we have been taught better, and that these laws are from the God's own lips. The Making of Guides.
Chade Falstar's translation of an Out-Island scroll. I was relieved to be on better terms with Jinnah again. We spent no time in her bed that night, nor did I kiss her goodbye. But both those things were a relief to my mind, if not to my clamouring body. When I left her that night, I resolved to treat our patched friendship gently, and to keep it within bounds I felt I could deal with. I think she still felt this was untrusting on my part, but so I have ever been. At least, so Chade has often told me. There followed a trying 3 days for me. The rest of my life remained unsettled. I didn't hear from Hap. I dreaded that my lad was sleeping out in the snow somewhere, even as I disgustedly told myself he was a sharper boy than that. The Queen and Chade were meeting daily with the leaders of the Six Duchies in deep discussion about Bingtown's offer of an alliance. They did not summon me to share their thoughts. The Bingtown delegation was very visible within Buckkeep Castle, assiduously courting the individual dukes and duchesses with gifts and attentions of every kind. On our part, the banquets and entertainment proceeded with an eye to soothing the ruffled feelings of the Out-Islanders, and to being gracious to our Bingtown guests. The success of those evenings was mixed. Strangely enough, Archon Bloodblade and his Out-Island traders seemed fascinated with the Bingtown folk, and openly talked with them about expanding trade alliances based on the betrothal between Prince Dutiful and their Narcheska. Yet both Elliania and Piotr Blackwater were largely absent from the festivities. On the few occasions when Elliania did make an appearance, she was grave and quiet. Both the Narcheska and Piotr carefully avoided the Bingtown traders in every way that they could. She exhibited a marked aversion to the scaled boy, Selden Vestrit, of the Rain-Wild traders. Once I saw her physically recoil as he walked past her, but I was not certain that it was her choice, for afterwards she sat very stiff in her chair while the beads of sweat broke out on her brow. It was not long after that both she and Piotr excused themselves from attending a puppet play on the grounds that the Narcheska was weary and Piotr must attend to their packing. This was a scarcely veiled reminder of the imminent departure of the Out-Island contingent. The Bingtown traders and their offer could hardly have arrived at a worse time for us. A week later, and they would have been gone when the Bingtown folk arrived. Yes, and I don't doubt that we could have mended the prince's little stumble with the Narcheska and sent them off happy. Now it appears that we stack our refusal to break off talk with Bingtown on top of the prince's slighting of the Narcheska. It throws everything into doubt. This was Chade's curmudgeonly observation as we sat over wine one evening. He was out of sorts for a number of reasons. Starling had tried to give him a note to pass to me. She had done it privately, but even so it was indiscreet in the extreme for her to acknowledge that she knew he and I were connected. Somehow, that was my fault. When he had refused, she had said, "Then just tell him that I'm sorry. I'd quarrelled with my husband and I wanted the comfort of his friendship. I'd been drinking at the keep before I started down to town to finish my drink. I know I shouldn't have said those things." While I was still gaping, he'd asked delicately if Starling and I had any sort of an arrangement. And when I angrily replied that it was no one else's business if we did, but we didn't, he had surprised me by saying that only a foolish man would deliberately provoke a minstrel to anger. I didn't provoke her to anger. All of this is because I've refused to have her in my bed since I discovered she was married. I think I have a right to decide with whom I'll sleep, don't you? I had expected him to be shocked at this revelation. Almost I hoped that it would be enough to embarrass him and make him resolve not to pry into my personal affairs any more. He only slapped his forehead. "Of course. Well, she should have expected you to shake her out of your sheets once you discovered she was married, but... Fitz, do you understand what it means to her? Think." Had he not been so intent on teaching me something, I think I would have been offended. Yet his air was so familiar, I could not accept his question as anything other than the opening to a lesson. Thus he had often spoken to me when trying to teach me to see all the possible motivations for a man to do something, rather than just the first ones that sprang to mind. She is ashamed, because my finding out she was married and yet still sleeping with me has lowered my opinion of her. No. Think, boy, did it really lower your opinion of her? Reluctantly, I shook my head. I only felt stupid, Chade. In some way, I was not even surprised. Starling has always allowed herself to do such things. I've known that since I first met her. I didn't expect her to change her minstrel ways. I simply didn't want to be a party to it. He sighed. Fitz, your biggest blind spot is that you cannot imagine anyone seeing you in a different way from how you see yourself. What are you? Who are you to Starling? I shrugged a shoulder. Fitz, the bastard? Someone she has known for 15 years? A very small smile played across his face. He spoke softly. No. You are Fitz Chivalry Farseer, the unacknowledged prince. She'd made a song about you before she'd even met you. Why? Because you'd captured her imagination. The bastard Farseer. Had chivalry acknowledged you, you'd have had a chance at the throne. Denied and ignored by your father, you were still loyal, still the hero of the battle at Antler Island Tower. You died in ignominy in Regal's dungeons, and rose as a vengeful ghost to plague Regal through his days as a pretender. She accompanied you on a quest to save your king, and though it did not come out as any of us intended, still there was triumph at the end. And she not only witnessed it, she was a part of it. It seems a fine tale, to hear you tell it that way, with none of the dirt and pain and misfortune. It is a fine tale, even with the dirt and pain and misfortune. A fine and glorious tale, one that would make any minstrel's reputation for life, did she ever sing it. Yet it is one Starling can never sing, because it has been forbidden to her. Her great adventure, her wonderful song, locked up as a secret. Still, at least she knew she was part of it, and she was a part of the royal bastard's life. She became his lover, a party to his secrets. I think she expected that when you returned to Buckkeep some day, you would again be at the centre of intrigue and wondrous events. And she expected to be a part of that also, to turn heads and bask in that shared glory. The witted bastard's minstrel mistress. If she could not sing the song herself, at least she was guaranteed a place in that tale, if it should ever be told. And don't doubt that she has composed it somewhere, as a song or a poem. She saw herself as a part of your tale, touched by your wild glory. Then you took that from her. You not only walked away from her, you returned to Buckkeep as an ignominious servant. You are not only ending your tale on a disappointing note, you are making her of no consequence by doing it. She is a minstrel, Fitz. How did you think she'd react to that? Gracefully? I saw her suddenly in a different light. Her cruelty to Hap, her offence at me. I don't think of myself like that, Chade. I know you don't, he said more gently. But do you see that she could, and that you crashed her dreams down around her? I nodded slowly. But there's nothing I can do about it. I won't take a married woman into my bed, and I can't come back as Fitz Chivalry Farseer. I'd still face a noose around my neck if I did. That's most likely true. I agree that you cannot be known as Fitz Chivalry again. As to the other, well, let me remind you that Starling knows a great many things. We are all vulnerable to her. I expect you to maintain her goodwill towards us. Before I could think of a reply to that, he demanded to know why I had cancelled all of the prince's skill lessons until after the Bingtown representatives had left. The prince had already asked that question. I said to Chade what I'd told Dutiful, that I feared the scaled boy in the Bingtown party had some sensitivity to the skill, and that until the traders departed we would limit our lessons to translating scrolls together. The prince was not patient with these more mundane studies. My suspicion of the veiled trader intrigued both him and Chade. Thrice Chade had chewed over Selden Bistrit's conversation with me. Neither of us could find any meat in it. I was learning that sometimes it was easier to keep Chade uninformed than to give him bits of information he could not confirm, such as telling him of the Narcheska's tattoos. I know he spent some hours of his own time at the spy hole without glimpsing her tattoos. As she had not made any complaint about her health, he could not send the healer to her rooms to confirm what I had seen. Elliania had pointedly refused several invitations to ride or game with the prince, so Dutiful could make no observations on whether or not she seemed to be in pain. And the Queen dared not make too many pressing invitations, lest it appear that the Six Duchies desired the betrothal to proceed more than the Outislands did. In the end, all they had was my account of what I had seen. It baffled all of us, as did her handmaid, Henja. The woman remained a complete cipher to us. Her references to a lady were unclear, unless she referred to an older female relative with authority over Elliania. Discreet inquiries in that area availed us nothing. Chade's spies had failed us as well. Twice, Henja had been followed down into Buckkeep town. Each time she had vanished from their scrutiny, once in a market crowd and once simply by turning a corner. We had no idea who she saw there, or even if it was of any significance. The arcane punishment of the searing tattoos bespoke a magic that neither of us knew. Perhaps we should have felt glad of an unseen power urging the Narcheska to make strong her betrothal to the prince. Instead, we both were dismayed by the dark cruelty of it. "Are you sure Lord Golden could not cast some light on this?" Chade demanded abruptly. "I recall him telling several people at dinner that he had once made quite a hobby of studying the Out-Island history and culture." I shrugged eloquently. Chade snorted. "Have you asked him yet?" "No," I replied shortly. Then, as he lowered his brows at me, I added, "I told you. He is taken to his bed and scarcely comes out. Even his meals are taken in to him. He has the curtains drawn both across his windows and about his bed." "But you don't think he is ill?" "He hasn't said he is ill, but that is the impression he lets his serving boy chatter about the keep. Sometimes I think that was half his reason for taking Char on, so that the boy could be fed the rumours he wishes to spread. I think that the truth is that he wishes to avoid any public appearances until after the Bingtown folk have departed. He lived there for some time, and while he was there he was certainly not known as the Fool, nor as Lord Golden. I think he fears that if one of them recognized them, it could cause difficulties for him at court." "Well, I suppose that's sensible then, but it's damned inconvenient for me. Look, Fitz, can't you just go in and talk to him? See if he has any ideas about this Selden Vestrit being skilled." "As he has no skill himself, I don't think he could possibly have detected that aura from Vestrit." Chade set down his wine cup. "But you haven't asked him, have you?" I lifted my cup and drank from it, to gain a moment. "No," I said as I set it down. "I haven't." He peered at me. After a moment he said in amazement, "You two have had a falling out of some sort, haven't you?" "I'd rather not discuss it," I said stiffly. Wonderful timing on everyone's part. Let's mix the Bingtown traders with the Out-Islanders, and in the midst of it you can offend the Queen's favourite minstrel, and then have some silly squabble with the Fool that renders you both all but useless." He leaned back in his chair in disgust, as if we had done it solely to inconvenience him. "I doubt he would have any insights on this," I replied. I had not been able to bring myself to say more than a dozen words to him in the last 3 days, but I was not going to share that with Chade. If the Fool had noticed my coldness, he had ignored it. He had given Tom Badgerlock an order to turn away all guests at the door until he was feeling more like himself, and so I had. I spent as little time in the chambers we shared as possible. Yet several times when I returned to the room I saw small signs that someone had called while I was gone, and it was not just Char tidying things. I recognized Jack's spicy perfume lingering in our chambers. "Well, that's as may be." He scowled at me. "Whatever it is, you'd best patch it up soon. You're not worth a tinker's damn when something like this has your back up." I took a breath to keep my temper down. It's not the only thing I've had on my mind lately. I excused myself. No, we've all had far too much on our minds. What did your boy want the other day when he came up to the castle? Is all well with him? Not exactly. I'd been shocked when one of the kitchen boys had tapped at the door to tell me that a young man was asking for me in the kitchen yard. I hastened down to find Hap standing outside in the courtyard, looking both angry and sheepish. He wouldn't come in, even to the guard's room, though I assured him none of them would mind. They'd become accustomed to seeing me there of late. He didn't want to take much of my time, for he knew I was occupied with tasks of my own, and at that my guilt began to build, for I had been busy of late, often too busy to see him when I knew I should have. By the time he worked up the courage to tell me that Jinnah had turned him out, and why, my resolve was already wavering. He looked past my shoulder as he spoke to the lowering sky. So, with no coin of my own, I've been sleeping wherever I could find a bit of shelter the last 2 nights, but I can't do that the rest of winter. So, I've no choice save to move into the apprentice house with the others. Only, it seems so awkward for me to ask after Master Gindest has suggested it so often, and I've always refused it. This was news to me. He has suggested it. Why? Seems he saves himself a bit of money, not having to give you your breakfast nor supper. Hap squirmed unhappily. He took a breath. He suggests it whenever my work is poor. He says if I slept a proper night and rose with the others, if I were on time to work and on time to bed, I would do better. He glanced away. There was a gruff pride as he added, He says he could see that I could do better, far better at my work, if I weren't so sleepy in the mornings. I've always insisted I could manage my own hours, and I have. Oh, I've been late a time or two, but I've been there every day since I came to Buckkeep Town. I have. He said this as if I might doubt it. I kept to myself that I had wondered if he had been faithful to his master's hours. I had let some little time lag. So, then, what is the difficulty now? It seems that, as he has asked you several times, he'd be pleased to see you take his suggestion. Hap was silent. He went a bit pinker about the ears. I waited. Then he steeled himself to it. I wonder if, perhaps, you couldn't go by and tell him that you had decided it was best for me. It just seems simpler that way, less awkward. I had spoken slowly, wondering if the words were wise. Less like you knuckling under to his suggestion, perhaps, or less like Jinnah turning you out because she didn't want trouble on her doorstep. Hap flushed a deep scarlet, and I knew I had struck true. He started to turn away. I put a hand on his shoulder, and when he tried to shrug it off, I tightened my grip. He startled when he could not twist free of it, so my daily practices on the weapons court had counted for something. I could hold a squirming lad against his will now. Such an accomplishment. I waited until he stopped struggling. He hadn't tried to hit me, but neither had he turned back to face me. I spoke quietly for his ears only, not for those who had turned to stare at our little contest. Go to Gindest yourself, son. You might save face with the other apprentices by saying your father had forced you to move in with them, but in the long run, Gindest will respect you more if you go to him and say you've thought it over and decided it would be for the best if you lived there. And you might recall that Jinnah has been kind, not just to you, but to both of us, far beyond what any coin would buy, and far beyond what either of us deserves from her. Don't shun her because she wanted no trouble in her home. Trouble shouldn't be the price of her being our friend. Then I had loosened my hold and allowed him to shrug free of me and stalk off. I didn't know what he had done. I hadn't gone to check on him. I had to let him sort that much of his life out for himself. He had food and shelter if he chose to accept them on the terms offered. More than that I could not do for him. I dragged my thoughts back to my conversation with Chade. Hap's had some difficulties adjusting to life in town, I admitted to the old assassin. On our holding, he was used to setting his own hours, as long as his chores were done. It was a simpler life, less of a daily grind and more choices for him. Less beer and fewer girls, too, I imagine, Chade added, and I suspected that, as usual, he knew far more about everything than he was letting on. But he smiled as he said it, and I let it pass, not only because he meant no insult to Hap or me by it, but because it was a relief to me to see the old man as sharp as he had ever been. It seemed that the thicker the intrigue in Buckkeep Castle, the more Chade throve on it. "Well, I hope you know that whatever your Hap gets into, you can turn to me for help, if it's needed, without a price on it." "I know that," I had replied, if a bit gruffly, and he had let me go. We both had to prepare ourselves for the afternoon's event. Chade had to dress appropriately for the formal farewell ceremony for the Outislanders. He was hoping desperately that tonight's honours and gifts would heal the cracks and rifts, and that they would depart on the morrow with the betrothal confirmed. As for me, I had to gather my supplies and make my way to my spy post to watch from that vantage and store up any titbits that might escape Chade's eyes. He departed to his chambers to make himself ready. My own preparations were far different. I gathered a supply of candles, a pillow from his bed and a blanket, a bottle of wine and some victuals. I expected to crouch in my hiding place for several hours, and I was determined that this time I would be comfortable. Winter had clenched its grip on the castle over the last few days, and the hidden tunnels and corridors were chill and comfortless. I bundled it all together, removing Gilly several times from my efforts. The ferret had become a social little fellow of late, greeting me with whiskers twitching and sniffing whenever we encountered one another in the hidden network. As much as he enjoyed his hunting, and despite the numerous trophies he left about to demonstrate his prowess, he surprised me often by begging for raisins or bits of bread. These he seemed to relish hiding behind the scroll rack or under the chairs more than he did eating them. His mind darted like a hummingbird, inquisitive and restless. Like most animals, he was completely uninterested in bonding with a human. Our wit sense of one another brushed often, but never engaged. Still, he was companionably intrigued in what I did, and followed me curiously as I made my way through the cramped passages. I arrived in plenty of time to witness the farewell banquet. I set my cushion upon a rickety stool that I had gathered on the way, put my food on the dusty floor beside me, and my candle and extra tapers beyond it. I seated myself, wrapped the blanket around my shoulders, and settled myself by the peephole. This one offered a good vantage, I decided with approval. From here I could see the high dais and almost a third of the hall. The winter finery of the great hall had been renewed. Evergreen boughs and garlands trimmed the entrances and hearths, and the minstrels played softly as folk entered and sought their places. All in all, it reminded me very much of the betrothal ceremony, witnessed from a different angle. Embroidered cloths covered the long tables, and bread and fruit preserves and wine glasses awaited the guests. Southern incense, a gift from the Bingtown traders, sweetened the air of the hall. There was a bit less ceremony as the dukes and duchesses entered this time. I suspected that even the nobility had become a bit weary of all the festivities and pomp of late. The Bingtown delegation, I noted with interest, came in with the lesser aristocrats, and was seated well away from the Outislanders' dais. I wondered if the distance would be enough to prevent sparks flying. What I had begun to think of as Archon Bloodblade's contingent entered next. They seemed in high spirits, and were once more decked in their extravagant versions of Buckkeep garb. Heavy furs had been replaced with satin and velvet. Lace had been used indiscriminately, and the colours seemed to favour the red and orange section of the spectrum. Strange to say, it suited them well, both the men and the women. The barbaric excess in adopting our modes of dress made them the Outislanders' own style, and that they had chosen to emulate some of our ways indicated to me that the doors would soon open wide to trade of all sorts, if Archon Bloodblade had his way. Piotr Blackwater and Elliania were not with them. They still had not entered by the time the Queen and the Prince made their way to the high dais, with Chade trailing demurely behind them. I saw the Queen's eyes widen with dismay, but she did not let it reach her smile. Prince Dutiful kept a lordly reserve, apparently not noticing that his intended had not yet seen fit to join the ceremony designed to honour her departure. When the Farseers had assumed their places, an awkward little delay ensued. Ordinarily, the Queen would have ordered the servants to pour the wine and begin with a toast to her honoured guests. It had just reached the point at which folk had begun to mutter when Piotr Blackwater appeared at the entrance to the hall. He had retained his out-island skins and chains, but the richness of the furs and the gold that weighted his forearms bespoke his very best. He stood in the doorway until the startled murmur at his appearance had stilled. Then he stepped silently aside, and the Narceska entered. The narwhal symbol of her matriarchal line was picked out in ivory beads on her leather vest. It was trimmed with white fur, probably snowfox. She wore a sealskin skirt and slippers. Her arms and fingers were innocent of all jewellery. Her hair flowed unfettered as night down her back, and upon her head she wore a curious blue ornament, almost like a crown. It reminded me of something, but I could not quite recall what. She stood for a moment in the entrance. Her gaze met Catricken's and held it. Head up, she paced the length of the room towards the high dais, with Piotr Blackwater coming slowly behind her. He let her lead him by enough that his presence did not distract from hers, but as always he was close enough to protect her should any seek to do her harm. Never once did she look away from the Queen as she trod the length of the hall. Even when she ascended the steps to the dais, their gazes remained locked. When finally she stood before Catricken, she made her a solemn curtsy, yet she did not bow her head, nor avert her gaze as she did so. "I am so pleased you have joined us," Catricken said graciously in a low voice. There was genuine welcome in her tone. I thought for a moment that I saw a flicker of doubt pass over the Narceska's face. But then her resolve seemed to harden. When she spoke, her young voice was clear, her enunciation crisp, and her voice pitched to carry. They were not private words she spoke. "I am here, Queen Catricken of the Six Duchies, but I fear I have begun to have doubts that I will ever truly join you, as wife to your son." She turned then, and her gaze slowly swept the assembly. Her father was sitting very straight. I surmised that her words were a surprise to him, one he sought to cover. The initial look of shock on the Queen's face had been replaced with a cold and courteous mask. "Your words disappoint me, Narceska Elliania Blackwater of the God Runes." That was all Catricken said. She spoke no question that would have invited a reply. I saw Elliania hesitate, fumbling for a way to begin her planned speech. I suspected she had expected more of a reaction, a demand for an explanation. Lacking that introduction, she had no choice but to tone her words to meet the Queen's attitude of polite regret. "I find that this betrothal does not meet my expectations, which are those of my mother's house. I was told that I would come here to promise my hand to a king. Instead, I find my hand offered to a youngster, who is but a prince, not even the king in waiting, as you term one who learns the duties of his crown. This is not to my satisfaction." Catricken did not reply immediately. She let the girl's words die away. When she did speak, it was with simplicity, as if she were explaining something to a child who might be too young to understand it. The effect was that of a mature and patient woman addressing a wayward young girl. "It is unfortunate that you were not taught our customs in this matter, Narceska Elliania. Prince Dutiful must be at least 17 before he may be declared the king-in-waiting. After that, it is up to his dukes to decide when he may be crowned as a full king. I do not expect it will take long for him to earn that responsibility." She lifted her eyes and scanned her dukes and duchesses as she spoke. She honoured them when she acknowledged their role, and they were sensible of that. Most of them nodded sagely to her words. It was smoothly done. I think Elliania sensed her moment slipping away from her. Her voice was just the least bit shrill, and she spoke perhaps a second too soon when she said, "Nevertheless, if I accept my betrothal to Prince Dutiful now, None can deny that I am taking the chance of binding my fate to a prince who may never be declared king. As she drew breath, Catricon quietly interjected, That is most unlikely, Narceska Elliania. I felt almost as if it were my own, Dutiful's prodded pride. A far-seer temper lurked behind his cool mountain exterior. The skill link between us throbbed with his rising anger. Steady. Let the Queen handle this. I kept my thread of suggestion small and tight between us. I suppose I must, he replied recklessly, however little I like it, just as I must tolerate this arranged marriage at all. In the heat of his provocation, his control was more absent than sloppy. I winced at it and glanced towards the veiled Bingtown trader. Selden Vestrit sat very straight, and perhaps his intentness was only the interest in the proceedings that he shared with all the other Bingtown traders, yet he seemed entirely too still, as if he listened with every pore of his body. I feared him. Nevertheless, the Narceska said again, and this time her accent floored the word more sharply. I could see her losing her aplomb, but she ploughed ahead stubbornly. Doubtless this speech had been practised endlessly in her room, but now it was delivered without finesse or gestures. It was only words, pebbles hurled in desperation. Doubtless many thought it was to save herself from the betrothal. My suspicions were different. Nevertheless, if I am to accept this custom of yours as good, and give my promise of a marriage to a prince who may never become a king, then it seems to me fair and good that in return I ask him to honor a custom of my land and people. There were too many faces to watch for responses from everyone. One I made sure of was Archon Bloodblade. I was certain that his daughter's speech was a complete surprise to him. Yet at her naming this condition, he seemed pleased. But then I reflected he was obviously a man who enjoyed a challenge and a gamble, as well as putting on a show. He was content to let her stir the pot while he waited to see what would bob to the top. Perhaps it would be to his advantage. Several of the people seated alongside him did not look so sanguine. They exchanged apprehensive glances, fearing the girl's effrontery would endanger the betrothal and cripple their trade negotiations. The blood had started to rise in Prince Dutiful's face. I could see and feel him fighting to maintain a serene demeanour. Catricon held her calm, almost effortlessly. Perhaps that might be acceptable, she said quietly, and again it sounded as if she were indulging a child. Would you care to explain this custom to us? Narceska Elliania seemed to know that she was not showing well. She pulled herself straighter and took a breath before she spoke. In my land, in the god runes, it is customary that if a man seeks to marry a woman, and the woman's mothers are uncertain of his blood or his character, then the mothers may propose a challenge to him, whereby he can prove himself worthy. And there it was. Insult bold enough that no duchy would have blamed their queen if she had immediately voided the betrothal and alliance. No, they would not have blamed her. Yet in the faces of more than one pride warred with the possible loss of trade profits, eyes flickered as dukes and duchesses silently conferred with one another, faces set in stillness, mouths flat. But before the queen could even draw breath to compose a reply, the Narceska added to her words, As I stand before you without the benefit of my mothers to speak for me, I would myself propose a challenge that would prove the prince worthy of me. I had known Catricon in the days when she was the daughter of the mountain sacrifice, before she was queen of the Six Duchies. I had known her in the days when she was transforming herself from a girl, barely a woman, into both woman and queen. Others might have been at her side longer, or spent more recent years with her, but I think my early knowledge of her let me read her as no one else could. I saw in the tiny movement of her lips how disappointed she was. All the months of efforts spent crawling towards an alliance between the Six Duchies and the Out Islands were erased in the rush of an impetuous girl's words. For Catricon could not allow the worthiness of her son to be questioned. When Elliania looked askance at Dutiful, she looked askance at the entire kingdom of the Six Duchies. It could not be tolerated, not because of maternal pride, but because of the danger of debasing the value of the Six Duchies' alliance. I held my breath, waiting to hear how Catrichan would sever the negotiations. So focused was I on the Queen's face that I only caught from the tail of my eye the furtive grab that Chade made at the young prince's shoulder as Dutiful surged to his feet.
"I will accept your challenge."
The prince's voice rang out, young and strong. Violating all protocol, he stepped clear of his chair and moved to face the Narceska as if this were truly a confrontation between lovers. His actions seemed to exclude the Queen, as if she had no say in the matter at all.
"I will do it, not to prove myself worthy of your hand, Narceska. I will not do it to prove anything about myself to you, or to anyone else. But I will do it because I would not see the days of negotiation towards a peace between our peoples put into jeopardy over a prideful girl's doubts of me."
She was equal to his scolded pride.
"It matters little to me why you do it,"
she said, and suddenly her crisp diction and precise pronunciation were back.
"So long as the task is performed." "And the task?"
he demanded.
"Prince Dutiful,"
said the Queen. Any son would have recognized the meaning of those words. In the naming of his name, she commanded him to be silent and step back. But the prince did not seem even to hear them. His entire attention was focused on the girl who had humiliated him and then spurned his efforts at apology. Elliania took a breath. When she spoke again, I recognized plainly the polished diction of a prepared speech. Like a courser who finds solid ground beneath her feet, she sprang to the chase.
"You know little of our god runes, Prince, and less of our legends. For legend, many will term the dragon Icefyre, though I assure you he is real. As real as your Six Duchies dragons were, when they flew over our villages, snatching memories and sense from those who lived there."
Bitter words that could only wake bitter memories in the Six Duchies folk who heard them. How dared she complain of what our dragons had done to her people after the years of raids and forging had provoked us to it? She walked on very thin ice, black water seeping up in her footprints. I think that only the sheer drama of the moment saved her. She would have been shouted down had not all ardently wished to know what this Icefyre was. Even the Bingtown traders had suddenly come to a more pointed attention.
"Our legend is that Icefyre, the black dragon of the god runes, sleeps deep in the heart of a glacier on Aslevyal Isle. His slumber is a magic one, preserving the fires of his life until some deep need of the god runes folk awakens him. Then he will rip himself free of the glacier and come to our aid."
She paused and slowly scanned the whole room. Her voice was cool and emotionless when she observed.
"Surely he should have done so when your dragons flew over us. Surely that was an hour of great need for us. Yet our hero failed to arise. And for that, as for any hero who forsakes his duty, he deserves to die."
She turned back to Dutiful.
"Bring me Icefyre's head. Then I will know that unlike him you are a worthy hero. And I will wed you, and be your wife in all ways, even if you never become the king of the Six Duchies."
I felt Dutiful's instantaneous reaction.
"No,"
I forbade him, and for the first time since I had accidentally skill imprinted on him, the command not to fight me, I hoped with all my heart that it was well and truly still in place. And it was. I felt him hit that barrier like a rabbit finding the length of the snare. Like a rabbit, he struggled against the choking restriction of my command. But unlike a rabbit, I felt him, Even in his panic and outrage, consider the type of stricture it was. He acted as swift as thought. He lifted his head, and almost like a tracing finger, I felt him follow the noose back to me. He severed it. Not easily. In the moment before I lost my contact with him, I could feel the sweat burst from his skin. For me, it was like being slammed brow first onto an anvil. I reeled with the impact, but had no time for considering the pain, for I was suddenly aware that the veiled trader's pale blue eyelight was visible through his lacy veil. And he stared, not at the prince, but at the peephole where I cowered, out of sight. I would have given much to see his expression just then. Even as I prayed it was some bizarre coincidence, I longed to huddle down, to shut my own eyes and hide until his gaze had swept past me. But I could not. I had a duty, not just as a farseer, but as Chade's extra eyes. I kept my gaze fixed on the room. My head pounded with pain, and Selden Vestrit continued to stare at the wall that should have shielded me. Then Dutiful spoke. His voice boomed forth, Verity's voice, a man's voice. I accept the challenge. So swift it all had happened. I heard Catricken's gasp. She had not had time to think of nor phrase a refusal. A stunned silence followed Dutiful's words. Outislanders, including Archon Bloodblade, exchanged worried glances at the thought of a Six Duchies prince slaying their dragon. At the Six Duchies tables, the palpable thought was that Dutiful did not need to meet this foreign challenge. I saw Chade wince. Yet a moment later the old assassin's eyes opened wide, and I saw hope gleam in them. For cheers erupted, not just from the Six Duchies tables, but from the Outislanders as well. The enthusiasm for a young man roaring like a bull that he would meet a challenge overpowered every shred of common sense that any man in the room might have held. Even I felt a surge of pride in my chest for this young farseer prince. He could have refused the challenge, and rightfully so, with no loss to his honour, but he instead had stepped up to it, to defy the Outislanders' slighting assumption that he was less than worthy of their Narcheska's hand. At the Outislander table I suspected that wagers were already being laid that the boy would fail. But even if he failed, his willingness to step up to Elliania's challenge to him had increased their regard for him. Perhaps they were not marrying their Narcheska off to a farmer prince at all. Perhaps there was a bit of hot blood in his veins. And for the first time I noted the looks of consternation, even horror, amongst the Bingtown traders. The veiled trader was no longer staring at my wall. Selden Vestrit gestured frantically, speaking urgently to the others at his table, trying to make himself heard through the roar of sound that filled the great hall. I caught a glimpse of starling birdsong. She had leapt to a tabletop, and her head pivoted like a beleaguered wind vane as she tried to take in every aspect of the scene, mark every man's reaction, and harvest every comment. There would be a song to be made from all this, and it would be hers. "And," Prince Dutiful shouted into the din. Something in the set of the lines around his eyes warned me. "Ada, mercy," I prayed, but knew no god or goddess would stop him. There was a wild and stubborn gleam in his eyes, and I feared whatever it was he was about to say. At his shout, the uproar in the great hall quieted abruptly. When he spoke again, his words were pitched for the Narcheska. Nonetheless, in the brimming silence of the room, they carried clearly. "And I've a challenge of my own. For if I must prove myself worthy to wed the Narcheska Elliania, who has no prospects of being queen of anything, save that she give her hand to me, then I think she must first prove herself worthy of being a queen of the Six Duchies." Now it was Piotr's turn to startle and then grow pale, for the words were scarcely out of the prince's mouth before Elliania replied, "Call me this challenge, then." "I shall." The prince took a breath. The eyes of the two youngsters were locked. They might have stood in the midst of a desert for all the care they took for the rest of us. The glance between them was not fixed but alive, as if for the first time they saw one another as they clinched in this battle of wills. "My father, as you may know, was only the king-in-waiting when he embarked on a quest to save the Six Duchies. With little more than his own courage to guide him, he set forth to find the elderlings that would rise to our aid and end the war your people had forced upon us." The prince paused, almost, I think, to see if his words had struck home, but Elliania remained icily silent in her stern contemplation of him. He cut on. "When months passed, and no word was heard from him, my mother, who by then was the besieged but rightful queen of the Six Duchies, set out after him. With but a handful of companions she sought and found my father, and aided him in waking the dragons of the Six Duchies." Again that pause. Again Elliania refused to put words in it. "It seems fitting to me that as she proved herself by joining my father's quest to wake the dragons, so you should play a similar role in my quest to slay your country's dragon. Go with me, Nachesca Elliania. Share the hardship and witness the deed you have laid upon me. And if in truth there be no dragon to slay, witness that." Dutiful spun suddenly to the room and shouted, "Let no man here ever say it was the will of the Six Duchies alone that slew Icefyre. Let your Nachesca, who has commanded this deed, see it through beside me." He turned back to her, and his voice dropped to a sugary whisper. "If she dares." Her lip curled in disdain. "I dare." If she had said more, the words would have gone unheard, for the hall erupted in noise. Pyotr stood as pale and still as if he had been turned to ice, but every other Outislander, including Elliania's father, was pounding on the table. A sudden, rhythmic chant in their own tongue burst from them, a song of determination and bloodlust, more fit to the rowers on a raiding ship than to treaty negotiators in a foreign hall. The lords and ladies of the Six Duchies shouted as they attempted to be heard. The comments seemed to run the gauntlet, that the Nachesca deserved the prince's scornful challenge, to that she had responded bravely, and perhaps there was indeed a worthy queen inside the Outislander girl. Amidst it all, my queen stood still and tall, silently regarding her son. I saw Chade's mouth move as if he offered some quiet bit of counsel to her. She sighed. I suspected I knew what he had said. Too late to change it. The Six Duchies must follow through on the prince's thrust. To one side of them, Pyotr was struggling to mask his deep dismay, and before them the prince and the Nachesca still stood, their eyes locked in jewel. The queen spoke, her voice low, the first words intended only to quell the sound in the hall. "My guests and my lords and ladies, hear me, please." The uproar died slowly, ending with the thumping at the Outislander table that gradually slowed and ceased. Cotrican took a deep breath, and I saw resolve firm her features. She turned not to Archon Bloodblade and his table, but to where she knew the true power resided now. She looked towards the Nachesca, but I knew her focus was actually on Pyotr Blackwater. "It seems we have now a firm agreement. Prince Dutiful is hereby affianced to the Nachesca Elliania Blackwater of the God Runes, providing that Prince Dutiful can bring to her the head of the Black Dragon Icefyre, and providing that Nachesca Elliania accompany him to witness the doing of this task."
"Be it so!"
roared out Archon Bloodblade, unaware that the decision had never been his to make. Pyotr nodded twice, grave and silent, and to my queen the Nachesca Elliania turned and lifted her chin. "Be it so," she agreed quietly. And the deed was done. "Bring in the food and wine," the queen commanded suddenly. It was not at all the proper way the meal should have been commanded, but I suspected she needed to sit down, and that a glass of wine to fortify her would be welcome. I was trembling myself, not just in fear of what must eventually come of this, but from the thundering pain that Dutiful had inflicted on me in the course of severing my power over him. The minstrels struck up suddenly at a signal from Chade, as the serving folk flooded into the hall. All resumed their seats, even Starling the minstrel, stepping gracefully from the tabletop into her husband's waiting arms. He swung her to the floor, infected with the court's heady elation. It seemed whatever their quarrel had been, it was mended now. As if Dutiful sensed me wondering at how he had freed himself of my skill command, the prince swept suddenly into my skull. "Tom Badgerlock, you will answer to me later for this." As abruptly he was gone. When I falteringly reached after him, he was simply unavailable to me. I knew he was there, but I could not find a handle to open his mind to mine. I drew a deep breath. This did not bode well. He was angry with me, and quite likely the trust between us was badly damaged. It would not make teaching him any easier. I pulled my blanket more tightly around my shoulders. Below, in the hall, only the Bingtown traders were subdued. Their talk was quiet and confined to their own group. Even so, it did not prevent them from filling their plates and their glasses generously. Alone amongst them, Selden Vestritz sat, seemingly in deep thought. His plate and his glass were empty, and he seemed to stare at nothing. But at every other table the talk was lively, and the eating as ravenous as if they were men-at-arms fresh returned from battle. The excitement in the hall was palpable, as was the sense of triumph. It was done. For now, at least, the Six Duchies and the Out Islands had a firm understanding with one another. The Queen had done it. Well, yes. And the Prince. And the glances that were tossed his way seemed more appraising of him than previously. Obviously this lad was proving himself spirited, to both his lords and ladies and to the Out Islander folk. The guests in the hall settled down to their meat and drink. A minstrel struck up a lively tune, and the talk subsided as folk began to eat. I opened the bottle of wine I brought with me. From my folded napkin I took bread and meat and cheese. The ferret miraculously appeared at my elbow, his tiny paws on my knee. I broke off a piece of meat for him. "A toast!" someone shouted in the hall. "To the Prince and the Narcheska!" A lusty cheer followed the words. I raised my bottle, grinned grimly, and drank. Chapter 14. Scrolls. Owen, a fisherman, lived on the rune island called Fedois. His wife's mother's house was of wood and stone, and stood well above the tide line, for tides can run both exceeding high and very low in that place. It was a good place. There were clams on the beach to the north, and enough pasturage below the glacier that his wife could keep 3 goats of her own in a flock of many, although she was a younger daughter. She bore for them 2 sons and a daughter, and all helped him fish. They had enough, and it should have been enough for him, but it was not. From Fedois on a clear day, a keen-eyed man can see Aslevial, with its heart glacier glinting blue beneath the azure sky. Now all know that when the lowest tide of the winter season comes, a boat can venture under the glacier's skirts and find a way to the heart of the island. There, as all know, the dragon sleeps with a hoard of treasure scattered about him. Some say a bold man can go there and ask a favour of Icefyre as he sleeps locked in the glacier's cold, and some say it is only a man, both greedy and foolish, who would do such a thing. For it is told that Icefyre will give such a man not only what he asks, but what he deserves, and that is not always good luck and gold. To visit Icefyre by that path, a man must go swift, waiting for the tide to lower away from the ice, and then darting under it as soon as his boat will slide between the water and the icy roof. Once in that cold sapphire place, he must count the beats of his own pulse, for if he tarries too long, the tide will return to grind him and his boat between the water and the ice. And that is not the worst thing that can befall a man who ventures there. Few are there who tell the tale of visiting that place, and even fewer are truthful men. Owen knew this well, for his mother had told him, and so had his wife and his wife's mother. "No call have you to go begging at the dragon's door," they warned him, "for you will get no better of Icefyre than would an impudent beggar that came to our own door." Even his younger son knew this was so, and he was a lad of only 6 winters. But his older son had 17 years, and his heart and his loins burned hot for Gedrena, daughter of Sindre of the Linsfold mothers. She was a rich bride, high above choosing the son of a fisherman for her mate. So his older son buzzed in Owen's ear like a gnat by night, whining and humming that if they had the courage to visit Icefyre, they both could be the richer for it. Outislander's scroll, Icefyre's lair. The following morning the Outislanders departed, sailing with the dawn tide. I didn't envy them their trip. The day was rough and cold, spray flying from the tips of the waves, yet they seemed to make little of the harsh weather, accepting it as routine. I heard that there was a procession down to the docks, and a formal farewell as Elliania boarded the ship that would carry her back to the God Runes. Dutiful bent over her hand and kissed it. She curtsied to him and to the Queen. Then Bloodblade made his formal farewells, followed by his nobles. Pyotr was the last to bid goodbye to the Farseers. He was also the one who escorted the Narcheska aboard the ship. They all stood on the deck to wave as the ship was pulled out of the harbour. I think the folk who went to witness it were disappointed that there were no last-minute dramatics. Almost it was a calm following a storm. Perhaps Elliania was still too dazed from the previous evening's late night and cataclysmic agreements to present any last-minute hurdles. I knew that a quiet meeting between the Queen, Chade, Blackwater, and Bloodblade had followed the formal banquet. It had been arranged hastily and lasted into the early hours of the morning. The behaviour of the Prince and Narcheska had doubtless been discussed, but more importantly, the Prince's quest had now metamorphosed into but one element of an extended visit to the Out-Islands. Chade told me later that the slaying of the questionable dragon had not been discussed so much as the timetable for the Prince to meet not only the Hetgird of the Out-Islands, but to visit the mother-house of Elliania's family. The Hetgird was a loose alliance of headmen and tribal chiefs who functioned more as a trade clearing-house than any sort of a government. Elliania's mother-house was a different matter. Chade told me later that Pyotr had seemed very uneasy when Blackwater had calmly assumed that it must be a part of Dutiful's visit to the Out-Islands, almost as if he would have refused if he could. The Prince and his entourage would depart for the Out-Islands in spring. My private response to that was that it gave Chade precious little time for his information gathering. I was not a witness to that hastily convened negotiation, nor to any of the farewell events. Lord Golden, much to Chade's annoyance, still begged off any public appearances, citing his health. I was just as glad not to go. I was cramped and stiff from an evening spent wedged in a wall peering through a spy-hole. A nice stormy ride down to Buckkeep Town and back was not alluring. In the wake of the departure of the Out-Islanders, many of the lesser lords and ladies of the Six Duchies began to leave the court also. The festivities and occasions of the Prince's betrothal were over, and they had many stories to share with those at home. Buckkeep Castle emptied out like an upended bottle. The stables and servants' quarters suddenly became roomier, and life settled into a quieter winter routine. To my dismay, the Bingtown traders lingered on. This meant that Lord Golden continued to keep to his rooms lest he be recognised, and that at any hour I might encounter Jack visiting him. Propriety meant nothing to her. She had grown up rough, the daughter of fisher-folk, and had kept the carefree ways of that people. Several times I met her in the halls of the castle. Always she grinned at me and gave me a jovial good day. Once, when our steps were carrying us in the same direction, she thumped me on the arm and told me not to be so sombre all the time. I made some neutral reply to that, but before I could get away, she clamped her hand on my forearm and drew me to one side. She glanced all about us to be sure the hall was deserted, and then spoke in a low voice. "I suppose this will get me into trouble, but I can't stand to see the two of you like this. I refuse to believe you don't know Lord Golden's secret. And knowing it—" She paused for a moment, then said quietly and urgently, "Open your eyes, man,
and see what could be yours. Don't wait. Love, such as you could have, doesn't—"
I cut her off before she could say anything more. "Perhaps Lord Golden's secret is not what you think it is. Or perhaps you have lived among Gemalians for too long," I suggested, offended. At my sour look, she had only laughed. "Look," she said, "you might as well trust me. Lord Golden has for years now. Believe in my friendship for both of you, and know that, like you, I can keep a friend's secrets when they deserve to be kept." She turned her head and regarded me as a bird looks at a worm. "But some secrets beg to be betrayed. The secret of undeclared love is like that. Amber is a fool not to voice her feelings for you. It does neither of you any good to ignore such a secret." She stared into my eyes earnestly, her hand still gripping my wrist. "I don't know what secret you refer to," I replied stiffly, even as I wondered uneasily just how many of my secrets the fool had shared with her. At that moment 2 serving maids appeared at the end of the hall and continued towards us, gossiping merrily. She had dropped my wrist, sighed for me, and shook her head in mock pity. "Of course you don't," she replied, "and you won't even see what is put right on the table before you. Men, if it was raining soup, you'd be out there with a fork." She slapped me on the back, and then our ways parted, much to my relief. After that I began to long to have things out with the fool. Like an aching tooth, I jiggled over and over what I would say to him. The frustration was that he excluded me from his bedchamber, even as he seemed to welcome Jack in for private talks. Not that I rapped at his door and demanded entrance. I had been maintaining a sullen silence towards him, waiting hungrily for him to demand just what ailed me. The problem was that he did not. He seemed focused elsewhere. It was as if he did not notice my silence or my surliness. Is there anything more provoking than waiting for someone to open the lowering quarrel? My mood became even darker. That Jack believed the fool was some woman named Amber did nothing to soothe my irritation. It only made the situation ever more bizarre. In vain I tried to distract myself with other mysteries. Laurel was gone. In the dwindling days of winter I had noticed her absence. My discreet inquiries as to where the huntswoman was had led me to rumours that she had gone to visit her family. Under the circumstances I doubted that. When asked bluntly, Chade informed me that it was not my concern if the Queen had decided to send her huntswoman out of harm's way. When I asked where, he gave me a scathing look. "What you don't know is less danger for you and for her." "And is there more danger, then, that I should know of?" He considered for a moment before replying, then sighed heavily. "I don't know. She begged a private audience with the Queen. What was said there, I don't know, for Cotrican refuses to tell me. She gave some foolish promise to the huntswoman that it would remain a secret between the two of them. Then Laurel was gone. I don't know if the Queen sent her away, or if she asked permission to leave, or if she simply fled. I have told Cotrican that it is not wise to leave me uninformed about this, but she will not budge from her promise." I thought of Laurel as I had last seen her. I suspected she had gone forth to fight the piebalds in her own way. What that could be, I had no idea, but I feared for her. "Have we had any word about Loudwine and his followers?" "Nothing that we know is absolutely true. But 3 rumours might as well be the truth, as the saying goes. And there are plentiful rumours that Loudwine has recovered from the injury you dealt him, and that he will once more take up the reins of power over the piebalds. The closest we have to good news is that some may dispute his right to lead them. We can only hope that he has problems of his own." And so I hoped fervently. But in my heart I did not believe it. There was little to lighten my life elsewhere. The prince had not come to the skill tower on the morning of the Narcheska's departure. I thought little of that. He had had a late night, and his presence was demanded early on the docks. But on the 2 mornings since then I had waited in vain for him. I had arrived at our appointed hour and waited, labouring over some scroll translations alone, and then I left. He sent me no word of explanation, After simmering in my own anger through the second morning, I made a firm decision that I would not contact him. It was, I told myself firmly, not my place. I tried to put myself in the prince's skin. How would I have felt if I had found that Verity had given me a skill command to be loyal? I knew too well how I felt about Skillmaster Galen fogging my mind and masking my skill talent from me. Dutiful had a right to both his anger and his royal contempt of me. I'd let them run their course. When he was ready, I'd give him the only explanation I could, the truth. I had not meant to bind him to obey me, only to stop him from attempting to kill me. I sighed at the thought and bent over my work again. It was evening, and I was sitting up in Chade's tower. I had been there since afternoon, waiting for Thick. It was yet another meeting that he had missed. As I had pointed out to Chade, there was little he or I could do if the half-wit would not voluntarily come to meet me. Still, I had not wasted my time. In addition to several of the older and more obscure skill scrolls that we were deciphering piecemeal, Chade had given me 2 old scrolls that dealt with Icefyre, the God-Rune's dragon. They both dealt with legends, but he hoped I could sift whatever seed of truth had begun them. He had already dispatched spies to the Out Islands. One had sailed secretly aboard the Narcheska's vessel, ostensibly working his way across to visit relatives there. His true mission was to reach Aslevyal, or at least to discover as much about that isle as could be learned, and to report back to Chade with it. The old man feared that having committed himself to the quest, Dutiful must actually go, but he was determined the prince would go well prepared and well accompanied. I myself may go with him, Chade had informed me at our last chance encounter in the tower. I had groaned, but managed to keep it a silent one. He was too old for such a trip. By an amazing effort of will, I managed to keep those words to myself also. For I knew what would follow any protest. Who, then, do you think I should send? I was no more in favour of visiting Aslevyal myself than I was for Chade going. Or Prince Dutiful, for that matter. I pushed the Icefyre scroll to one side and rubbed my eyes. It was interesting, but I doubted that anything there was going to prepare the prince for his quest. From what I knew of our stone dragons, even from what the fool had told me of the Bingtown dragons, it seemed highly unlikely to me that there was a dragon asleep in a glacier on an Out-Islander isle. Far more likely that a slumbering dragon was fancifully blamed for earthquakes and glaciers calving. Besides, I'd had enough of dragons for a time. The more I worked on the scroll, the more troubling thoughts of the veiled Bingtowner menaced my sleep. Yet I could wish those were my only concerns. My eyes fell on a heavy pottery bowl, upside down on the corner of the table. There was a dead rat under it. Well, there was most of a dead rat under. I'd taken it from the ferret last night. From a sound sleep, a wit scream of hideous pain had awakened me. It was not the ordinary snuffing of a small creature's life. Anyone with a wit had to become inured to those constant ripples. Usually little creatures went like popping bubbles. Among animals, death is a daily chance one takes in the course of living. Only a human bonded to a creature could have given such a roar of dismay, outrage, and sorrow over a creature's death. Once jolted awake by it, I had given up all hope of going back to sleep. It was as if my wound of losing night eyes had suddenly been torn afresh. I had arisen and, loath to awaken the fool, had instead come up to the tower. On the way I had encountered the ferret dragging the rat. It had been the largest, most glossily healthy rat I had ever seen. After a chase and a tussle, the ferret had surrendered it to me. There was no way I could prove that this dead rat had been someone's wit-beast, but my suspicions were strong. I had saved it to show to Chade. I knew we had a spy sneaking about within the keep's walls. Laurel's lynched sprig of laurel was proof enough of that. Now it seemed possible that the rat and his wit partner had not only penetrated to the royal residence, but knew something of our hidden lairs. I hoped the old man would come to the tower this evening. I now turned to the 2 old skill scrolls we'd been piecing together. They were more challenging than the Icefyre vellums, and yet more satisfying to work on. Chade believed the 2 were part of the same work, based on the apparent age of the vellum and the style of lettering used. I believed they were 2 separate works. based on the choice of words in the illustrations. Both were faded and cracked, with portions of words or whole sentences unreadable. Both were in an archaic lettering that gave me headaches. Beside each scroll was a clean piece of vellum, with Chade's and my line-for-line translations of the two. Looking at them, I realized that my handwriting predominated now. I glanced at Chade's latest contribution. It was a sentence that began, "The use of elf bark." I frowned at that and found the corresponding line in the old scroll. The illustration beside it was faded, but it was definitely not elf bark. The word Chade had translated as elf bark was partially obscured by a stain, but squinting at it, I had to agree that elf bark did seem the most likely configuration of the letters. Well, that made no sense, unless the illustration did not pertain to that part of the text, in which case the piece I had translated might be all wrong. I sighed. The wine rack swung open. Chade entered, followed by Thick, bearing a tray of food and drink. "Good evening," I greeted them, and carefully set my work to one side. "Good evening, Tom," Chade greeted me.
"Evening, Master Dogstink,"
Thick echoed him. "Don't call me that." "Good evening, Thick. I thought you and I were going to meet here earlier today." The half-wit set the tray down on the table and scratched himself.
"Forgot,"
he said with a shrug, but his little eyes narrowed as he said it. I gave Chade a glance of resignation. I had tried, but the old man's surly stare seemed to say that I had not tried hard enough. I tried to think of a way to be rid of Thick so I could discuss the rat with Chade. "Thick, next time you bring up wood for the fire, could you bring an extra load? Sometimes in the evening it gets quite cold up here." I gestured at the dwindling flames. I'd had to let it die down as there was no more wood to fuel it.
"Cold, Dogstink."
The thought reached me clearly, but he simply stood and stared at me slackly, as if he had not understood my words. "Thick, 2 loads of firewood tonight. All right." Chade spoke to him, a bit more loudly than was needed, and saying each word clearly. Could he not sense how much that annoyed Thick? The man was simple, but not deaf, nor stupid, really. Thick nodded slowly.
2 loads.
"You could go get it right now," Chade told him. "No," Thick agreed. As he turned to go, he gave me a brief glance from the corner of his eyes.
"Dogstink, more work."
I waited until he had gone before I spoke to Chade. He had set the tray on the table opposite the scrolls. He doesn't try to assault me with a skill anymore, but he uses it to insult me privately. He knows you cannot hear him. I don't know why he dislikes me so much. I've done nothing to him. Chade lifted one shoulder. "Well, you will both just have to get past that and work together. And you must begin soon. The prince must have some sort of skill coterie to accompany him on this quest, even if it's only a serving man he can draw strength from. Court Thick, Fitz, and win him. We need him." When I met his words with silence, he sighed. Glancing about, he offered, "Wine?" I indicated my cup on the table. "No, thank you. I've been drinking hot tea this evening." "Oh, very good." Chade walked around the table to see what I was working on. "Oh, did you finish the Icefyre scrolls?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I don't think we're going to find anything useful in them. They seem to be very vague about the actual dragon, most accounts of earthquakes that prove that the dragon would punish someone if he didn't do what was just. And so the man realizes that he had best behave in a righteous way. Nevertheless, you should finish reading them. There might be something in there, some hidden mention of a detail that could be useful." "I doubt it, Chade. Do you think there even is a dragon? Or might not this be Elliania's ploy to delay her marriage by sending the prince off to slay something that doesn't exist?" "I am satisfied that some sort of creature is encased in ice on Aslevial Isle. There are a number of passing mentions of it being visible in some of the very old scrolls. A few winters of very deep snowfalls and an avalanche seem to have obscured it. but for a time travellers in that area would go far out of their way to stare into the glacier and speculate on what they were seeing inside. I leaned back in my chair. Oh, good. Perhaps this will be more a task for shovels and ice saws than for a prince and a sword. A smile flickered briefly over Chade's face. Well, if it comes to moving ice and snow swiftly, I think I've come up with a better technique. But it still needs refinement. So that was you on the beach last month? I had heard rumours of another lightning blast, this one witnessed by several ships out in the harbour. The explosion had happened in the deep of night during a snowstorm. It befuddled all who spoke of it. No one had seen lightning streak through the sky, nor would expect to on such a night. But no one could deny hearing the blast. A sizable amount of stone and sand had been moved by it. "On the beach?" Chade asked me, as if mystified. "Let it go," I conceded, almost with relief. I had no wish to be included in his experiments with his exploding powder. "As we must," Chade agreed. "For we have other things to discuss, things of much greater importance. How is the prince progressing with his skill lessons?" I winced. I had not informed Chade that the prince had not been coming to them. I hedged at first, reminding him, "I've been reluctant to let him do any actual skilling while the scaled Bingtowner is still here, so we had only been studying the scrolls." Then I suddenly saw little sense in withholding the truth, and no future at all in lying to Chade. Actually, he hasn't come to any of his lessons since the farewell banquet. I think he's still angry at discovering I'd placed a skill command on him. Chade scowled at the news. "Well, I'll take steps to correct him. Regardless of how ruffled his feathers are, he had best put himself to that task. Tomorrow he will be there. I will arrange that he will be able to spend an extra hour with you each morning and not be missed. Now, as to Thick, you must get to the task of teaching him, Fitz, or at least getting him to obey you. I leave how you do that to you, but I suggest that bribes will work better than threats or punishments. Now, on to our next task. How do you propose that we begin looking for other skill candidates?" I sat down and crossed my arms on my chest. I tried to hold in my anger as I asked, "Then you've found a skill master to teach other candidates if you find them?" He knit his brows at me. "We have you?" I shook my head. "No. I teach the prince at his request, and you've coerced me into trying to teach Thick, but I am not a skill master. Even if I had the knowledge to be one, I would not be one. I cannot. You are asking me for a lifetime commitment. You are asking me to take on an apprentice who would eventually assume the duties of skillmaster when I died. There is no possible way I could take on a class of students and instruct them in the skill without revealing to all of them who I am. I won't do that." Chade stared at me, mouth slightly ajar at my contained anger. It seemed to give my words momentum. "Furthermore, I prefer that you let me settle my quarrel with the prince in my own way. It will go better so. It's a personal matter between him and me. As for when and where I will be able to teach Thick, never and nowhere," I said shortly. "He doesn't like me. He's unpleasant, ill-mannered and smelly, and if you haven't noticed before, he's a half-wit. A bit dangerous to trust him with the far-seer magic. But even if he weren't all those things, he has rejected all my efforts to teach him anything." That was true. I defended it to myself. He had quickly terminated all of my half-hearted attempts at conversation, leaving me in a cloud of skilled insults. And he's strong. If I push him, he may take that dislike of me to a violent level. Frankly, he scares me. If I had thought to provoke Chade to anger, I failed. He slowly sat down across from me and took a sip from his wine-glass. He regarded me silently for a moment, then shook his head. "This won't do, Fitz," he said in a low voice. "I know that you doubt you can instruct the prince and create a coterie for him in the time we have, but as it is something we must do, I have faith you will find a way. You are convinced the prince needs a coterie at his side before he undertakes this quest. I'm not even sure that this is a real quest, let alone that a coterie will be able to assist him better than a troop of soldiers with shovels." Nevertheless, sooner or later the prince will need a coterie. You might as well begin to create one now." He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms on his chest. "I've an idea of how to find likely candidates." I stared at him silently. He blithely ignored my refusal to be skillmaster. His next words incensed me. I could simply ask Thick. He located Nettle easily. Perhaps if he put his mind to it and was rewarded for each success, he could find others. "I really want nothing to do with Thick," I said quietly. "A shame," Shade replied as softly, "for I am afraid this is no longer a matter for discussion between you and me. Let me say this plainly. It is the Queen's command for us. We met for several hours this morning discussing Dutiful and his quest. She shares my opinion that he must have a coterie to accompany him. She asked what candidates we had. I told her Thick and Nettle. She wishes their training to begin at once." I crossed my arms on my chest and held my silence in. I was shocked, and not just by Nettle being included. I knew that in the Mountain Kingdom babes such as Thick were usually exposed shortly after birth. I had surmised that she would be dismayed at the thought of such a man serving her son. In fact, I had been relying on her to refuse him. Once more, Catrican had surprised me. When I was sure I could speak in a steady voice, I asked, "Has she sent for Nettle yet?" "Not yet. The Queen wishes to handle this matter herself with great tact. We know that if she requests this, Barrick may refuse again. If she commands it, well, neither of us can decide what response he might make to that. She wishes both Barrick and the girl to agree to this, and thus the precise way to phrase the summons will demand thought. But right now the Bingtown delegation takes every spare moment she has. When they have departed, she will invite both Barrick and Nettle here to explain the need to both of them, and perhaps Molly as well." Very carefully he added, "Unless, of course, you would like to broach the matter to them for the Queen, then Nettle could begin her lessons sooner." I took a breath. No, I would not. And Catrican should not waste her time considering how to approach them, because I won't teach Nettle to skill. "I thought you might feel that way. But feelings no longer have anything to do with it, Fitz. It is our Queen's command. We have no choice except to obey." I slid down in my chair. Defeat rose like bile in the back of my throat. So, there it was. The command of my Queen was that my daughter be sacrificed to the need of the Farseer heir. Her peaceful life and the security of her home were as nothing before the needs of the Farseer throne. I'd stood here before. Once I would have believed I had no choice except to obey. But that had been a younger Fitz. I took a moment and considered it. Catrican, my friend, the wife of my Uncle Verity, was a Farseer by virtue of marriage. The vows I had sworn as a child and a youth and as a young man bound me to the Farseers, to serve as they commanded me, even to giving up my life. To Chade my duty seemed clear. But what was a vow? Words said aloud with good intentions of keeping them. To some they were no more than that, words that could be discarded when the situation or the heart changed. Men and women who had vowed faithfulness to one another dallied with others or simply abandoned their mates. Soldiers under oath to a lord deserted in the cold and lean winters. Noblemen vowed to one cause, cast off their obligations when another side offered them more advantage. So, truly, was I bound to obey her? I found that my hand had strayed to the little fox pin inside my shirt. There were 100 reasons I did not wish to obey her, reasons that had nothing to do with Nettle. The skill, I had told Chade before, was a magic better left dead. Yet I had allowed myself to be persuaded to teach Dutiful. Reading the skill scrolls had not made me more secure in my decision to teach him. The scope of the skill that I had glimpsed from these forgotten scrolls was vaster than anything Verity had ever dared imagine. Worse, the more I read, the more I realized that what we had was not the skill library, but only the remaining fragments of it, We had the scrolls that spoke of the duties of instructors and the scrolls that delineated the most sophisticated uses of the skill. There must have been other scrolls, ones that spoke of the basics and how a skill user could build his abilities and control to the level demanded for the most advanced purposes. But we did not have those ones. El knew what had become of them. The bits and pieces of skill knowledge that I had glimpsed had convinced me that the magic offered abilities almost on a footing with the powers of the gods. With the skill, one could injure or heal, blind or enlighten, encourage or crush. I did not think I was wise enough to wield such authority, let alone decide who should inherit it. The more Chade read, the more eager and avid he became for the magic that had been denied to him by his illegitimate birth. He frightened me, often, with his enthusiasm for all the skill seemed to offer. It frightened me in a different way that he insisted on venturing into the magic alone. That he had lately said nothing made me hope he had had no success, yet I dared not hope that left the decision in my hands. I could refuse. I could flee, but even without me, Chade would pursue the magic. His will was strong, as was his desire for the skill. He would try to teach not only himself but also Dutiful and Thick. And Nettle, I realized, because Chade saw the skill not as dangerous but as desirable. He felt he was entitled to it. He was a Farseer, and the Farseer magic was rightfully his. But his birthright had been denied him, because he was a bastard Farseer, just as my daughter was. I suddenly put my finger on a sore that had festered in me for years. The Farseer magic. That was what the skill was. Supposedly, the Farseers had a right to this magic. And with that assumption went the notions that a Farseer had the wisdom to deploy such a magic within the world. Chade, born on the wrong side of the sheets, had been judged unworthy and callously denied any education in the skill. Perhaps he had never had any talent for it. Perhaps it had withered away, unnourished. But the unfairness of being denied the opportunity still ate at the old man, after all these years. I was certain that his thwarted ambition was behind his consuming desire to restore the skill to use. Did he see me as depriving Nettle in the same way that he had been denied? I looked at him. Had not verity and Chade and patience intervened for me, I might be as he was. "You're very quiet," Chade said softly. "I'm thinking," I replied. He frowned. "Fitz, it is the Queen's command, not a request to think about. An order to obey. Not a request to think about. In my youth, there had been so many things that I hadn't thought about. I'd simply done my duty, but I had been a boy then. Now I was a man, and I teetered not between duty and not duty, but between right and wrong. I took a step back from the question. Was it right to teach another generation the skill and preserve it in our world? Was it right to let that knowledge fail and pass beyond humanity's reach? If there would always be some who could not have it, was it more righteous to deny it to all? Was the guarded possession of magic like the hoarding of wealth, or was it simply a talent one did or did not have, like the ability to shoot a bow well or sing each note of a song perfectly? I felt besieged by the questions whirling in my head. In my heart, another question clamoured at me. Was there no way to preserve Nettle from this? For I could not bear it. I could not bear to see all I had sacrificed made useless, as the secrets of her birth and of my survival were suddenly revealed to those most vulnerable to them. I could refuse to teach the skill, but that would not preserve her peace. I could steal her from her home and flee, but then I would have been every bit as destructive as what I feared. When Kettle had taught me the stone game, I had had a sudden shift in perception one day. The wolf had been with me then. I had seen the little stones set in their places on the crossing lines of the game cloth, not as a fixed situation, but as only one point in a spreading flow of possibilities. I could not win Chade's game by saying no, but what if I said yes?
You always chose to be bound by who you are. Now choose to be freed by who you are.
I caught my breath as that thought floated unbidden into my mind. Night Eyes. I reached after it, but it was as sourceless as the wind. I was not sure if the skill had carried the thought to me from some other person, or if the conviction had welled from some place deep within me. Whencever it had come, it rang with truth. I handled the conviction delicately, fearing it might cut me. So I was bound by who I was. I was a farseer. But in a strange, detached way, that freed me. "I want a promise," I said slowly. Chade sensed the sea change in me. Carefully, he set down his wine-glass. "You want a promise?" It always went both ways between King Shrewd and me. I was his, and in exchange for that he provided for me and saw that I was taught. He provided for me very well, something that I have only realized the fullness of since I have been a man. I would ask a similar promise now. Chade knit his brows at me. "Are you lacking anything? Well, I know your present quarters leave much to be desired, but as I have told you, this chamber may be modified however you please to suit your needs. Your present mount seems a good one, but if you prefer a better horse, I could arrange—" "Nettle," I said quietly. "You wish Nettle provided for?" "It could most easily be done if we brought her here to be educated and offered the opportunity to meet young men of good position and— No, I do not wish her provided for. I wish for her to be left alone." He shook his head slowly. Fitz, you know I cannot give you that. The Queen commands that she be brought here and taught. I don't ask it of you. I ask it of my Queen. If I agree to become her skillmaster, then she must agree to let me teach in my own way, whom I choose, in secret, and she must promise to leave my daughter in peace, forever. A terrible expression crossed his face. His eyes lit with the wild hope that I would step into the role of skillmaster, but the price I had set upon it made him quail. "You would ask a promise of your Queen. Do you not think you presume too much?" I set my jaw. Perhaps. But perhaps for a long time the farseers have presumed too much of me. He took in a long breath through his nose. I knew he bottled his anger with his hope. His words were icily formal. "I shall present your proposal to Her Majesty and relay to you her reply." "Please," I replied in a low and courteous voice. He rose stiffly, and without another word to me he departed. I realized in that silence that his anger went deeper than I had supposed. It took me a moment to put my finger on it. I was not as he was, neither as a farseer nor as an assassin. I was not sure that made me a better man. I longed to let him leave just then, but I knew there were other matters we had to discuss. "Chade, before you go, there is something else I must tell you. I think we've had a spy in our secret corridors." He set his anger aside, almost visibly drawing himself back from it. As he turned, I lifted the bowl to reveal the rat. "The ferret killed this last night. I felt someone grieve for its death. I think this was the wit-beast of someone within Buckkeep. It could be the same one I encountered on the road the night before the prince's betrothal." Grimacing with distaste, Chade bent over the rat and poked at it. "Is there any way to know whose?" I shook my head. "Not absolutely. But this will have distressed someone greatly. I suspect they would need a day or so, at least, to recover. So if anyone vanishes from the social whirl of court for a day or so, you might want to pay a call on them to see what ails them. I'll make inquiries. You think our spy is a noble, then? That's the difficult part. It could be a man or a woman, noble or servant or bard. It could be someone who has lived here all his life, or someone who has been here only since the betrothal festivities began. Is there anyone you suspect?" I frowned for a moment. "We might look most closely at the Brisinga group, but only because we know at least some of them are witted and sympathetic to others with the wit. That's a small group. Civil Brisinga is here, with a man-servant, a page, and I think a groom for his horse. I'll make inquiries about them." It interests me that he remains when so many other nobles have returned to their own holdings. Could we discreetly find out why? "He has become a close friend of the prince. It is in the best interests of his family that he exploit that connection, but I will quietly ask how things are at Galekeep. I have a person there, you know." I nodded gravely. "She has said that the household seems to be declining in the last month or so. Old servants have left, and the new ones seem unmannered and undisciplined. She said there was an incident of some new cook's assistants who helped themselves to the wine cellar. The cook was quite upset to find them drunk, and even more distressed to discover that the pilferage had been going on for some time. When Lady Brisinga did not send the guilty parties packing, the cook left, and she had been with the household for some years. And it seems there is a change in the guests entertained there. In place of the landed gentry and the lesser nobles who used to guest there, Lady Brisinga has hosted several hunting parties, who seem to my person to be rather unsophisticated, even boorish. What do you think it means?" "That perhaps Lady Brisinga is forming new alliances. I suspect her new friends are at best witted and at worst piebalds. Yet it may not be with the lady's willing consent. My person there says that Lady Brisinga spends more and more time alone in her own chambers, even when her guests are dining." "Have we intercepted any letters between her and Sybil?" Chade shook his head. "Not in the last 2 months. There don't seem to be any." I shook my head. "I find that exceedingly curious. Something is going on there. We should watch young Sybil more closely than ever." I sighed. This rat is the first evidence of piebald activity that we've had since Laurel's lynched twig. I had hoped that their restlessness had settled. Chade drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. He came back to the table and sat down. "There have been other signs," he said quietly, "but like this one they have not been obvious ones." This was news to me. "Oh?" He cleared his throat. "The Queen has managed to quell executions of witted ones in Buck, at least public ones. I suspect that in the smaller towns and villages it could happen and no word of it reaches us, or it could be done under the pretence of punishment for some other crime. But in place of the executions there have been murders. Are these citizens killing witted, or piebalds moving against their own to force compliance with them? We can't tell. Only that the deaths go on." "We have discussed that before. As you said, there is little Queen Catrichan can do about that," I said neutrally. Chade made a small sound in his throat. "It would be most helpful to me if you could convince our Queen of that. It bothers her a great deal, Fitz, and not just because her son is witted." I bowed my head in acknowledgment of her concern for me. "And outside Buck?" I asked quietly. "It is more difficult. The duchies have always resented the Crown taking too deep an interest in what they regard as personal questions of power and justice. To demand that Farrow or Tilth cease executing people for the wit is like demanding that Shokes cease all harassment along their border with Chalced. Shokes has always wrangled with Chalced about the border they share, and Farrow and Tilth have always executed witted ones." "That's not completely true." I leaned back in my chair. I had enjoyed having access to Chade's scroll collection and the Buckkeep library. Prior to the time of the Piebald Prince, the wit was regarded in the same light as hedge magics. Not particularly powerful magic, but if a man had it, he had it. It did not make him evil and disgusting. "Well," Chade conceded, "that's so. But the attitude of the people is so set now that it is near impossible to root it out. Lady Patience had done her best in Farrow. When she has not been able to prevent an execution, she has most assiduously punished those involved afterwards. No one can accuse her of not trying." He chewed his upper lip again. "Last week the Queen received an anonymous message." "Why wasn't I told?" I instantly demanded. "Why should you be told?" he demanded in reply. Then, at my scowl, he softened his tone. "There was little to tell. It made no demands or threats. It simply listed by name those who had been executed in the Six Duchies for the wit in the last 6 months." He sighed. It was a sizable list. 47 names. He cocked his head at me. It was not marked with the piebald horse, so we think this comes from a different faction of the witted. I pondered this for a time. I think the witted know they have the Queen's ear. I think they are letting her know what is happening, to see what she will do. To take no action would be a mistake, Chade. He nodded at me, grudgingly pleased. So I saw it also. The Queen says it shows we are making progress in gaining the trust of the witted. They would not send such a list to her unless they thought there was something she could do. We are making an effort to find kin of the executed ones. Then each duchy will be informed by the Queen that they must pay blood gold to them. I doubt you will have much success finding kin. Folk are not comfortable admitting they are related to anyone with the wit. Again he nodded. We have found a few, however, and the blood gold for the others will be held here at Buckkeep by the Queen's counting man. Where she cannot find kin, she will command that notices be posted informing that those related to the executed can come to Buck for compensation. I pondered a bit. For the most part they'll be afraid to come, and gold may be seen as a cold thing. Some nobles may think it is worth the price to rid their realms of witted ones, like a fee paid to a rat-catcher. Chade bent his head down and rubbed his temples. When he lifted his face and looked at me, his face was weary. We do the best we can, Fitzchivalry. Have you any better suggestions? I thought a bit. Not really. But I should like to see the scrolls they have sent. This one listing the names, and any earlier ones, especially the one that came right before the prince was taken. If you wish to see them, then you shall. There was something in his voice. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I spoke, carefully. I have already said that I wished to see them. Several times. I do wish to see them, Chade. When can I look at them? He gave me a look from under lowered brows. Then he got up and with ponderously slow steps walked to his scroll rack. I suppose that eventually all of my secrets must pass to you, he observed reluctantly. Then, by means I did not discern, he did something to release a catch. The decorative crown piece on top of the scroll rack folded down. He reached inside, and after a moment he drew out 3 scrolls. They were all small and rolled tight into cylinders which could have been concealed in a man's closed fist. I stood, but he shut the rack front before I could see what else might be concealed there. "How did you open that?" I demanded. His smile was very small. "I said eventually, Fitz, not today." His tone was that of my erstwhile mentor. He seemed to have set aside his earlier annoyance with me. He came back to me and offered me the 3 rolled scrolls on his outstretched palms. "Cotrican and I had our reasons. I hope you will think them good enough." I took the scrolls, but before I could open even one, the scroll rack swung to one side again, and Thick entered. I flipped all 3 scrolls up my sleeve with a move so practised it was almost instinctive. "And now I must be going, Fitzchivalry." He turned from me to Thick. "Thick, you were to meet Tom earlier. Now that you are both here, I want you to spend some time together. I want you to be friends." The old assassin gave me a final withering look. "I'm sure that you'll have a pleasant chat now. Good night to both of you." And with that he left us. Did he sound relieved to leave? He hastened out before the rack could even close behind Thick. The half-wit carried a double load of wood in a canvas sling over one shoulder. He looked around, perhaps surprised to see Chade leave so swiftly. "Wood," he told me. He dumped his burden to the floor, straightened up, and turned to go. "Thick!" My voice stopped him. Chade was right. I should at least teach the man to obey me. "You know that is not what you are supposed to do. Stack the wood in the holder by the hearth." He glared at me, flexing his shoulders and rubbing his stubby hands together. Then he seized one end of the sling and dragged the wood towards the hearth, spilling logs, bits of bark, and dirt as he went. I said nothing. He crouched down beside it, and with a great deal more vehemence and noise than was required, began to stack the wood. He looked over his shoulder at me frequently as he worked, but I could not decipher if his squint was antagonism or fear. I poured myself a glass of wine and tried to ignore him. There had to be a way out of dealing with Thick each day. I did not want him around me, let alone to teach him. In truth, I found his malformed body in dim ways somewhat revolting. As Galen had me. Just as Galen had not wanted to teach me. That thought nudged me in a bruised place that had never quite healed. I felt a moment of shame as I watched him labour sullenly. He hadn't asked to become a tool for the Farseer crown any more than I had. Like me, the duty had fallen upon him, nor had he chosen to be born malformed and dim-witted. It grew in my mind that there was a question that no one had asked yet, one that suddenly seemed important to me, one that might put the entire question of a coterie for Dutiful in a different light. "Thick," I said. He grunted. I said nothing more until he stopped in his wood tantrum and turned to glare at me. It was perhaps not the best time to ask him anything, but I doubted that there would ever be a favourable time for Thick and me to have this conversation. When I was sure he was paying attention, his small eyes beetling at me, I spoke again. "Thick, would you like me to teach you to skill?"
"What?"
He looked suspicious, as if he expected me to make him the butt of a joke. I took a breath. "You have an ability." His scowl deepened. I clarified. "A thing you can do that others can't. Sometimes you use it to make people not see you. Sometimes you use it to call me names that Chade can't hear, like dog stink." That made him smirk. I ignored it. "Would you like me to teach you to use it in other ways, in good ways that could help you serve your prince?" He didn't even think about it. "No." He turned back and resumed thunking the wood chunks onto the pile. The swiftness of his reply surprised me a bit. Why not? He rocked back on his heels and looked over at me. "I got enough work." He glared meaningfully from me to the firewood. "Dog stink." "Don't do that." "Well, we all have work we have to do, that's life." He made no reply of either kind, just kept on deliberately clunking each log into place. I took a breath and resolved not to react to that. I wondered what it would take to make him even a little more agreeable. For I suddenly wanted to teach him. I could make a start with him, as a sign to the Queen of my commitment. Could Thick be bribed to try to learn to skill as Chade had suggested? Could I buy my daughter's safety by enticing him? "Thick," I asked him, "what do you want?" That made him pause. He turned to look at me and his brow wrinkled. "What?" "What do you want? What would make you happy? What do you want out of life?" "What do I want?" He squinted at me, as if by seeing better he could understand my words. "You mean to have my own?" At each query, I nodded. He stood slowly and scratched at the back of his neck. His lips pushed out as he thought, his tongue sticking out with them. I want that red scarf that Rowdy has." He stopped and stared at me sullenly. I think he expected me to tell him that he could not have it. I didn't even know who Rowdy was. "A red scarf? I think I could get that for you. What else?" For minutes he just stared at me. "And a pink sugar cake to eat it all. Not a burned one. And a whole lot of raisins." He stopped, and then looked at me challengingly. "And what else?" I asked him. None of those things sounded too difficult. He peered at me, coming closer. He thought I was mocking him. I made my voice gentle as I asked, "If you had all those things right now, what else would you want?" Raisins and cake." Raisins and a cake and a red scarf. Then what else? His mouth worked, his small eyes squinting. I don't think he'd ever considered the possibility of wanting more than those things. I'd have to teach him to be hungry if I was going to use bribery. At the same time, the simplicity of the things that this man longed for as unattainable cut to my heart. He wasn't asking for better wages or more time to himself. Just the small things. The little pleasures that made a hard life tolerable. "I want a knife like you got, and one of those feathers, those big feathers with the eyes in them, and a whistle, A red one. I used to have one. My mum gave me a red whistle. A red whistle on a green string. He scowled more deeply, pondering. But they took it and broke it. For an instant, he said no more, breathing hoarsely as he remembered. I wondered how long ago it had happened. His little eyes were squinted, nearly shut with the effort of the recall. I had thought him too stupid to have memories that went back to his childhood. I was rapidly revising my image of just who Thick was. His mind certainly did not work as mine or Chade's did, but work it did. Then he blinked his small eyes several times and took a long, shuddering breath. The next words came out on a sob. His words, blunted, at the best of times, were barely understandable now. They didn't even want to blow it. I said you can blow it, but then give it back. But they didn't even blow it. They just broke it and laughed at me. My red whistle that my mum gave me. Perhaps there was an element of humour in the tubby little man with the jutting tongue weeping for the loss of his whistle. I've known many men who would have laughed aloud. As for me, I caught my breath. Pain radiated off him like heat from a fire, and it ignited boyhood memories of my own, long buried. The way Regal would give me a casual push as he passed me in the hallway, or trample through my playthings as I sat in one of my private games on the floor in the corner of the lesser hall. It broke something in me. Some wall I had held between Thick and myself because of all the differences I perceived between us. After all, he was slow-witted and fat, awkward-bodied and ill-made, rude, ragged and smelly and ill-mannered, and as much an outcast in this castle of wealth and pleasure as I had been when I was Nameless the dog-boy. It did not matter that he had a man's years to him. The boy was suddenly who I saw. The boy who could never be a man, could never say that such hurts were a part of his past when he was vulnerable. Thick would always be vulnerable. I had intended to bribe him. I had intended to find out what he wanted and then hold it over him to get him to do what I wanted, not in a cruel way, but to barter with him for obedience to my will. It would not have been so different from how my grandfather once bought me. King Shrewd had given me a pin and a promise of an education. He had never offered me his love, though I believe he had eventually come to care for me as I had for him. Yet I had always wished that his compassion had been the first thing he had offered me, instead of the last. Towards the end I had suspected that he shared that vain wish. And so I found myself speaking words aloud before I knew I had thought them. Oh, Thick, we haven't done well by you, have we? But we will do better. That I promise you. We will do better by you before I ask you again to learn this thing for me. Chapter 15. Quarrel. In the Out Islands there are but 3 places worthy of a traveller's time. The first of these is the Ice Boneyard on Perilous Island. This is a place where the Out Islanders have for centuries interred their greatest warriors. Women are customarily buried within the confines of their own family's lands. Mingling one's blood, flesh and bones with the poor soil most holdings farm is considered to be the last sharing offered to their families. Men, on the other hand, are customarily offered to the sea. Only the very greatest of their heroes are interned within the glacier field of Perilous Island. The monuments that cover each grave are of sculpted ice. The oldest ones are weathered past recall, though from time to time they seem to be renewed by the folk of the island. In an effort to stave off the inevitable polishing away of the ice, the monuments are carved many times life-size.
The creatures depicted are usually the hero's clan sign. Thus the visitor will discover here immense bears, looming seals, gigantic otters, and a fish that would fill an ox cart. The second place worthy of a visit is the Cave of the Winds. Here resides the Oracle of the Outislanders. Some say she is a young and nubile maid who walks forth naked despite the icy winds. Others say she is a crone, aged beyond imagining, and always clothed in a heavy garment of bird-skins. Still others say she is one and the same. She does not venture forth to greet every traveller who comes to her door. Indeed, this one had no sight of her. The ground all around the cave's mouth for several acres is littered with offerings to the oracle. Even to stoop to touch one is rumoured to bring death. The third place worth the traveller's effort is the immense ice island of Aslevial. Whereas many of the isles of the Outislands are saddled with glaciers, Aslevial is immersed in one. It can only be approached at a low tide that bears a hem of black and rocky beach on the east side of the island. From there, one must ascend the flank of the glacier with rope and axe. Guides to assist one in doing so can be hired at Island Rodion. They are expensive, but greatly lessen the risk of the climb. The path to the glacier monster is a treacherous one. What appears solid ice may be but snowflakes blown across a crevasse to form a deceptive crust. Yet despite the cold, hardship and danger, it is worth the risk to confront the monster trapped within the ice. Upon arrival, expect your assistants to spend some time sweeping the latest layer of snow from the icy window on the beast. Once cleared, the traveller can gape his fill. Although little more than the creature's back, shoulder, and wings are visible, and the view is hazy, the size of the monster cannot be disputed. As each year the ice hazes more, this strange sight will eventually vanish from all but man's memory. Travels in the Northlands. Cron Hev Coldwell. For perhaps a full hour after Thick had gone, I sat staring into the freshly fueled fire. My conversation with the man had left me heavy of heart. He bore such a burden of sadness, all for the cruelty of folk who could not tolerate his difference. A whistle, a red whistle. Well, I would do my best to see that he got one, regardless of whether it made him more receptive to learning to skill. I sat for a time longer, wondering what the Queen would say to Chade when he offered my bargain. I regretted it now. Not that I had decided to ask for it, but that I had not told him I would make the request myself. It seemed cowardly to send the old man in my stead, and if I feared to stand before her, well, it could not be changed now. After a time of brooding on that, I recalled the little scrolls I had tucked into my cuff. One by one, I tugged them out. They were written on bark paper, crisp and stiff as it aged, and already reluctant to unfurl. I coaxed one carefully open on the table and weighted it flat. Then I had to bring a branch of candles near it before I could make out the crabbed and faded handwriting. The first one I opened was one Chade had not mentioned to me. It simply said, "Grim Lendhorn and his wife, Geln, of Buckkeep Town, are both witted. He keeps a hound, and she has a terrier." This was signed only with the sketch of a piebald horse. There was nothing to indicate when it had been sent. I wondered if it had been sent directly to the Queen, or if this were an example of the sort of betrayals they posted to expose old bloods who did not wish to ally themselves with the piebalds. I'd have to ask Chade. The second scroll I managed to unfurl was the one he had mentioned to me that day. It was the freshest, and not as reluctant to uncoil. It simply said, "The Queen says that to be witted is no crime. For what, then, were these folk executed?" And there followed the list of names. I read them, noticing at least 2 family groups who had died together. I clenched my teeth and hoped they were not children. Though how such a death might be easier for a grown man or an oldster, I could not say. There was only one name on the list that I thought I recognized, and even then I told myself I was not certain it was the same woman. Relditha Kane might not be the same as Relly Kane. There had been a woman of that name among the old blood folk who lived near Crow's Neck. I had met her several times at Black Rolf's house.
I had suspected that Rolf's wife, Holly, had thought that Relly and I might fancy one another, but Relly had never been more than coolly courteous to me. It probably wasn't her, I lied to myself, and tried not to imagine her curly brown hair shrivelling when the flames touched it. There was no signature or symbol of any kind on the scroll. The last scroll was rolled so tight it seemed almost solid. Likely it was the oldest. As I forced it open, it broke in pieces. 2, 3, and eventually 5. I regretted doing it, but it was the only way to read it. If it had stayed coiled much longer, it would have crumbled into bits, never to be read again. After I had read it, I wondered if that had not been Chade's hope and intention. This had been the scroll that had come before the prince vanished. This was the message that had precipitated Chade sending a rider to my door with the urgent demand that I came to Buckkeep at once. He had told me what the unsigned threat had said. Now I read the words for myself. Do what is right, and no one else ever need know. Ignore this warning, and we will take action of our own. What Chade had left out were the words that preceded those ones. The ink had soaked into the bark paper unevenly, and the curled surface made it hard to read. Stubbornly, I pieced it together. Then I sat back and tried to remember how to breathe. The witted bastard lives. You know it, and so do we. He lives, and you shield him from harm, because he has served you. You protect him even as you let honest men and women die, simply because they have the old blood. They are our wives, our husbands, our sons, our daughters, our sisters, and our brothers. Perhaps you will stop the slaughter when we show you what it is like to lose one of your own. How close must the cut be to you before you bleed as we do? We know much of what the minstrels do not sing. The wit runs still in the Farseer bloodline. Do what is right, and no one else ever need know. Ignore this warning, and we will take action of our own. There was no signature of any kind. Very slowly, I came back to myself. I pondered all that Chade had wrought, and why he had deliberately withheld this threat to me from my knowledge. The moment the prince vanished, the moment he knew the threat was serious, he had sent for me. He had led me to believe that the piebalds had sent a note threatening the prince before his disappearance. Certainly this scroll could be read that way. But the more overt threat was to me. Had he called me close to protect me, or to shield the Farseer reign from scandal? Then I pushed Chade's actions from my thoughts, and leaned forward once again to peruse the faded ink on the bark. Who had sent this? The piebalds seemed to take delight in signing their missives with their stallion emblem. This was unsigned, as was the one that listed the dead. I put them side by side. Some of the letters were similar. The same hand could have written them. The one signed by the piebalds was written boldly, in large letters and more flourishes. A different person could have written it, yet that would prove little. The choice of paper for all was the same. Not surprising, good paper was expensive, but anyone could strip bark paper from a birch. It did not mean the notes came from only one source, or even two. I tried theories against one another. Even before the prince was taken, had there been two factions of the witted striving to put an end to the persecution of their fellows, or did I think so only because I so longed for it to be true? Bad enough that Black Rolf and his friends had suspected who I was, and therefore surmised that the witted bastard hadn't died in Regal's dungeon. I did not want the piebalds to know that Fitz chivalry lived. I looked again at the list of the dead. There was one other name on there, Nat of the Fens. He might have been someone I had met once when I was staying with Black Rolf. I could not be sure. I drummed my fingers on the table, wondering if I dared visit the witted community near Crow's Neck. To do what? Ask them if they had sent the Queen a note threatening my life? That didn't seem the best strategy. Perhaps it had only been a bluff. If I went there and they saw me, it would confirm to them that I did still live, even after all the years. At the very least, I'd be a valuable hostage to them, an embarrassment to the Farseers, whether I was displayed dead or alive. No, this was not a time for confrontations. Perhaps in truth Chade had taken the best action. He had removed me from where I had been, whilst outwardly behaving as if the threat had no teeth in it. My annoyance with him faded. Nonetheless, I must convince him that this withholding of truth from me was a poor idea. What had he feared? That I would not come to the prince's aid? That I would flee the country to begin life elsewhere? Was that what he thought of me? I shook my head to myself. Plainly, it was time I had it out with Chade. He needed to accept that I was a man now, in full control of my own life and capable of making my own decisions. And with Catrichan, I'd have Chade arrange a meeting with her, so that I could tell her myself my fears for my daughter, and ask her promise that Nettle be left alone. And the fool. Best to settle that festering as well. Those were my thoughts as I left Chade's tower and sought my bed for the night. I did not sleep well. Nettle battered at my dreams like a moth trying to destroy itself in a lantern's flame. I slept, but it was the rest of a man who sleeps with his back braced against a besieged door. I was aware of her. At first she was determined, then angry. Towards morning she became desperate. Her pleas then were the hardest to hold my walls against. "Please! Please!" That was all she said. But her skill made it a sweeping wind of pleading against my senses. I woke with my head pounding dully. All my senses felt abraded. The yellow candlelight in my room seemed too bright, and any sound too loud. The guilt that gnawed me for ignoring her didn't improve any of it. It was definitely a morning that deserved a bit of elf bark, and with or without Chade's approval, I wasn't going to begin the day without it. I rose, splashed my face, and dressed. The shock of the cold water on my face and the necessity of bending down to fasten my shoes seemed as battering as a beating. I left our chambers. Slowly I descended to the kitchens. On my way down I met Lord Golden's serving boy. I dismissed Char for the morning, telling him that I would fetch the Lord's breakfast that day. His delighted grin and repeated thanks reminded me that once I had been a boy who could have easily filled any free hour with a dozen activities. It made me feel old, and his heartfelt thanks gave me a moment of shame. I wanted to eat alone in our rooms, and fetching Lord Golden's breakfast was my best pretence for doing so. The clatter and steam and shouting in the kitchen did nothing for my headache. I filled the tray, including a generous pot of hot water, and headed back up the stairs. I was halfway up the second landing when a panting woman overtook me.
"You've forgotten Lord Golden's flowers," she told me.
"But it's winter," I grumbled as I reluctantly halted. "There are no flowers to be found anywhere."
"Nevertheless,"
she replied, with a warm smile that made her a maid again,
"there will always be flowers for Lord Golden."
I shook my head at the fool's curious particulars. She set a small nosegay on the tray, a confection of stark black twigs with white ribbon stitched into tiny buds on them. The creation was finished with 2 narrow bows, one white and one black. I thanked her dutifully, but she assured me that it was her pleasure before she went off about her other duties. When I carried the tray into our chambers, I was surprised to see the fool up and sitting in a chair by the hearth. He wore one of Lord Golden's elaborate dressing gowns, but his hair was in loose disarray down to his shoulders. He was not posing as the nobleman right now. It put me off balance. I planned on taking food into my room and then rapping on his door to let him know there was food on the table for him. Well, at least Jack was not here. Perhaps I'd finally be able to have private words with him. He turned his head slowly as I came in. "There you are," he said languidly. He looked as if he'd had a late night. "Yes," I agreed shortly. I thunked the tray on the table and went back to latch the door. Then I went to my room for the dishes I'd been gradually purloining from the kitchens and set up breakfast for both of us at the table. Now that the moment had come to confront him, I couldn't find a place to begin. I hungered to have this over with. Yet the first words out of my mouth were, "I need a red whistle on a green string. Do you think you could make one for me?" He rose, a pleased but puzzled smile on his face. He came slowly to the table. "I suppose so. Do you need it soon?" "As soon as possible." My voice sounded flat and hard, even to my own ears, as if it hurt me to ask him this favour. It isn't for me, it's for Thick. He had one once, but someone took it from him and broke it, evidently just to cause him pain. He's never forgotten it.
Thick, he said, and then, he's an odd one, isn't he?
I suppose so, I conceded stiffly. He seemed not to notice my reserve.
Whenever I encounter him, he stares at me, but if I look back at him at all, he scuttles away like a whipped dog.
I shrugged. Lord Golden is not the kindliest noble in the keep, as far as the servants are concerned. He took a small breath and sighed out.
True. A necessary deception, but it pains me to see the man react to it. A red whistle on a green string, as soon as possible, then.
The fool promised. Thank you. My reply was crisp. His words had reminded me yet again that Lord Golden was only a role he played. I already wished I hadn't asked anything of him. Asking a favour is a poor way to begin a quarrel. I refused to meet his puzzled gaze. I carried my cup to my room, I shook a measure of elf bark into the bottom of it, and then returned to the table. When I got there, the fool was bemusedly turning his posy in his fingers, his mouth twisted in a small smile. I poured the hot water over my elf bark and over the tea herbs in the waiting pot. As he watched, the smile ran away from his face and eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked softly. I groaned, then spoke briskly. "Headache. Nettle was rattling my shutters all last night. It's getting harder and harder to keep her out." I lifted my cup and swirled the water. Inky black tendrils were rising from the steeping elf bark. The brew darkened and I sipped at it. Bitter. But the throbbing in my head quieted almost immediately.
"Should you be doing that?" the fool asked me evenly. "If I didn't think so, I wouldn't be doing it," I pointed out pleasantly. "But Chade has not the skill, and does not know the pains of it, nor understand the remedies for those pains." I spoke more sharply than I intended, from a well of unexpected annoyance. I realized then that I was still angry with Chade for withholding from me the full content of the note. As he always had, he was still trying to control my life. It is strange to find that an emotion you thought you had set aside is still simmering under the surface. I took a second mouthful of the bitter brew. As Elfbark always did, it would plunge my spirits into a low, even as it fired me with restlessness. It was a bad combination, but better than trying to wade through the day with a skill headache hammering through my skull. The fool sat deathly still for several long moments. Then, with his eyes on the teapot as he lifted it and delicately filled his cup, he asked, "Will not the Elfbark interfere with your teaching Prince Dutiful to skill? The prince himself has already interfered with that by not coming to his lessons for the last several days. Elfbark or no, I cannot teach a student who does not come to me." Again, I felt a small twinge of surprise to find how much I was upset by that. Somehow the act of sitting down at the table with my old friend, knowing I intended to confront him, was making all these odd and painful truths bubble out of me, as if somehow they were all his fault for holding himself so aloof from me for the past week, while allowing his friend to believe falsehoods about us. The fool leaned back in his chair, the cup of tea cradled between his long and graceful hands. He looked past me. "Well, it seems as if that is a matter to take up with the prince." "It is. But there is also a matter that I must take up with you." I heard how low my voice dropped accusingly as I said those words, but could not control it. A long silence held between us. For a moment the fool folded his lips, as if holding in words. Then he took a sip of his tea. He lifted his eyes to meet mine, and I was surprised by the weariness on his face. "Is there?" he asked, unwillingly. Reluctance tugged at me, but I forced the word out. "Yes, there is. I want to know what you have said to that Jack woman, to make her think that I hated that I could not form the words. It was as if I feared to express the thought that by speaking it aloud it would gain some sort of reality. An odd expression fleeted over the fool's face. He shook his head. "I've said nothing to her, Fitz. That Jack woman, as you name her, is capable of concocting her own theories on just about anything.
She is one of those people you never need lie to, simply withhold information, and she makes up her own stories. Some wildly inaccurate, as you've seen, rather like Starling in some ways. I didn't need to hear that name right then. She was another one who had believed that my bond with the fool went beyond friendship. I recognized now that he had led her to believe that by the same technique he had used with Jack. No denials of it, leading remarks and witticisms, all encouraging her to form a mistaken opinion. At one time it had seemed a trifle uncomfortable, but humorous all the same, to watch her labouring under her delusion. Now it seemed humiliating and deceitful that he had led her to believe that. He set his teacup down on the table. "I thought I was feeling stronger, but I am not," he said in Golden's aristocratic tones. "I think I shall retire to my room. No visitors, Tom Badgerlock." He started to rise. "Sit down," I said. "We need to talk." He stood. "I think not." "I insist." "I refuse." He looked past me, into a distance I could not see. He lifted his chin. I stood. "I need to know, fool. You look at me sometimes and say things, apparently in jest, but you let both Starling and Jack believe that we could be lovers." The word came out harshly, like an epithet. "Perhaps you deem it of little importance that Jack believes you are a woman and in love with me. I cannot be so blithe about such assumptions. I've already had to deal with rumours of your taste in bed-partners. Even Prince Dutiful has asked me. I know that Sybil Brassinger suspects it, and I hate it. I hate that people in the keep look at us and wonder what you do to your servant at night." At my harsh words, he shuddered and then swayed, like a sapling that feels the first blow of an axe. When he spoke, his words were faint. "We know what is real between us, Fitz. What others may wonder about should remain their issue, not ours." Slowly he turned from me, ending the discussion. I almost let him go. It was such a long habit with me to accept the fool's decisions on such things. But suddenly it did matter to me what others in the keep gossiped about, what Hap might overhear as a crude jest in a Buckkeep town inn. "I want to know!" I suddenly roared at him. "It does matter, and I want to know, once and for all. Who are you? What are you? I've seen the fool, I've seen Lord Golden, and I heard you speak to that Jack in a woman's voice. Amber. I confess that baffles me most of all. Why would you live as a woman in Bingtown? Why do you allow Jack to go on believing you are a woman and in love with me?" He did not look at me. I thought he would let my questions go unanswered, as he so often had before. Then he took a breath and spoke quietly. "I became Amber because she most suited my purpose and needs in Bingtown. I walked amongst them as a foreigner and a woman, unthreatening and without power. In that guise, all felt free to speak to me. Slave and trader, man and woman, that role suited my needs, Fitz. Just as Lord Golden fulfills them now." His words cut right to my heart. I spoke coldly what injured me most. Then the fool, too, was only a role. Someone you became because it suited your purpose. And what was your purpose? To gain a doddering king's trust, to befriend a royal bastard. Did you become what we most needed in order to get close to us? He still was not looking at me, but as I gazed at his still profile, he closed his eyes. Then he spoke. "Of course I did. Make of that what you will." His words were like spurs to my fury. "I see. None of it was real. I've never known you at all, have I?" I expected no answer, as for an instant I strangled silently on my anger and insult. Then, "Yes, you have. You, more than anyone in my life." He looked down now, and stillness seemed to grow around him. "If that is true, then I think you owe me the truth about yourself. What is the reality, fool? Not what you jest about or allow others to suspect. Who and what are you? What is it you feel for me?" He looked at me at last. His eyes were stricken. But as I continued to gaze at him, demanding this knowledge, I saw his own anger come to life there. He suddenly stood straight and gave me a small huff of disdain, as if unbelieving that I could ask. He shook his head, then drew a deep breath. The words rushed out of him in a torrent. "You know who I am. I have even given you my true name. As for what I am, you know that too. You seek a false comfort when you demand that I define myself for you with words. Words do not contain or define any person. A heart can, if it is willing. But I fear yours is not. You know more of the whole of me than any other person who breathes, yet you persist in insisting that all of that cannot be me. What would you have me cut off and leave behind? And why must I truncate myself in order to please you? I would never ask that of you. And by those words admit another truth. You know what I feel for you. You have known it for years. Let us not, you and I, alone here, pretend that you don't. You know I love you. I always have. I always will." He spoke the words levelly. He said them as if they were inevitable. There was no trace of either shame or triumph in his voice. Then he waited. Words such as that always demand an answer. I took a deep breath and managed the elf-bark's black mood. I spoke honestly and bluntly. "And you know that I love you, fool, as a man loves his dearest friend. I feel no shame in that. But to let Jack or Starling or anyone think that we take it beyond friendship's bound, that you would want to lie with me, is—" I paused. I waited for his agreement. It did not come. Instead, he met my eyes with his open, amber gaze. There was no denial in them. "I love you," he said quietly. "I set no boundaries on my love. None at all. Do you understand me?" "Only too well, I fear," I replied, and my voice shook. I took a deep breath, and my words grated out. "I would never— Do you understand me? I could never desire you as a bed partner, never." He glanced aside from me. A faint rose came to his cheeks, not of shame, but of some other deep passion. He spoke quietly in a controlled voice. "And that, too, is a thing that we both have known for years. A thing that never needed speaking, those words that I must now carry with me for the rest of my life." He turned to look at me, but his eyes seemed blinded. "We could have gone all our lives and never had this conversation. Now you have doomed us both to recall it forever." He turned and began to walk slowly towards his bedchamber. His pace was measured, as if he truly were ill. Then he stopped and looked back at me. Anger gleamed in his eyes, and it shocked me that he could look at me so. "Did you ever truly believe that I might seek from you something that you did not share my desire for? Well do I know how distasteful you would find that. Well do I know that seeking that from you would irreparably damage all else that we have shared. So I have always avoided this very discussion that you have forced upon our friendship. It was ill done, Fitz. Ill done and unnecessary." He went another halting step or two, like a man who walks dazed after a blow. Then again he halted, hesitatingly. From the pocket of his dressing-gown he took the black-and-white posy. This isn't from you, is it? He asked. His voice was suddenly husky. He did not look at me. Of course not. Then, whom? His voice trembled. I shrugged, irritated by the strange question in the midst of a serious discussion. The garden woman, she puts one on your tray every morning. He drew a deeper breath and closed his eyes for a moment. Of course. They were never from you. Not any of them. A long pause. He closed his eyes, and from the set of his face I suddenly thought he might faint. Then he spoke softly. Of course. There would be one who saw past my semblances, and if there was one, it would be she. He opened his eyes again. The garden woman. She is about your age. Freckles on her face and arms, hair the colour of clean straw. I called the woman's image back into my mind. Freckles, yes, her hair is light brown, not gold. He clenched his eyes shut. Then it must have darkened as she grew older. Garetha was a garden girl here when you were just a boy. I nodded. I recall her, though I had forgotten her name. You're right. So? He gave a short laugh, almost bitterly. So love and hope blind us all. I thought the flowers were from you, Fitz, a fatuous notion. Instead, they are from someone who, long ago, was infatuated with the king's fool. Infatuated, I thought. But like me, she loves where love is not returned. Yet she remained true enough of heart to recognize me, despite all other changes. True enough of heart to keep my secret, yet let me know privately that she knew it. He held the posy up again. Black and white. My winter colours, Fitz. Back when I was the king's jester. Garetha knows who I am. And she still harbours some fondness for me. You thought I was bringing you flowers? I was incredulous at his fancy. He looked aside from me suddenly, and I perceived that my words and tone had shamed him. Head bowed, he walked slowly towards his bedchamber. He made no reply to my words, and I felt a sudden rush of sympathy for him. As my friend, I loved him. I could not change my feelings about his unnatural desires, but I had no wish to see him shamed or hurt. So, of course, I made it worse as I blundered in with, Fool, why do you not let your desires go where they would be welcome? Garetha is a fairly attractive woman. Perhaps if you gladly received her attention— He rounded on me suddenly, and the true anger that flared up in his eyes lit them to a deep gold. His face flushed darker with the emotion as he demanded caustically, Then? Then what? Then I could be like you? Sate myself with whoever was available merely because it was offered to me? That I would find distasteful. I would never use Garetha or any person that way. Unlike some we both know. He waited those last 2 words for me. He took 2 more steps towards his room, then rounded on me again. A terrible, bitter smile was on his face. Wait! I see. You imagine that I have never known intimacy of that sort. That I have been saving myself for you. He gave a contemptuous snort. Don't flatter yourself, Fitzchivalry. I doubt you would have been worth the wait. I felt as if he had struck me, yet he was the one who suddenly rolled up his eyes and collapsed limply on the floor. For a moment I stood frozen with both fury and terror. As only friends can do, we had found each other's most tender spots to wound. The worst part of me bade me let him lie where he had fallen. I owed him nothing, but in less than a moment I went down on one knee by his side. His eyes were nearly closed, showing only a slit of white. His breath puffed in and out as if he had just run a race. Fool, I said, and my pride forced annoyance into my voice. Now what is wrong with you? Hesitantly, I touched his face. His skin was warm. So he had not been feigning illness these last few days.
I knew that ordinarily the fool's body was cool, much cooler than an ordinary man's, so this mild warmth in him now was as a raging fever would be to me. I hoped it was no more than one of those strange times that came on him occasionally, when he was febrile and weakened. My experience of them was that in a day or two he recovered, with much peeling of skin to reveal a darker complexion beneath. Perhaps this fainting was only that weakness. Yet even as I stooped to slide my arms under him and lift him, my heart pinched with the fear that perhaps he was seriously ill. Truly, I had picked the worst possible time for my little confrontation with him. With him feverish and me dosed with elf-bark, no wonder all our words to one another had gone awry. I lifted him and carried him to his room, kicking the door open. The room smelled heavy and oppressive. The bedding was rucked about as if he had tossed restlessly all night. What sort of a senseless clod was I, not even to have wondered if he could have been truly ill? I set his limp body down on the bed. I shook a pillow fat again and awkwardly slid it under his head, then tried to tug the bedding straight around him. What was I going to do? I knew better than to run for the healer. The fool had never allowed any healer to touch him in all his years of buckkeep. Occasionally he had gone to Burrick for some remedy or other, when Burrick was the stable-master, but that help was far beyond my reach now. I patted his cheek lightly, but he showed no sign of waking. I went to the windows. I pushed the heavy curtains aside, and then unfastened the shutters and pushed them open to the cold winter day. Clean, chill air flowed into the room. I found one of Lord Golden's kerchiefs and gathered snow from the window-sill into it. I folded it into a compress and carried it back to the bed. I sat down on the bed beside him and pressed the kerchief gently to the fool's forehead. He stirred slightly, and when I pressed it to the side of his neck, he suddenly revived with a frightening alacrity. "Don't touch me!" he snarled, thrusting my hands aside. His rejection of my concern ignited my anxiety into anger. "As you wish." I jerked away from him and slapped the compress down onto the bedside table. "Please, leave," he replied, in a voice that rendered the courtesy an empty word. And I did. In a sort of frenzy, I put the other chamber to rights, clattering the dishes back onto the tray. Neither of us had eaten anything, so be it. My appetite had fled anyway. I took the tray back to the kitchens and cleared it there. Then I hauled water and wood for our chambers. When I came back upstairs with my load, I found the door to the fool's bedchamber closed. Even as I stood there, I heard the window shutters inside it slammed shut. I knocked loudly on his door. "Lord Golden, I've firewood and water for your room." He made no reply, so I replenished the main room's hearth and my wash-water. I left the remaining supplies outside the door of his room. Anger and pain simmered in my heart. A great deal of my anger was for me. Why hadn't I realized he was truly ill? Why had I insisted on pursuing this discussion over all his objections? Above all, why had not I trusted the instincts of our own friendship over the gossip of know-nothings? And the pain that ate at me was the pain of knowing what Chade had told me so often, that saying I was sorry could not always mend everything. I greatly feared that the damage I had done today was not something I could repair, that, as the fool had warned me, today's conversation was something that we both must carry to the very end of our days. I could only hope that the sharp-edged memory of my words would eventually dull with time. His still sliced me like razors. I recall the next 3 or 4 days as a time foggy with misery. I did not see the fool at all. He still admitted his young serving boy to his bedchamber, but as far as I was aware, he himself did not emerge at all. Evidently Jack saw him at least one more time before the Bingtown delegation departed, for she stopped me once on the stairs. With icy courtesy she said that Lord Golden had completely cleared from her mind any erroneous opinions she might have formed about my relationship to my master. She begged my pardon if her assumptions had in any way distressed me. Then, in a low hiss, she added that I was the stupidest and cruelest person she had ever met. Those were the last words she said to me. The Bingtown delegation departed the next day. The Queen and her dukes had not given them any firm answer on an alliance, but had accepted from them a dozen messenger birds and given into their care as many Bingtown pigeons. Those negotiations would continue. On the heels of their departure, there was an uproar in the keep, when the Queen herself rode out with a company of her guards late that night. Chade told me that even he had found her action rather extreme. Evidently her dukes found it even more so.
The purpose of her ride was to halt an execution in Bidwell, a small hamlet near Buck's border with Ripon. They rode out in the deep of night, evidently in response to some spy's report that a woman was to be hanged and burned the following morning. Torches streaming and the horse's breath smoking, they had departed in haste. The Queen, dressed in her purple cloak and white fox tunic, had ridden in their midst. I had stood at the window and impotently wished that I were riding at her stirrup. My role as Lord Golden's servant always seemed to condemn me to be where I least wished to be. They had returned the following evening. A battered woman, swaying in her saddle, rode with them. Evidently they had arrived at the last possible moment, literally plucking the rope from her neck. The lynch throng had made no physical resistance to the armed and mounted guardsmen. Cattrickan had not been content with gathering the town elders for several hours of stern royal reprimand. She had commanded that every citizen of every cot be rousted out to stand in the town's tiny square and attend to her. She herself had stood before them to read aloud to them her royal proclamation that forbade the execution of folk solely for being witted. Afterwards, every soul down to the smallest child that could hold a pen was required to make a sign on that copy of the proclamation, attesting that they had been present, had heard the royal command, and would abide by it. As they lacked a town hall, Cattrickan further decreed that the signed proclamation must be continuously displayed over the hearth of the sole tavern in the town. She assured the folk that her road guards would drop by often to be sure that it was still in place and intact. She also assured them that if any of the signers ever again participated in such an attempt against a witted, he would forfeit all property and be banished, not just from Buck, but from the entire Six Duchies. On the Queen's return, the accused woman was taken to the guard's infirmary and treated for her injuries. Her village had not been gentle with her. She was a newcomer there with few ties. She had come to visit her cousin, who had been the one to accuse her to the elders when she supposedly caught the woman conversing with pigeons. There was some talk of an inheritance dispute which left me wondering if the accused were witted at all, or merely a threat to her cousin's holdings. As soon as the woman was well enough to travel, Queen Cattrickan furnished her with funds, a horse, and some said a deed to a bit of land far away from her cousin's village. In any case, the woman took herself well away from Buck as soon as she could travel. The incident became the centre of a swirl of controversy. Some said the Queen had overstepped her bounds, that Bidwell actually straddled the border of Buck and Ripon, and that she should not have taken action without at least consulting the Duke of Ripon. The Duke seemed to take her personal intervention as a criticism and an affront. Although he himself did not utter such words, it was gossiped about that perhaps the Mountain Queen was too eager to make ties with foreigners such as Outislanders and Bingtown traders, while not giving enough respect to the Dukes of the Six Duchies. Did she not trust her own nobility to manage their own domestic affairs? From there, the rumours and grumbling wandered further afield. Did she not think a Six Duchies bride would be good enough for her half-mountain son? And even more insidious, the gossip that the bloodlines of Duke Shemshi had been slighted, for the prince had shown an obvious interest in Lady Vance until his lady mother had crushed it. Why did she court the disdainful Outislander Narcheska, when even the young prince could see that there was a worthier lady closer to hand? Because no such complaints were ever officially uttered, it was difficult for Cattrickan to make any response to them. Yet she knew they could not be completely ignored, for that would feed the fires of Ripon's and Shokes's discontent and encourage its spread to her other dukes. Cattrickan's solution was to command that her dukes each send a representative to a council, with the objective of creating solutions to end the persecution of the witted. That yielded her only the results I could have predicted. They suggested that all witted enter their names on a roll to be sure they were not unfairly persecuted. A second suggestion was that the witted be removed to certain villages and encouraged to live only within their boundaries for their own protection. And most generous of all, a proposal that any person found to be witted should be given passage to either Chalced or Bingtown, where they would undoubtedly be more welcome than in the Six Duchies. I knew my own reaction to such suggestions. The dullest could perceive that such a registration and resettlement within the Six Duchies could easily be a prelude to a wide-scale massacre. As for passage to Chalced or Bingtown, it was little different from banishment. The Queen tartly told these councillors that their solutions lacked imagination, and bade them try again. This was when a young man from Tilth inadvertently gave the Queen a great advantage. He suggested facetiously that the executions of witted ones trouble most folks not at all. In truth, those who practice the beast magic bring these disasters upon themselves. As it is only the witted they bother, perhaps you should seek your solution from them." The Queen seized on his suggestion with alacrity. The smirk faded from his face, and the chuckles of the other councillors died away, as she announced, "Now this, at least, is a suggestion with both imagination and merit. As my councillors have suggested to me, so I will do in this matter." Perhaps only Chade and I knew it was an idea she had long cherished. She wrote up a royal proclamation and ordered couriers to bear it throughout the Six Duchies, where it was not only to be announced in the towns and cities, but also to be posted prominently. The Queen invited the Witted Ones, also known as those of old blood, to form a delegation to meet her, to discuss ways in which their unlawful persecution and murder might be ended. The Queen chose her words deliberately, despite Chade's beseeching that she be more circumspect. Many a noble was incensed by her indirect accusations, that they sanctioned murder within their holdings. Yet I appreciated the stance she took, and surmised that other witted would as well, even as I doubted that any witted delegation would ever come to speak out of their own behalf. Why would they risk their lives by becoming known? After my disastrous attempt to confront my differences with the fool, I at least gained the wisdom to be more circumspect with Chade, the Queen, and the Prince. I left the bits of scroll where Chade must see them on our work table. A chance encounter in the tower gave me the opportunity to ask him calmly what had been his reason for keeping such knowledge from me. His assassin's answer was one that I had not expected. Under the circumstances, it was too personal a thing for you to know. I needed you to help me discover the prince's whereabouts and return him safely to Buckkeep. If I had shown you this, that would never have been your focus. Instead, you would have devoted all your energies to discovering who had sent this note, even though we could not absolutely connect it to Dutiful's disappearance. I needed you to have a cool head for that, Fitz. I could not help but recall your temper of old, and how it had often led you to wild actions. So I withheld what I feared might distract you from the most important part of our task. It did not mollify me completely, but it made me realize that Chade often brought a very different perspective to a problem than what I had expected. I think my calm acceptance of his reasoning almost rattled him. He had expected the confrontation I had so recently planned. He was almost shamefaced as he, without prompting me, assured me that he now knew I had matured and that it had been incorrect of him to keep the full missive to himself. "And if I turn my attention to it now?" I asked quietly. "It would be useful to us to know who sent it," he admitted, "but not at the price of losing or distracting the prince's skillmaster. I have not been lax in pursuing all tracks that might lead us back to them, yet they seem to vanish like mist. I have not forgotten about the rat, but despite all my queries, I have not found a single trace of a wit spy. You know that our observations of Civil have yielded nothing." He sighed. "I beg you, Fitz, trust me to pursue this thread, and let me use you where you are most important to us." "Then you have spoken to the Queen. She agreed to my terms." His green eyes hardened to the colour of copper ore. "No, I haven't. I had hoped you would reconsider." "Actually, I have," I said, and tried not to enjoy the shock on his face. Then, before he could think I had capitulated completely, I added, "I've decided this is a thing I must discuss with her myself." "Well," he sought for words, "in that we concur. I will ask her to make some time to speak with you today." And so we parted, having disagreed but not quarrelled. He gave me a strange look as he left, as if I still puzzled him. It left me feeling pleased with myself and wishing I had learned this lesson earlier. So when he notified me of my appointed rendezvous with the Queen, I again approached my encounter calmly. Catrichan had set out a small table of wine and cakes for us. I had schooled myself to equanimity before I entered. Perhaps that was what allowed me to see Catrichan's wariness. My Queen sat tall and poised as I entered, but I recognized her stillness as her armour. She, too, expected hot words and outrage from me. Her guarded attitude almost provoked me to express my injured feelings at her obvious opinion of my temperament. Instead, I took a deep breath and quelled that rising tide of affront. I forced myself to make my courtesy to her calmly, to wait until she had invited me to be seated at the table with her, and even then to exchange some small pleasantries about the weather and the state of her health before I approached my true concern. Even so, I marked the small narrowing at the corners of her eyes that plainly said she held herself in readiness for a tirade. When had all those who knew me best decided that I was such an unreasonable, ill-tempered man? And then I reined aside from even considering who might be at fault for that. Instead, I met my queen's gaze and asked quietly, "What are we going to do about Nettle?" For an instant I saw her blue-green eyes widen almost in shock. Then she recovered herself. She leaned back in her chair, and for a moment she considered me. "What has Chade told you about this?" she countered. Despite myself, I grinned. For a moment all my concerns for my daughter fled. I heard myself reply, "Chade has told me to beware of women who answer a question with a question." For a moment I thought my Sally had overstepped our bounds. Then an answering smile woke on her face. Sadly, with the dawning of that smile, she lowered her guard to me. I suddenly perceived that behind my queen's placid facade of calm, she was weary and troubled. Too many concerns snapped at her like yapping feists. The prince's betrothal to the unpredictable Narcheska and his ridiculous quest, the problem of the witted, the political unrest of the piebalds, her contentious nobles, and even Bingtown with its war and dragons all vied for her attention. As an errant gust of wind may kindle a faded ember to a glow, so her beleaguered expression woke in me a distant echo of the love Verity had borne for this woman. The skill link I had once shared with my king had occasionally made me privy to his feelings. Still, it was strange to feel that remote rippling of his love for her. For his sake, as well as for my own fondness for her, I felt a sudden and compelling concern for her. As she leaned back in her chair, obviously relieved that I did not intend to clash with her, I felt a moment of shame. In the welter of my own concerns, I too often forgot that other people had burdens just as heavy. She released a pent-up breath. "Fitz, I am glad that you have come yourself to discuss this with me. Chade is a wise counsellor, tried and true to the Farseer throne. On his good days he sees clearly in affairs of state. He is wise also in the ways of the hearts of my people. His advice is sage and solid. But when he speaks to me of Nettle, he speaks always as a counsellor to the Farseer throne." She reached across the table and set her gracile hand upon my rough one. "I would rather speak to her father, as his friend." It seemed a very good time to hold my silence. The Queen's hand did not move from mine as she spoke simply. "Fitz, Nettle should be trained in the skill. You know that in your heart. Not only to protect her from the dangers of that magic in untrained hands. Yes, I have read something of those scrolls when deciding how to deal with Dutiful's potential. But also because of who she is. The potential Farseer heir." Her words knocked the wind out of me. I had expected to debate the wisdom of teaching Nettle to skill, not to come back to that older, graver threat to her. I could not find words to express my dismay, but it was just as well. My queen was not finished speaking. "We cannot change who we are. Ever I am Verity's queen. You are Chivalry's son, illegitimate but a Farseer nonetheless. Yet you are also dead to our people, and Chade is both elderly and unacknowledged as a Farseer. August, as we know, never fully recovered his wits after Verity reached through him to me. My king, I am sure, never intended to do the damage he did to his cousin, and yet again there it is. We cannot change who we are, and August, though his name makes him a Farseer, is a wandering old man before his time. He cannot seriously be considered a likely heir to the throne in the event that Verity's line should fail." Her careful construction of logic drew me in. I found myself forced to nod in agreement with her, even as I saw where the chain of her thoughts inexorably led. "Yet there must always be one who stands in reserve, ready to assume the throne should all else fail." She looked past me. "Your daughter
invisible as she is to her people, is nonetheless next in line. We cannot change who Nettle is. No amount of wishing on anyone's part can make her any less a farseer. Should the need arise, Fitzchivalry, farseer, your daughter must serve. So we arranged it all those years ago. I know you opposed it then when we drew up those documents in Jampe. I know you oppose it still. But she is a farseer acknowledged, by you, her father, by me as queen, and a minstrel to whom you had told the truth witnessed all this. The written document still exists, Fitz, as it must. Even should you and I and Chade and Starling Birdsong die all at once, still in the treasury will be found that document, with a codicil that spells out where she can be found. This must be, Fitz. We cannot change her bloodlines. We cannot undo her birth. Would you ever truly desire to? I think not. Even to wish such a thing is an affront to the gods. And then it happened again. I suddenly saw with another's eyes. It gutted my anger, this sudden insight into my queen's reasoning. Catrican saw as unchangeable that Nettle had a place in the line of heirs to the throne. To her, it was not a matter of what I wished or what she wished. It simply was, and we could not tamper with that. Nettle was not a bargaining point for her. She could not agree to release her from a duty she had been born to. That was how Catrican saw it. I took a deep breath, but she lifted a finger, asking me to let her finish speaking her thoughts. I know that you dread the thought of Nettle becoming sacrifice. I, too, pray it will never come to pass. Think what it would mean for me that my only son was dead, or somehow unfit to serve. As a mother, I put such a possibility furthest from my mind. Even as you beseech fate that Nettle never be burdened with a crown. Yet, even as we both hope such a thing never comes to pass, we must prepare that if it should happen, she would be ready to serve her people well. She should be trained, not only in the skill, but educated in languages, in the history of her land and people, and in the courtesy and traditions that go with the throne. It is negligent of both of us that she has gone uninstructed in such things, and unforgivably negligent of us that she remains unenlightened of her own bloodlines. If a time ever arrives when she must serve, do you think she will thank either of us for letting her remain ignorant? And that was yet another blow to my conviction. The world twisted around me, and suddenly I questioned every decision I had made for Nettle. I felt sickened as the truth came to me. I spoke it aloud. She would probably hate me for letting her remain ignorant. Yet I do not see how I can change that at this time without doing even more damage. I sagged back in my chair. Catrican, neglectful as it must seem to you, I still implore you, let her continue as she is. If you will say yes to that, then I promise you that I will bend all my efforts, with a willing heart, to make certain that she must never serve as sacrifice. I swallowed, and then bound myself anew. Yet again I stood before a farseer monarch, and ceded my life. This time I did it as a man. Willingly, I will try to craft a coterie for Dutiful. I will serve as skill-master. The Queen regarded me steadily. After a moment she asked, "And how is this a new offer from you, Fitzchivalry, or a new request to me?" There was a rebuke in those questions. I bowed my head and accepted it, perhaps because now I will be honestly willing in my efforts. "And you will also accept your Queen's word and not ask to have it reaffirmed to you again?" "I will speak it to you clearly. I will allow your daughter, Nettle Farseer, to remain where she is, fostered to Berwick, for as long as it is safe for us to do so. Will you accept that I will abide by my words to you?" Another rebuke. Had I injured her feelings with my repeated demand that Nettle be left in peace? Perhaps. "I will," I said quietly. "Good," she said, and the tension that had been between us eased. For a time longer we sat at the table in silence, as if silence between us completed the affirmation.
Then, without a word, she poured wine for me and set a little spiced cake before me. For a time we ate and talked, but only of inconsequential things. I did not mention to her that Dutiful was snubbing me. That I would settle with the prince himself. Somehow. When I rose to go, she looked up at me and smiled. "It seems a shame, Fitz-chivalry, that I am so seldom able to speak to you. I regret the shams we must make, for they keep us apart. I miss you, my friend." I departed from her, but when I went, I carried those words with me, like a blessing. Chapter 16. Fathers. If a merchant captain has sufficiently strong contacts in Jamalia, it is entirely possible that he can fill his holds there with valuable goods from many a far and foreign port. He will get the advantage of having these exotic stuffs to sell without having to face the risks to both crew and vessel that a deep-sea voyage always presents. He will, of course, pay in coin for what he saves in worry, but that is ever the trade that a wise merchant must face. Jamalia is not only the northernmost port that Spice Island traders regularly visit, it is the only port on our shores visited by the great sail fleet. These ships come as a fleet to visit Jamalia, which they call in their barbarous way West Port, but 1 year out of 3. The hazards of the crossing that they make can well be seen by their tattered canvas and weary sailors. The goods that they bring are both exotic and expensive. These ships are the only source for red spice and sedgum. As their entire stocks of these items are always bought by the satrap's palace, with very little released back to the market, we can safely dismiss them as out of the reach of ordinary merchants. But other items they bring may be available to the sagacious merchant who is both lucky and wise enough to time a Jamalia visit to the arrival of the great sail fleet. Captain Banrop's advice to merchant mariners. Another handful of days came and went. Lord Golden emerged from his bedchamber, polished and sophisticated as ever, to announce to all and sundry that he once more enjoyed perfect health. His Jamalian make-up, applied carefully every morning, had become even more extravagant. Sometimes he wore the scaling even by daylight. I suspected he did it to distract any attention away from the darkening of his skin. It must have succeeded, for no one mentioned it. The court greeted his return to health with enthusiasm, and his popularity was undiminished. I once again took up my duties as his servant. Sometimes Lord Golden entertained in his rooms in the afternoon, with games of chance or hired minstrels. The young nobility, both youths and maidens, vied to be invited. On those occasions I remained at his beck within my own little chamber, or was dismissed entirely. I still accompanied him on his pleasure rides with other members of the nobility, and I still stood behind his chair at elaborate dinners. Such events were rarer now. With the departure of both the Out-Islanders and the Bingtown traders, the population of Buckkeep Castle had thinned and returned to a more normal routine, as the Six Duchies nobility also returned to their holdings. There were fewer gaming sessions and puppet shows and other amusements. The evenings became longer and quieter. If I was given an hour to myself in the evening, I often spent it in the great hall. Once more the children of the keep studied their lessons by the hearths, while weavers wove and fletchers shaped arrows. Gossip and tales were spun alongside yarn. Shadows draped the corners of the room, and if I tried, I could pretend this was my Buckkeep from the days of my boyhood. But of the fool, I saw nothing at all. By no word or sign to me did Lord Golden ever indicate that we were anything other than what Buckkeep believed us to be, master and servant. At no time did he address any word to me that would have been out of character for Lord Golden to speak, and if I vouchsafed some pleasantry that strayed outside the limit of those roles, he ignored it. The gulf that opened inside my soul at this isolation surprised me. Wider it yawned each day. When I returned one day from my weapons training session with Wim, I found a small packet on my bed. Within the fabric pouch I found a red whistle, threaded onto a green string. 4 thick, read the note, in the fool's plain hand. I had hoped it was some sort of peace offering, but when I dared thank Lord Golden, he looked up from the herbery he was perusing with a glance at once distracted and irritated. "I have no idea what you're thanking me for, Tom Badgerlock. I do not recall giving you any gift, let alone a red whistle.
Preposterous. Find some other vagary to occupy yourself, man. I am reading. And I withdrew from his presence, recognizing that the whistle had not been created as a favour to me, but as a sincere gift to Thick, from someone who knew well what it was to be ignored or mocked. Truly, it had nothing to do with me, and with that thought my heart sagged a notch lower in my chest. Worst was that there was no one I could confide my misery to, unless I wanted to share the full depth of my stupidity with Chade. So I bore it silently, and did my best to conceal it from all. On the day the fool gave me the whistle, I decided I was ready to take my errant students in hand. It was time to do as I had promised my queen. I visited first Chade's tower, and then clambered up to the skill tower. When, as had become usual, Dutiful did not arrive, I opened the shutters wide to the chill and dark of the winter morn. I seated myself in Verity's chair and stared bleakly out into that blackness. I knew that Chade had directed Dutiful to come to me, and had even arranged the prince's social schedule to allow him more time with me. It had made no difference. Since he had discovered the skill command and broken it, he had not come to me once for a lesson. I had let Dutiful go much longer in his errant behaviour than Verity would ever have tolerated in me. Left to himself, the prince would not come back to me. I dismissed my doubts as to the wisdom of my actions. I took several deep, slow breaths of the cold sea air, and closed my eyes. I narrowed my skill to a fine and demanding point. Dutiful, come to me now. I felt no response. Either he had not made one, or he was ignoring me. I expanded my awareness of him. It was difficult to grasp him. I concluded he was deliberately blocking me, having set his skill walls against me. I leaned on them, and became fairly certain that he was sleeping. I tested the strength of his walls. I knew that I could punch past them if I chose to do so. I took a breath, summoning the strength to do just that. Then, abruptly, I shifted my strategy. Instead, I leaned on his walls, an insidious pressure. Distantly, I felt a thin smile stretch my lips. The nettle technique, I thought to myself, as I slipped through his wall and into his sleeping mind. If he was dreaming, I could not sense it. Only the stillness of his unaware mind spread around me like a quiet pool. I dropped into it like a pebble. Dutiful. He twitched into awareness of me. His instant reaction was outrage. "Get out!" He tried to thrust me from his mind, but I was already inside his defences. I offered a quiet resistance to him, displaying no aggression, but simply refusing to be banished. Just as he had the first time we had wrestled, he threw himself against me in a fury without strategy. I maintained my resistance, accepting the mental pummelling as he wore himself out against me. When he was all but stunned with exhaustion, I spoke again. "Dutiful, please come to the tower." "You lied to me. I hate you." "I did not lie to you. Without intending to, I did you a wrong. I attempted to undo it. I believed I had undone it. Then, at the worst possible moment, we both discovered I had not." "You've been restraining me, forcing me to do your will ever since we met. You probably forced me to like you." "Search your memories, Dutiful. You will discover that is not so. But I will no longer discuss this matter in this manner. Come to the skill tower, please." "I won't. I'll be waiting." And with that I withdrew from his mind. For a time I sat still, gathering both my strength and my thoughts. A headache pressed against my skull, demanding attention. I pushed it to one side. I took a deep breath and once more reached out. Finding Thick was easy. Music was spilling from his mind, a music uniquely his own, for it was music without sound. When I let it flow unimpeded into my mind, it became even stranger, for it was not composed of notes from a flute or harp. For a moment I became caught in it. On one level, the notes of his song were bits of ordinary noises from everyday life. The clop of a hoof, the clack of a plate on a table, the sound of wind slipping past a chimney, the ring of a dropped coin on a cobblestone. It was a music made of the sounds of life. Then I slipped deeper into it and discovered it was not music on this new level, but was instead a pattern. The sounds were separated from one another by different degrees of pitch, but there was a pattern to that as well as to how they were repeated. It was rather like approaching a tapestry. One sees first the whole picture that is formed, then
A closer inspection reveals the material used to make up the images. A deeper study reveals the individual stitches, the different colours and textures of the threads. With difficulty I disentangled myself from Thick's song. I wondered at how so simple a mind could conceive of so convoluted and intricate a music. And in the next moment I grasped an understanding of him. This embroidery of music was the framework of his thoughts and world. It was what he paid attention to, putting each sound he heard into its proper place in the vast scheme of sound. Little wonder, then, that he had so little thought or focus to spare for the petty concerns of the world Chade and I perceived. How much consideration did I give to the sound of water trickling or the ringing of a blade against a sharpening stone? I came to myself sitting in Verity's chair. I felt as if my mind were a sponge that had been dipped into a water of music. I had to let Thick's song drain away from me before I could recall my own thoughts and intents. After a time, I once more drew breath into my lungs, settled my mind, and reached out. This time I made sure I only brushed against the edges of his music. I hesitated there, trying to decide how to make him aware of me without startling him. As gently as I could, I made contact. Thick? I felt the impact of his fear and anger like a fist in the belly. It was like poking a sleeping cat. He fled, but not before he had clawed me. Shaken, I opened my eyes to the tower's view of rolling waves. Even so, it was hard to settle myself into my body again and persuade myself I belonged there. Nausea roiled through me. Well, that first effort had gone well, I thought, sourly. I sat for a time in discouragement. Dutiful was not coming, and Thick was not going to accept any sort of training from me. To that linked chain of defeat I added the thought that I had heard nothing from Hap since I had bade him make his own peace with his master. I marvelled at my knack for sowing disillusion and discontent among those I most cherished. Then once more I collected myself. One more effort, I promised myself, then I would return to my dismal chamber, and from thence announce to Lord Golden that his lowly servant was taking the day off. I'd go down to Buckkeep Town and make some sort of contact with Hap. That was my frame of mind, as I once more settled myself into my chair. I took out the red whistle and considered it. The fool had outdone himself. It was much fancier than any penny whistle I'd ever seen before. It was decorated with tiny birds. I set it to my lips and tried a few notes on it. When I was a youth, Patience had tried to teach me to play several musical instruments. I'd had little success with any of them. Still, I could pick out the notes of a simple child's song. I played it several times, trying in vain to smooth out the roughness. Then I leaned back, the whistle still set to my lips. As I played, I reached out to Thick, trying to send him only the piping notes of the whistle rather than any thoughts or hints of my presence. It broke in on his own music, and for a time we jangled discordantly together. Then his notes died away as he focused on mine. "What's that?" The thought was not intended for me. He merely reached out to see where the sound was coming from. I tried to make the thought I sent him very delicate. I did not stop playing as I told him, "It's a red whistle, on a green string. It's yours if you want to come and get it." A long moment of guarded thought. Then, "Where?" That gave me a moment of thought. There was a guard on duty at the base of the skill tower steps. I couldn't tell Thick to come that way. He'd be turned back. Chade had trusted him with at least some of the labyrinth of passages of the keep. I knew I should consult Chade before I revealed more to him, but this was too good an opportunity to miss. I wanted to see if I could guide Thick through the passages via our mind link. Not only would it test the current limits of our ability to skill to one another, but also it would give me an insight into what he was capable of. I refused to spend too much time in hesitation. "Come to me this way." I showed him a mental image of Chade's tower room. Then I showed him step by step the passages he must use to come to the skill tower. I did not rush through them, but neither did I linger. I finished with, "If you get lost, reach out to me. I will help you." Then I gently broke the link between us. I leaned back in the chair and considered the whistle in my hand. I hoped it would be bait enough. I set it down on the table, and beside it I placed the figurine of a woman. It was the one the prince had found on the beach that the skill stones had taken us to. Without any clear idea why, I had brought it from Chade's tower to give it back to Dutiful. With a sudden lurch of my heart, I thought of the feathers I had found on the same beach. I had never shared that discovery with the fool. The time had never seemed right. Now I wondered if I ever would. I pushed the thought from my mind. I had to focus on what I did now. I wiped away the sweat on my brow. I found I was a bit shaky when I stood up. This morning's exercise was more skill than I had used in quite some time. The headache was proportionately larger, rather too big for my skull. If I'd had a kettle, cup, water, and elf bark, I probably would have indulged. Instead, I had to settle for pouring myself a measure of brandy and leaning out of the window for a while. When I heard the scuff of footsteps coming up the tower stairs, I thought it was the guard. I took the bottle and my glass, retreated to a dim corner of the room, and stood very still. I heard the key turn slowly in the lock, and the door opened. Then Dutiful entered. He shut the door firmly behind himself, and then glanced about the apparently empty room. His irritation was plain on his face. He crossed to the table and once more looked about him. A slow realization came to me. Witted the prince might be, but not as strongly as I was. Even in the room with me, he remained unaware of my presence. This was a new idea to me, that, just as with the skill, men could possess the wit magic in various strengths. "Here." When I spoke, he jumped, and then became aware of me as I stepped from the shadows, bottle and glass in hand. He glared at me as I advanced to the table and set the glass down. "Good morning, my prince." He spoke firmly, with great disdain. "Tom Badgerlock, you are dismissed. I no longer wish to have you teach me anything. I will be speaking to my mother to have you removed from Buckkeep entirely." I kept my calm. "As you wish, my prince. Undoubtedly, that would be the easiest route for me as well." "This is not about what is easiest for me. This is about treachery and betrayal. You have used the skill against me. Your rightful prince. I could ask for your banishment, even your execution." "You could, my prince, or you could ask for my explanation." "No explanation could excuse what you did." "I did not say you could ask for my excuse. I said you could ask for my explanation." And there the conversation stopped. I refused to lower my eyes. I met his gaze steadily. I was determined that he would ask, courteously, for my explanation before he would hear another word from me. He seemed equally determined that he would cow me with his princely stare until I decided to beg his pardon. Suspense was on my side. "An explanation is long overdue." "Perhaps it is," I conceded, and waited again. "Explain yourself, Tom Badgerlock." A please would have been nice, but I sensed he had bent as far as he could. A boy's pride can be a brittle thing. I walked back over to the table and refilled my glass. I lifted the bottle questioningly towards him, but he shook his head, an abrupt refusal to share drink with such as me. I sighed. "How much do you recall of the beach? The one that we fled to through the standing stone?" His face clouded a bit, and he looked wary. He came very close to lying. Then, "I recall parts of it. It fades like a dream, and then sometimes bits of it come back to me, bright and clear. I know you used the skill magic to take us there. It weakened and confused me somehow. I imagine that is when you cast your power spell over me." I sighed. This was going to be even more difficult than I had feared. "Do you remember a time by the fire when you attacked me with every intent of killing me?" He looked aside briefly, then nodded, as if surprised that he did recall such a thing. "But that was not entirely my own will. You know that. Paladin was striving even then to control my body, and I did not know you then. I thought you were my enemy. Nor did I know you, not as I do now. Yet already we were bound by a skill link, for I had had to go after your soul once before and haul it back to your body." I hesitated, then decided I would not speak of that other being I had encountered, the great being that had aided us both to return. That memory remained hazy even for me. Best not to bring up what I could not explain. I took a breath. "I knew Paladin was within you, and that she would stop at nothing to kill me, even if she had to damage you in the process. It frightened me. And then, in my anger and my fear for my life, I commanded you, Dutiful, stop fighting me. It was a skill command, one that printed itself onto your mind with far more force than I intended. I never meant to do it, Dutiful. It was an accident, one I have regretted, and one I have tried to amend. I thought I had amended it. I felt an unwanted smile twist my mouth. I thought I had lifted it from you right up until the very moment when I tried to keep you from your foolish declaration in the hall. Only then did I perceive that some final shadow of it remained, and only when you broke it. Yes, I broke it. He spoke with satisfaction. Then he glared at me again. But knowing that it existed, knowing that you can do such a thing to me, how can I ever trust you again? I was still pondering an answer to that when Thick pushed the mantel side door open. The entry was an even tighter fit for the stout-bodied man than for me, and he was festooned with cobwebs and powdered with dust. For a moment he stood blinking his sleepy-looking eyes at the startled prince and me. His jaw was thrust forward, his tongue protruding thoughtfully. Then he spoke. "I come for my whistle." "And you shall have it," I said. I scooped it up from the table and held it out to him, dangling by its green string. Gently I added, "And that was good skilling, Thick. You followed my directions, and here you are." He shuffled forward suspiciously. I doubt that he recognized Prince Dutiful, out of context of his throne and robes of state. He included him in his scowl as he said, "You made me come a long way." Then he snatched the whistle and held it close to his peering little eyes. Then he frowned. "This isn't my whistle." "It is now," I told him. "It's a new one, made especially for you. Did you see the birds on it?" He turned it in his hands, then grudgingly admitted, "I like birds." Then he turned to go. The whistle clutched to his chest. The prince was staring at him in dismay bordering on disgust. I knew the mountain way for babes such as Thick had been. He would have been exposed to a swift and perhaps merciful death, much as Burrick would have drowned a deformed puppy. But Queen Cotrican had commanded that I train this man. Would mountain ethics prevent Dutiful from accepting Thick? I tried not to hope that the prince would refuse him as a coterie member. I wanted to delay Thick's leaving. "Aren't you even going to try it, Thick?" "No." Thick was shuffling towards the door. "Try that tune you skilled to yourself, the one that goes, la-da-da-da-da." Even as I tried to mimic back to him the music I had come to know by heart, Thick spun around to face me. Outrage glittered in his little eyes. "Mine!" he roared. "My song! My mum's song!" He came at me with murder in his eyes. He lifted the whistle as if it were a knife that he could plunge into my heart. "I'm sorry, Thick. I didn't realize that was private." But I should have. I suddenly knew. I gave ground before him. His body was thick, his limbs short and awkward, his belly pudgy. I knew that in a physical struggle I could master him. I also knew it would involve hurting him, because that would be the only way to defeat him. I didn't want to do that. I needed his good will. I darted behind the table. "My song!" Thick repeated. "Dog poop stinks, stealer!" An unwilling bubble of laughter burst from the prince's lips. I think he was both horrified and fascinated by the spectacle of the dimwit attacking me over a song. Then a sudden frown divided his brow. Even as I circled the table trying to keep it between Thick and me until I could find a way to calm him, the prince suddenly exclaimed, "I know that song!" He hummed a short bit of it, making Thick's scowl deepen. "It's the first thing that I always hear when I'm trying to skill. It comes from you." His question was incredulous. "My song!" Thick asserted again. "My mum's song! You can't hear it. Only me." He diverted his steps and suddenly charged the prince in a wild run. As he went, he caught up the brandy bottle, lifting it like a club, heedless of the liquor that galloped out of it and down his arm. The prince's eyes went wide, but he was too foolishly proud to retreat before Thick's onslaught. He stood his ground, dropping into the fighter's crouch I'd taught him. His hand moved to his belt-knife. In response, I felt Thick's mind-numbing cloud of, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me." Even as he closed on the prince, I saw Dutiful struggle against the little man's skill, and felt him begin to mount a blast of his own to thrust through it. "No!" I roared in dismay. "Don't!
hurt each other.
And my command shimmered with an edge of skill. I saw them both flinch at it, saw them both spin to confront me, arms upraised, as if that would ward off the magic. I could almost see it rebound from them, but just for an instant it dizzied them both. The backwash of my command as they instinctively repulsed it giddied me, but I recovered faster than they did. The prince staggered back a step, while Thick lifted his pudgy hands to cover his eyes. I was horrified at what I had done. Yet when they stood still and for a moment docile, I added, "That's enough. You must never attack one another that way, not if you are going to work together to master the skill." I was proud that I kept my voice from shaking. Dutiful shook his head, and then spoke in a dazed voice. "You did it again! You dared to use the skill against me!" "That I did," I admitted, and then demanded, "What else would you have me do? Watch you blast the sense from one another? Have you ever met your cousin August, Dutiful? That drooling, doddering old man, what happened to him was an accident. Yet there have been instances of skill users maiming one another in battle such as you nearly engaged in. Yes, and there have been deaths as well, deaths that seared the ones who wrought them almost as severely as the ones that died." Dutiful leaned against the table. Thick lowered his hands from his eyes slowly. He'd bitten his tongue and it dripped blood. Dutiful spoke to both of us. "I am your prince. You are sworn to me. How dare you attack me?" I took a breath and reluctantly stepped up to the task Chade had laid upon me. "Not here," I said quietly. "It is true that I am sworn to the Farseers. I serve them as best I may, and to serve them best in this, know this well, Dutiful. In this room, you are not my prince, but my student. And just as your swordmaster deals you bruises with a blunt blade to teach you, so will I use whatever force is necessary." I swung my eyes to Thick, who was pouting sourly at us both. "In this room, Thick is not a servant. Here, he is my student." I looked from one to another and buckled them into the harness they must share. "Here you are equals, students. I will respect you as such, and I will demand that you respect each other as such. But make no mistake, within this chamber during the hours of our lessons, my authority is absolute." I looked from one to the other. "Do you both understand this?" The prince looked stubborn, and Thick suspicious.
"Not a servant?"
he asked slowly. "Not if you choose to be a student here, to learn what I have to teach, so that eventually you can help the prince." He scowled, working through it slowly. "Help the prince? Work for him? Servant? More work for Thick?" His little eyes glittered maliciously as he exposed what he thought was my hidden intention. I shook my head again. "No, help the prince as his coterie, his friend." "Oh, please," Dutiful groaned disdainfully. "Not a servant?" It's obviously pleased Thick. It gave me yet another insight into him. I would have thought him too dull to care what his position was in the world, yet plainly he would prefer not to be a servant. "Yes, but only if you are a student. If you do not come here every day and try to learn what I teach, then you are not a student. Thick is the servant again. Haul the wood, fetch the water." He set the empty bottle down on the table. Hastily, he looped the string of the whistle around his neck. "I'm keeping the whistle," he insisted, as if that were an important part of the bargain. "Servant or student, the whistle belongs to Thick," I told him. This seemed to set back his understanding of the situation. His fat little tongue pushed further out of his mouth as he considered it. "You cannot be serious," the prince said in an undertone. "That is to be a member of my coterie." I knew both an instant of sympathy for him and a strong irritation with his disdain for Thick. I spoke levelly. "He is the best candidate that Chade and I have discovered so far, unless, of course, you have encountered others with his natural predilection for the skill." He stood silent, then shook his head unwillingly. In some corner of my mind I was amused that he was more distressed at the idea of Thick being his fellow student than he was by my declaration that I would treat them both the same during our lessons. I decided to take advantage of his temporary distraction. "Good. That's settled, then. and I believe we've all learned enough for one morning. I shall expect you both to be on time tomorrow. For now you are dismissed." Thick was just as happy to leave. Still clutching his whistle, he scuttled for the mantel door. As he shut it behind him, the prince asked in a low voice, "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because I am sworn to the Farseer reign, to serve it as best I can, and you, Dutiful, are now dismissed." I hoped he would turn towards the door, but he did not. Not until there was a sharp rap at it. We both startled. I glanced at the prince, who called out loudly, "What is it?" The voice of a young page reached us through the stout timbers of the door.
"A message for you, Prince Dutiful, sir, from Councillor Chade. He bade me beg your pardon, but also said to let you know it was urgent."
"A moment." I faded back to a corner of the room as the prince went to the door, unlatched it, opened it a crack, and accepted a small sealed scroll. As I watched him, I reflected sourly that despite all else Skillmaster Galen had been, he had been right in several areas. No students of his would ever have dared attack one another, let alone question his authority over them. He had immediately reduced all his students to a harsh equality, though I had been the exception to that. All had known that he regarded me as beneath them. As much as it choked me, I needed to emulate at least some of his attitudes, even as I refused his harsh techniques. Discipline is not the same as punishment, I thought, and recognized it as an echo of some old words of Burrick's. The prince had shut the door behind him and picked the wax off the scroll. Then he frowned as he unrolled it to reveal a second, sealed scroll within it. "I think this must be for you," he said uneasily. In a script I would never have recognized as Chade's, the word teacher was written on the outside of the scroll. At the sight of my own charging Farseer bark impressed in the wax, I took the scroll from Dutiful's hand. "It is," I agreed shortly. I turned aside from him, broke the wax, and read the single sentence. Then, as he watched, I consigned it to the fire. "What was it?" the prince demanded. "A summons," I said shortly. "I must go now, but I expect to see you on time tomorrow and ready to learn. Good day, my prince." His stunned silence followed me as I squeezed behind the fireplace mantel and shut and latched the little door behind me. Once within the narrow passageway, I hurried as much as I could. Silently, I cursed the low ceilings, the corners I must squeeze past, and the labyrinthine wandering of the burrows when I wished to run as fast as I could in the straightest possible line. When I arrived at my peephole outside the Queen's private audience chamber, my mouth was parched, and I was panting like a hound. I took several deep breaths, forced myself to stand still until my breathing was steady and silent again. Then I flung myself down on the little stool and applied my eye to the tiny peephole. I was late. Chade and Queen Catrichan were already there, the Queen seated while the counsellor stood at her shoulder. Their backs were to me. A gangly boy of perhaps 10 years stood before them. His dark curls were sweated to his skull, and the hem of his cloak dripped muddy snow water on the floor. The low shoes he wore had never been intended for winter travel. Caked snow was still melting on his leggings and feet. Wherever he had come from, he must have walked all night. His dark eyes were immense, but he met his queen's gaze steadily. "I see," she said, quietly. Her answer seemed to embolden him. I wished I had heard the entire conversation. "Yes, ma'am," he agreed. "And so hearing that you would not tolerate what was being done to the witted, I came to you. Maybe here in Bookkeep I can just be what I am, and not get beaten for it. I promise I'll never use it to any low end. I will vow myself to the Farseers, and serve you well in any way you ask of me." He lifted his eyes to meet the Queen's. Not a bold stare, but an honest, direct look from a boy confident he had chosen the right path. I stared at Burrick's son, seeing Molly mingled in the boy's cheekbones and lashes. "And your father approved of this?" Chade asked, stern but gentle. The boy looked away. When he spoke, his voice was softer. "My father doesn't know, sir. I just left when I knew that I couldn't take it any more. I won't be missed. You saw our home. He has other sons, good sons, who are not witted." "That does not mean he won't miss you, Nym." For the first time, the boy looked annoyed. "I'm not Nym. Nimble doesn't have the wit. I'm Swift, the other twin. See, that's another reason that my father won't miss me. He already has one of me that's perfect. A shocked silence followed his words. I am sure he mistook the cause of it. When Catrican spoke, she tried to mend it. I knew Barrick years ago. However much he may have changed, I am still certain that, witted or no, he will miss you. Chade added, When I spoke with Barrick, he seemed very fond and proud of all his children. For a moment I thought the boy would break. Then he took a breath and said matter-of-factly, Well, yes, but that was before. Chade must have looked at him blankly, for the boy elaborated painfully. Before the taint came out in me. Before he knew I had the wit. I saw the Queen and Chade turn to one another and confer silently. After a moment, Catrican said softly, Then, Swift, Barrick's son, I say this to you. I am willing to take you into my service, but I think it best that I do so with your father's consent. He must be told of your whereabouts. It is unfair to let your parents fear that you have come to a bad end. Even as she spoke, we all became aware of raised voices in the corridor outside the chamber. There was a light knock at the door, and before they could respond, a hasty and heavier one. Catrican nodded to a little page at her side, who went to answer it. When the door was opened, a guard stood before it, ready to relay a message. Behind him hulked Barrick, dark and scowling, and despite all the years that had passed, I quailed before that look. His black eyes glowering as he peered past the sentry into the room. Plainly dismissing the man as inconsequential, Barrick called out, Chade, a word with you, please. It was Queen Catrican who replied, Barrick, please, come in. Page, you are dismissed. Close the door behind you. No, Guardsman Senna, I assure you, all is well. We have no need of your service just now. Close the door. Even as Barrick strode angrily into the chamber, the quiet courtesy of her words and her calm air as she received him took much of the wind from his sails. He walked with a swing to one leg where that joint did not bend well. He went down on one knee before her, despite her, Oh, Barrick, that is hardly necessary. Please get up. It cost him to haul himself back to his feet, yet he did it. When he lifted his eyes to hers, I saw something that smote me. The palest of cataracts, the barest beginning of a creeping cloud, hazed his dark glance. My Queen, Lord Chade, he greeted them formally. Then, as if there was no more to say to them, he turned to Swift and said, Boy, get home. No. When the lad dared to glance at the Queen for confirmation, Barrick growled, I said get home. Do you forget who your father is? No, sir, I do not. But how did you find me? Swift demanded in dismay. Barrick snorted contemptuously. Easily enough. You asked the smith in Truro which road led to Bookkeep. Now I've had a long cold ride and you've annoyed these people enough. I'm taking you home now. I admired Swift then, for he stood his ground gamely before his father's rising wrath. I have asked asylum of the Queen, and if she grants it to me, I intend to stay. You're talking nonsense. You need no asylum. You've worried your mother to hysteria and had your sister in tears for 2 nights. Now, you'll come home and settle back into your place and do your duties without complaint. Sir? Swift replied. It was not assent, only a confirmation that he had heard Barrick's words. Silently he lifted his dark eyes to the Queen. It was a strange sight, Barrick, older and greyer, and beside him his son, mirroring the stubborn gaze of his father. If I might offer a suggestion, Chade began, but Catrican cut in with, Swift, you have come far and quickly. I know you are wet, cold, and tired. Tell the guardsman at the door to take you down to the kitchens and see you are fed, and then to let you stand before the hearth and get warm and dry. I wish to speak to your father. The boy hesitated, and Barrick's scowl deepened. Obey her, boy, he snapped at the lad. That is your Queen. If you cannot show the filial piety to obey your father, at least show you've the upbringing to obey your rightful Queen. Make your bow, and then go as you were told. I saw the boy's hopes die. He bowed stiffly but correctly, and left. Even then Swift did not scuttle from the room, but strode out, with dignity, as if to his own execution. When the door had closed behind him, Burrick swung his glance back to Cattrickan. "I beg my queen's pardon that you have been troubled with this. He's a good enough lad, ordinarily. He's just at a difficult age."
"He has not troubled us. Truth to tell, I would willingly be so troubled, if that is what it takes to bring you to visit us. Will you sit down, Burrick?" She gestured at an empty chair, one of several in a row before her.
Burrick held himself stiffly erect. "You are kind to offer it, but I have not the time to linger, my lady. I promised my wife I would return to her with the boy as swiftly as I could, and—
"Must I command you to sit down, my stubborn old friend? Your good lady will forgive you the delay to rest yourself for a moment, I am sure."
He was silent. Then, like a dog commanded to sit and stay, he walked to one of the chairs and sat down in it. Again he waited. After a pause, Cattrickan recommenced.
"After all these years, this is an awkward way for all of us to come together again, and yet no matter how awkwardly it came about, I am glad to see your face once more. Yes, and to see that you have a son, with his father's proud spirit."
Another man might have warmed to that paternal compliment, but Burrick only glanced down and tempered it with, "And I fear he has many of his father's faults as well, milady." Cattrickan did not waste words or time.
"The wit, you mean?"
Burrick twitched to that as if she had cursed at him.
"Swift told us, Burrick. I do not see it as a shameful thing. He told me that he had come to me as I have forbidden men to persecute those with the wit. He asked to take service with me. In truth, I would be glad to have such a stout-hearted lad to page for me, but I told him it must be with his father's consent."
He shook his head as he refused her. "I do not give it, my lady. Swift is far too young to live amongst strangers. To be raised so quickly and so far above his natural station could spoil him. He needs to remain at my side for some years yet, until he learns to control his boyish impulses." "Until you've extinguished the wit in him," Chade filled in. Burrick considered, then frowned. "I don't believe that can be done. I've tried for many years to wipe it from myself. Still, it lingers. But if it cannot be purged from a man, he can nevertheless be taught to refuse it, just as a man must learn to refuse all sorts of other vices."
"And you are so certain that it is a vice and something to despise?" Cattrickan's voice was gentle. "But for your possession of the wit, I would have died at Regal's hands all those years ago. But for your wit, Fitz would have perished in Regal's dungeons."
Burrick took a short breath. It seemed to catch in his throat, and he took another one, as a man who fights for control of himself. He looked up, blinking, and it wrung me to see that his lashes were wet with unshed tears.
"You can speak his name," he said huskily, "and yet you do not perceive that he is why I take the stand I do. Lady Queen, but for the wit, Fitz would have learned the skill well. But for the wit, he would never have been thrown into Regal's dungeons. But for the wit, he might even now be alive. The wit doomed him to die, and not even as a man, as a beast."
He dragged in a shuddering breath. His voice rasped, but he held himself straight and retained command of himself. "Every day, I live with my failure. My Prince Chivalry, entrusted me with his only child. With the sole command that I raise him well, I failed my Prince. I failed Fitz, and I failed myself. Because I was weak. Because I had not the strength of will to be harsh with the boy where harshness was needed. And so he fell into the way of that vile magic, and he practiced it. And it brought about his downfall. He paid the price for my misplaced tenderness. He died. Horribly. And alone. And as a beast. My lady, I loved Fitz. First as my friend's son, and then as my friend. I loved him just as I love my own son now. And I will not lose another boy to that low magic. I will not."
Only on the last words did his deep voice begin to shake. His hands knotted and unknotted, and then clenched into fists at his side. He regarded them both through his misted eyes. "Barik, old friend." Chade's voice was thick. "Long ago, you sent me word Fitz had perished. I doubted it then. I still do. How can you be so sure of his death? Remember what he said to both of us, that he intended to go south to Chalced and beyond Chalced. Perhaps he did, as he said he would, and—" "No, he did not." Barrick's hands went slowly to his throat. He unfolded his collar, and then from beneath it he drew a small and shining thing. My heart turned over in my chest, and tears flooded my eyes. He showed it to both of them, gleaming on his calloused palm. "Do you recognize it? It's the pin King Shrewd gave him when he claimed the boy as his own." He sniffed loudly and cleared his throat. "When I found his body, Fitz was long dead. Many a creature had gnawed on him, but this was still there, in the collar of the shirt he died in. He died as an animal, fighting with beasts almost like himself. He was a son of a prince, the son of the finest man I ever knew, and he died like a dog." He abruptly closed his hand around the stick pin. He spoke not a word as he refastened it to his collar. I sat in the dark behind the wall, my hand tight over my own mouth. I tried not to choke on my tears and betray myself. I must keep my secret. I must remain dead to him. Never had I thought what his assumption of my death might mean to him. I had little considered how much grief and guilt he might bear over how he supposed I had died. Burrick still believed that I had succumbed to the wit, had reverted to an animalistic lifestyle, a beast-man living in the woods until the Forged Ones attacked and killed me. It was not so far from the truth. For a time I had retreated into being a wolf in a man's body, but I had dragged myself up and out of that refuge and forced myself to become a man again. When the Forged Ones had raided my home and attacked me, I had fled. Days passed before I realized that I had left my precious pin behind. Burrick had found the body of a Forged One I had killed. The shirt with the pin thrust into the collar had been on that body, and so he had assumed it was mine. For all these years it had suited my purposes to leave him in ignorance of my survival. I had thought it the kindest thing for all of us. He and Molly had found a love and a life together. To discover I still lived could only damage that bond between them. It must remain so. It must. In a numbed stillness I stood and peered at the man who felt responsible for my death. He must continue to carry that guilt. I could not change it. "Burrick, I do not think you failed anyone," Catrican spoke softly. "And I do not see the wit as a flaw in your son. Leave him here with me. Please." Burrick shook his head slowly and heavily. "You would not say that if he were your son, if he walked daily in danger of folk discovering what he was." I saw Catrican's shoulders rise as she drew breath, and knew she was about to tell him that her own son was witted. Chade realized the danger as well, for he cut in smoothly with, "I see your point, Barrick. I do not agree with it, but I see it." He paused, then asked, "What will you do to the boy?" Burrick stared at him. Then he gave a brief bark of laughter. "What? Do you fear I'll tan the hide off him? No. I'll take him home and keep him well away from animals and work him daily until he is so tired that he falls asleep before he gets into his bed at night. No worse than that. His mother's tongue will probably flay him worse than a cane ever could. Nor will his sister easily forgive him for the worry he's given us." Then he suddenly scowled more blackly than ever. "Did the lad tell you he was in fear of life or limb from me? For that's a lie, and he knows it, and from that he might get the back of my hand." "He said nothing of the kind," Catrican said quietly. "Only that he could not stand it any more, to live at home and be forbidden the wit." Burrick snorted. "No one dies from being forbidden the wit. There is a loneliness to giving it up, and well do I know that. But no one dies from avoiding the wit. Using the wit is how one dies from it." Burrick rose abruptly from his chair. I heard his bad knee crack as he rose and saw him wince. "My lady, Forgive me, but if I sit too long, I'll stiffen, and this day's ride home will be all the harder for me. Then take a day here, Beric. Go to the steams to ease that leg of injuries twice taken in defending a Farseer's life. Eat well, and sleep in a soft bed tonight. Tomorrow is soon enough for your journey home. I cannot, my lady. You can. Must I command this comfort to you also? The Queen's voice was fond. Beric met her gaze squarely. My Queen, would you command me to break my word to my own lady? Catricon gravely bowed her head to him. Good man, your honour is the only thing as stiff as your stubbornness. No, Beric, I would never command you to break your word. Too often has my own life depended upon it. I will let you go, then, as you please. But you shall delay long enough to allow me to pack such gifts as I wish you to take back to your family. And while I do so, you may as well eat a hot meal and warm yourself at the hearth. Beric was silent for a moment. Then, as you wish, my lady. Again he went ponderously and painfully down upon one knee. When he rose and waited her permission, Catricon sighed. You may go, my friend. When the door had closed behind him, Catricon and Chade sat silently for a time. They were the only people left in the chamber. Then Chade turned and looked towards my peephole. He spoke softly. You have little time while he eats. Think hard. Shall I summon him back to this chamber? You could be alone here with him. You could put his heart at ease. He paused. This is your decision, my boy. Neither I nor Catricon will make it for you. But... His words died away. Perhaps he knew just how much I did not want his advice on this. In a soft voice he added, If you wish me to ask Beric to come back to this chamber, tell Lord Golden to send me a message. If you do not, then do nothing. Then the Queen arose, and Chade escorted her from the audience chamber. She gave one pleading backward glance at my wall before she left the room. I don't know how long I sat there in the dust and dimness. When my candle began to drown in its own wax, I rose and made my way back to my own small chamber. The corridor seemed long and dreary. I walked unseen through dust and cobwebs and mouse droppings. Like a ghost, I smiled stiffly to myself, just as I walked through my life. In my room I took my cloak from its hook. I listened for a moment at the door, then stepped out into the central chamber of Lord Golden's apartments. He sat alone at the table. He had pushed his breakfast tray aside. He did not appear to be doing anything. He gave me no greeting. I spoke without preamble. Beric is here. He followed his son Swift, Nimble's twin. Swift is witted, and sought asylum in the Queen's service. Beric refused to let her have the boy. He's taking him home with him to teach him not to use the wit. He still thinks the wit is evil. He blames it for my death. He also blames himself that he did not beat it out of me. After a moment, Lord Golden turned his head indolently to look at me. An interesting bit of gossip, this Beric. He was stable-master here at one time, was he not? I don't believe I've ever met him. For a time, I just looked at him. He returned my stare with a gaze devoid of interest. I'm going down to Buckkeep Town today, I announced flatly. He turned back to his contemplation of the tabletop. As you will, Tom Badgerlock. I have no need of your services today, but be ready to ride out tomorrow at noon. Lady Thrift and her niece have offered to take me out hawking. I don't care to keep a bird of my own, you know. Their talons spoil the sleeves of my coats, but perhaps I shall be able to add some feathers to my collection. My hand was on the door latch before he had finished his hateful charade. I shut it firmly behind me, and went briskly down the stairs. I dared myself and fate. If I ran into Beric in the hallway, he would know me. Let the gods decide for themselves if he should walk in guilty ignorance or pain-racked truth. But I did not encounter him in the halls of Buckkeep, nor even glimpse him as I went past the guards' dining hall. Then I snorted at my own foolish fancy. Doubtless they would take the Queen's guest to the main hall, and there feed him well, alongside his wayward son. I did not let myself pause to consider any other temptations.
I went out into the courtyard and soon was striding down the road to Buckkeep Town. The day was fine, clear and cold. It bit the tops of my cheeks and the tips of my ears, but my pace kept the rest of me warm. I played a dozen scenes in my head of how it might go were I to confront Burrick. He would embrace me, he would strike me and curse me, he would not recognise me, he would faint with shock. In some of these visions he welcomed me warmly with tears of joy, and in others he cursed me for all the years I had let him live in guilt. But in none of those scenes could I imagine how we would speak of Molly and Nettle, nor what would come after. If Burrick discovered that I was alive, could he keep it from Molly? Would he? Sometimes his honour operated on such a lofty scale that what was unthinkable for any other man became the only correct option for him. I broke from my thoughts to find myself in the centre of Buckkeep Town. Men and women alike gave me a wide berth, and I realised I was scowling darkly and probably muttering to myself. I tried to find a more pleasant expression, but my face could not seem to recall how to form one, nor could I decide where I wished to be. I went by the wood-joiner's shop where Hap was apprenticed. I lingered outside until I caught a glimpse of him within. There were tools in his hands. I wondered if that meant he was being given more responsibility, or if it only meant he was fetching them for someone. Well, at least he was where he was supposed to be. I would not trouble him today. I next wandered by Ginna's shop, but found it closed up tight. A quick check of her shed showed that the pony and cart were gone. Something must have called her away today. I was not sure if I felt relief or disappointment. To quench my loneliness in her company would not have eased me, but if she had been home I would probably have given myself over to the temptation. So I made the next most foolish decision that I could make, which was to go to the Stuck Pig, a tavern fit for the witted bastard. I entered, and as I stood in the doorway with the bright winter sunlight flowing in from behind me, I decided it was one of those places that always looked better by lamplight. Daylight revealed not just the weariness of the leaning tables and the damp straw that begged pardon on the floor, but the dreariness of the folk who came to such a tavern on a bright winter afternoon. People such as myself, I surmised, sourly. A gaffer and a man with a twisted leg, and only one arm, sat together at a table near the hearth, some game bones between them. At another table a man with a badly bruised face sat nursing a tankard and muttering to himself. A woman looked up as I came in. When she raised one brow inquiringly, I shook my head. She scowled at me and returned to staring at the hearth fire. A boy with a bucket and rag was scrubbing tables and benches. When I sat down, he wiped his hands on his trouser legs and came over to me. "Beer," I said, not because I wanted it, but because I was there, and I had to order something. He bobbed acknowledgment, took my coin, brought me a mug, and went back to his tasks. I took a sip of it and tried to remember why I had walked down to Buckkeep Town. I decided it had simply been the need to be moving, but now I was sitting still. Stupid. I was still sitting still when Svanger's father walked in. I don't think he saw me at first, coming into the dim tavern from the bright winter day. When I recognised him, I looked down at the tabletop, as if by not looking at him I could make myself invisible. It didn't work. I heard his heavy boots on the sodden straw, and then he dragged out a chair and sat down across from me. I nodded at him guardedly. He stared at me blearily. His eyes were red-rimmed, but whether from weeping, lack of sleep or drink I could not tell. His dark hair had been brushed that morning, but he had not shaved. I wondered that he was not at his trade. The tavern boy soon scurried over with a mug of ale for him. He took the man's coin and went back to his scrubbing. Hartshawn took a drink of his ale, scratched his whiskery cheek, and said, "Well?" "Well," I agreed mildly, and drank from my beer. I wished so intensely to be somewhere else that it seemed unbelievable that my body remained where it was. "Your boy." Hartshawn shifted in his chair. "Does he intend to marry my girl or just ruin her?" His face remained calm as he spoke, but I could see both anger and pain bubbling up in him like vapours from the bottom of a stagnant pond. I think I knew then that we would come to blows. I realised it as a sort of enlightenment. The man had to do something to regain some self-respect, and I presented the first opportunity. Both the gaffer and the maimed man had lost interest in their game and were watching us. They knew what was coming as well as I did. They'd be Hartshawn's witnesses. There wasn't a way out of what was to come, but I tried to find one. My voice was low and steady and earnest. I tried to reach him, father to father. Hap tells me that he loves Svange, so there is no intent there to ruin her, or to use her and cast her aside. They are both very young, but yes, there is a danger of ruining, and for my son as well as your daughter. I made a mistake when I paused then. I think if I had kept speaking, he would have stayed seated and paid some attention to my words. I had intended to ask him what he thought that we, as parents, could do to curb our children until their passions found some sort of foundation in planning for a future. Perhaps if I had not been thinking so earnestly of what to say to him, and what we actually could do, I would have noticed that he was earnestly thinking of the best way to give me a beating. He surged suddenly to his feet. His mug was in his hand, and desperate fury flamed in his eyes.
"Your son's fucking her! My little girl! My Svange! And you think that isn't ruin for her?"
I was coming to my feet when the heavy mug hit me in the face. A miscalculation, some part of me observed. I had thought he would club me with it, and I thought I'd leaned back out of his range. When he let it fly, that small distance was not enough. It hit my left cheekbone with a crack I heard, and white pain spider-webbed out from the impact. Sharp pain makes some men retreat and paralyzes others. My time under Regal's torture had branded in me a different reaction. Attack now, before it gets any worse, before your attacker can overcome you and torment you at his leisure. I had launched myself over the table at him, before the thrown mug even thudded to the floor. The pain in my face reached its zenith at about the same time my fist slammed into his mouth. His teeth cut my knuckles, and my left hand slammed into his breastbone, above my intended target. Jinnah's warning about him had been valid. He did not go down, but roared his fury at me. I had one of my knees on the tabletop. I got my other leg under me and pushed up from there, my hands going for his throat as the weight of my body bore him down to the dirty floor. The bench behind his knees helped me knock him down, but I clipped my own shins against it painfully as I landed on top of him. He was stronger than he looked, and he fought without restraint, without concern for his own body. His entire aim was to hurt me, with no concern for himself, as we rolled and grappled. I heard his knuckles crack as his fist met my skull. I had not made good my grip on his throat, and the benches and tables that crowded the tavern added obstacles to our struggle. At one point he was on top of me, but we were under a table, and I was able to surge up against him and slam his head against the underside of the board. That stunned him for a moment, and I rolled clear of his grasp. I scuttled clear of the table and came to my feet. He snarled at me from under the table, showing no sign of relenting in his anger. Fights are simultaneous things. In one moment, I readied myself to kick him as he came out from under the table. The tavern keeper roared, "I've called for the guard! Take your fight outside!" While the gaffer at the game table shouted in a cracked voice, "Watch out, Rory! He's going to kick you! Watch out!" But the voice that broke my concentration was Hap's, crying, "Tom, don't hurt Svange's father!" Rory Hartshawn seemed to have no compunction about hurting Hap's father. He delivered a strong kick to my ankle that unbalanced me as he rolled out from under the table. I fell, but I fell on him. I grabbed his throat, but he tucked his chin, trying to defeat my strangle while his fists pounded my ribs. "City guard!" A bass voice bellowed in warning. As one, we were plucked from the floor by two brawny armsmen. They didn't waste time trying to break our clinch, but dragged us bodily to the door and tumbled us out into the snowy street. A circle of men surrounded us as I still strove to clench my fingers into Rory's throat. He gripped my hair, forcing my head back as his fingers clawed at my eyes. "Kick them apart," bellowed a sergeant, and my determination suddenly seemed foolish. I let go my grip and twisted myself off Rory's body. I left a scant handful of my hair in his fist as I did so. Someone grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. Whoever it was, he gripped both my wrists and hauled them expertly up behind my back. I gritted my teeth and concentrated all my will on not resisting him. As I stood panting and docile, I felt his grip ease slightly. Rory Hartshawn was not thinking as clearly. He struggled as a guard dragged him to his feet and was soundly thumped with her truncheon several times for it. When he was finally still, he was on his knees. Blood from his mouth dripped from his chin. He glared at me malevolently. "Penalty for brawling in a tavern is 6 silvers each. Pay it, now, and part peacefully.
or go to the lock-up and pay twice as much to get out of there. Tavern keeper, any damages within? I didn't hear the man's reply because Hap hissed suddenly by my ear. Tom Badgerlock, how could you? I turned to look at my boy. He recoiled from my face. I wasn't surprised. Even in the cold of the winter day, my cheek burned hot. I could feel it puffing. He started it. I meant it by way of an explanation, but it sounded like a boy's sulky excuse. The guard who held me gave me a shake. You! Pay attention. Sergeant asked you if you got the 6. Do you? I've got it. Give me a hand free to reach for my purse. I noted that the tavern keeper had not tallied up any damages against us. Perhaps that was a benefit of being a regular customer there. The guardsman released both my hands, warning me, No stupid tricks now! I've already done my stupid trick for the day, I muttered, and was rewarded with a grudging chuckle from him. My hands were starting to swell. It hurt to tug my purse strings open and count out the coins for them. Now there was my queen's largesse well spent. My guard took the coins from me and walked away to hand them to his sergeant, who counted them and then slid them into a town bag at his belt. Rory Hartshorn, still gripped by a guard on either side, shook his head sullenly. I don't have it, he said, mushily. One of the guards snorted. The way you've been spending coin on drink in the last few days, it's a wonder you had any money to buy beer today. To the lock-up, the sergeant decreed stonily. I've got it, Hap said suddenly. I had almost forgotten he was there until I saw him tug at the sergeant's sleeve. Got what? The sergeant asked in surprise. His fine. I'll pay Hartshorn's fine for him. Please don't lock him up. Don't want your money. Don't want nothing from him. Rory Hartshorn was starting to sag between the men that held him. Bereft of his fury, pain was taking him over. Then, horribly, he began to weep. Ruined my daughter. Ruined our family. Don't take his dirty money. Hap went white. The sergeant looked him up and down coldly. Hap's voice cracked as he said, Please, don't lock him up. It's bad enough, isn't it? The purse he lifted and tugged open was clearly marked with the sigil of his master, Gindust. Hap scooped coins out of it and proffered them to the guard. Please, he said again. The sergeant turned away from him abruptly. Take Hartshorn to his home. Fine suspended. He turned coldly away from my boy, who reeled as if he had been struck. Shame burned his face scarlet. The 2 guardsmen holding Hartshorn hustled him away, but it was now plain that they were aiding him to walk rather than restraining him. The rest of the city patrol moved off on their regular rounds. Suddenly Hap and I were alone in the middle of the cold street. I blinked, and my own hurts began clamouring to make themselves known. The worst was my cheekbone where the heavy mug had connected. My vision in that eye was blurred. I felt a moment of selfish gratitude that Hap was there to help me, but when he turned to look at me, he did not seem to see me at all. It's all ruined now, he said helplessly. I'll never be able to make this right, never. He turned to stare after the retreating Hartshorn. Then he swung his gaze back to me. Tom! Why? He demanded, heartbrokenly. Why did you do this to me? I went to live with Gindust like you told me to. I was getting everything sorted out. Now you've ruined it. He stared after the departing men. I'll never make peace with Svanger's family now. Hartshorn started the fight, I said stupidly, and then cursed my own pathetic excuse. Couldn't you have walked away? He asked self-righteously. You've always told me that that's the best choice in a fight, to walk away if you can. He didn't give me that opportunity, I said. My anger was starting to swell worse than my face. I walked to the edge of the street and reached up to take a handful of somewhat clean snow from an eave edge. I held it to my face. I don't see how you can blame me for any of this, I added sullenly. You're the one who set it all in motion. You had to rush her into bed. For an instant he looked as if I had struck him. But even before I could feel regret for my words, he shifted into anger. You speak as if I had a choice, he said coldly. But that's to be expected, I suppose, from a man who has never known real love in his life. You think all women are like Starling. They're not.
Svanja is my true love forever, and true love should not be made to wait. You and her father and mother would have us hold back from completing our love, as if tomorrow were a certainty for any of us. But we won't. Love demands that we grasp it all, today.
His words inflamed my anger. I was certain that they were not his own, but had been harvested from some tavern minstrel. If you think I've never known love, then you don't know anything about me, I retorted. As for you and Svanja, she's the first girl you've ever said more than hello to, and you tumble into her bed and proclaim it love. Love is more than bedding, boy. If love doesn't come first and linger after, if love can't wait and endure disappointment and separation, then it's not love. Love doesn't require bedding to make it true. It doesn't even demand day-to-day contact. I know this because I have known love, many kinds of loves, and among them I've known what I felt for you.
Tom!
He barked in rebuke. He glanced behind his shoulder at a passing couple.
You fear they will misunderstand what I say.
I sneered. At the anger in my voice, the man took the woman's arm and hurried her past us. I must have looked a madman. I didn't care. I fear you've misunderstood it all along. You came to Buckkeep Town and forgot everything that I ever tried to teach you. I don't even know how to talk to you anymore. I went back to the eaves for another scoop of snow. I glanced back at Hap, but he was staring stonily into the distance. In that instant my heart gave him up. He was gone from me, following his own path, and there was nothing I could do. This arguing with him was as useless as all the words Burrick and Patience had spent on me. He'd go his own way, make his own mistakes, and maybe, when he was my age, learn his own lessons from them. Wasn't that what I had done? I'll still finish paying for your apprenticeship, I said quietly. I spoke as much to myself as to him, telling myself that there it would end, that it had already ended save keeping that bargain with myself. I turned and began the long walk back up to Buckkeep Castle. Breathing the cold air made my battered ribs ache. Not much choice about that. My hands were starting to swell too. There was a sick familiarity to the pain of my puffing knuckles. I wondered dully when I was going to be old enough and wise enough to stop getting into physical fights, and I wondered at the curious disconnection in my chest, the gap where Hap had been in my life but moments before. It felt like a mortal injury. When I heard running footsteps behind me, I spun to confront them, fearing another attack. Hap skidded to a halt at sight of my battle grimace. For a frozen instant we just stood and regarded one another. Then he reached out and clutched at my sleeve, saying, "Tom, I hate this. I'm trying hard, and I'm doing and saying all the wrong things. Svanja's parents are angry with her all the time, and when she complained to me about it, and I said perhaps I should meet them and promised to go more slowly, she got angry at me. And she's angry at me for living at Gindest's and having to stay in most nights. But I did go to Gindest on my own and asked to move in. And he made me eat dirt, but I kept my head down and took it, and I'm there now, doing it his way, like you said. I hate how early we get up, and how he rations how many candles we can burn at night, and how I can't go out at all most nights. But I'm doing it. And today, for the first time, he sent me on an errand to pick up some brass fittings over on the Smith Street. And now I'm going to be late getting back with them, and I'll have to bow my head to that when he scolds me. But I can't let you walk away and think I've forgotten everything you taught me. I haven't. But I have to find my own life here, and sometimes the things you taught me just don't seem to fit with how everyone else thinks. Sometimes the things you taught me don't seem to work here. But I'm trying, Tom. I'm trying." The words tumbled out from him in a rush. When they had cascaded away and silence threatened to fill in, I put my arm across his shoulders and hugged him, despite the pain in my ribs. "Hurry on your errand," I said by his ear. I tried to think of other words to add, but couldn't find any. I couldn't tell him it would come out right, because I wasn't sure it would. I couldn't tell him that I'd trust his judgment, because I didn't. Then Hap found the words for both of us. "I love you, Tom. I'll keep trying." I sighed in relief. "Me too. I love you too. And I'll keep trying. Hurry now. You're long-legged and swift. Perhaps you won't be late if you run." He gave me a fleeting smile, and turning, raced off towards the Smith Street. I envied him the easy movement of his body. I turned back towards Buckkeep Castle. Halfway up the hill road to the castle, I met Burrick, coming down. Swift rode behind him, his hands clutching his father's waist. Burrick's game leg stuck out awkwardly. He'd modified the stirrup for it. For one instant I stared at him. Swift gaped at me, but doubtless my purpling face was a sight. I damped my wit to an ember, kept my head down, and trudged past them without another glance. My heart strained to look back at them after they had passed, but I refused it. I feared too terribly that Burrick would be looking back at me. The rest of the walk to Buckkeep Castle seemed cold and dreary. I went to the steams. The guardsmen, coming and going, left me alone. I had hoped the moist heat would ease some of my aches, but it didn't. The long climb up to our chambers hurt, and I knew that if I sat still, I would stiffen. But all I could think of was my bed. The day had been a wretched waste, I told myself. I doubted that even my efforts with Dutiful and Thick would bear fruit. As I approached the door to our chambers, it opened. The garden maid came out of it. Garetha bore a basket of dried flowers. As I gazed at her, startled, she glanced up and her eyes met mine. She suddenly flushed a scarlet that all but obscured her freckles. Then she looked away from me and rushed off down the hall, but not before I had caught sight of the necklace she wore. It was a single charm on a leather strand. The little carved rose was painted white, with a stem inked black. I knew the fool's work when I saw it. Had he taken my ill-conceived advice? Inexplicably my heart sank in my chest. I tapped cautiously at the door and announced myself before I entered. As I shut the door behind me and looked round, I found a perfectly poised Lord Golden ensconced in the cushioned chair before the hearth. For an instant his amber eyes widened at the sight of my bruises, but just as swiftly he had control of himself. "I thought you were going out for the day, Tom Badgerlock," he observed convivially. "I did," I said, and I thought that was all I was going to say. But I found myself rooted to the spot, regarding him as he sat looking back at me, so carefully contained. I had a conversation with Hap. I told him that loving someone and bedding someone were two different things. Lord Golden blinked, slowly. Then he asked, "And did he believe you?" I took a breath. I don't think he completely understood me, but in time, I expect he will. "Many things take time," he observed. He swung his gaze back to the fire, and my hopes, that had leapt high but a moment before, moderated themselves. I nodded a silent agreement to his words and went into my room. I stripped off my clothes and lay down on my narrow bed. I closed my eyes. The day had taken more from me than I realized. I slept not just that afternoon, but into the night. Deep and dreamless was my rest, until in the dark of night I found myself nudged from that blissfully empty sleep into that hovering place that is between sleep and waking. What had roused me, I wondered, and then became aware of it. Outside my skill walls, Nettle wept. She no longer assaulted those walls or entreated me angrily. She simply stood outside them and mourned, endlessly. I lifted my hands and covered my eyes, as if that would hold her at bay. Then I drew a deep breath and let my walls collapse. A single step carried my thoughts to hers. I wrapped her in a comfort and told her, "You worry needlessly, my dear. Both your father and your brother are on their way home to you. They are safe. I promise you this is true. Now, stop your fretting and rest."
"But how can you know this?"
"Because I do." And I offered her my absolute certainty and my brief glimpse of Burrick and Swift riding double on a horse. For a moment she collapsed into formlessness, so great was her relief. I began to withdraw, but she clutched at me suddenly.
"It has been so horrid here. First Swift disappeared, and we thought something awful had befallen him. Then the smith in the town told Papa that he had asked him which roads led to Buckkeep Castle. Then Papa was furious and rode off in a temper. And Mamma had done nothing but either weep or rant since then. She says that of all the places in the world, Buckkeep is the most dangerous for Swift. But she will not say why. It frightens me when she is like this, Sometimes she looks at me, and her eyes don't even see me. Then she either shouts at me to make myself useful, or she starts weeping and cannot stop. None of it makes sense. We all have been creeping about the house like mice, and Nim feels as if half of himself is missing, and somehow it is his fault.
I interrupted her cascading words. Listen to me. It is going to be all right.
I believe you. But how can I make them know that?
I pondered. Should she tell Molly she had a dream? No. You can't. I'm afraid they must endure. So, be strong for them, knowing all will be well. Help your mother, care for your little brothers, and wait. If I know your father at all, he will be at your side as soon as his horse can bear them there.
You know my father?
Such a question. Very well indeed. And then I knew I had gone too far, that I had given her words that were dangerous to both of us. So I still suggested to her, more gently than a willow leaf moves in a breeze, that she would sleep now, truly sleep, and wake refreshed in the morning. Her grip on me weakened, and I slipped away from her, back behind the safety of my walls. I opened my eyes to the dark of my own chamber. I took a deep breath, rolled over, and shouldered deeper into my bedding. I was hungry, but morning and breakfast would come soon enough. A fumbling thought intruded, wafting on music. The skilling was hesitant, not with lack of ability, but with a squeamish reluctance to touch his mind to mine.
You made her stop crying, at last. Now Thick can sleep, too.
His touch vanished from my mind, leaving me to stare restlessly at my ceiling. But even as I recentered my mind and tried to convince myself that Thick's skilling to me should be viewed as a positive step, not an invasion, another mind touched mine. It was distant, and immense, and impossibly foreign. There was nothing human to the way her thoughts moved, as she observed with bitter amusement.
Now perhaps you will learn not to dream so loud. He is not the only one it bothers, nor is he the only one you reveal yourself to, little man. What are you? What do you mean to me?
Then her thoughts abandoned me, as a retreating wave leaves a drowned man on a beach. I rolled to the edge of my bed and retched dryly, more battered by that prodigious mind contact than by the beating I'd taken from Rory. The foreignness of the being which had pressed against my mind disrupted me, gagging my thoughts as if I had tried to breathe oil or drink flame. Panting in the dark, I felt the sweat slide down my brow and back, and wondered what my errant skilling had awakened in the world. Chapter 17. Explosions. And overheard a conversation between Erixka and the captain. He complained that the wind battled the ship, as if El himself begrudged bearing their homecoming. Erixka laughed at him, and mocked him for believing in such old gods. They have grown feeble of muscle and wit. It is the pale lady who commands the winds now. As she is displeased with the Narcheska, she makes all of you suffer. At her words, the captain turned aside from her. His face was angry, as an Outislander looks angry because he hates to show fear. Of the handmaid you bid me especially watch, I have seen no sign. Either she has remained within the Narcheska's cabin for this entire voyage, or she is not aboard this vessel. I think the second is likelier. Unsigned report to Chade Falstar on the Narcheska's journey home. Sleep was gone. I ended up rising, dressing, and ascending to my tower. It was cold up there, and dark, save for a few coals in the fireplace. I lit candles from the embers on the hearth and restored the fire. I damped a cloth in water and held it to my aching face. For a time I just stared into the fire. Then, in a useless effort to distract myself from all the questions I could not answer, I sat down at the table and tried to study the current set of scrolls that Chade had left out on the tabletop. These were the Outislander dragon legends, but there were two there that were new, the ink clean and black on the pale cream vellum. He would not have left them there if he had not wanted me to see them. One dealt with a report of a silver-blue dragon seen over Bingtown harbour during a decisive battle between the Bingtown traders and the Chalcedians. The other looked like a child's practice of the alphabet, the letters sprawling and malformed, but long ago he had taught me several ciphers by which we could leave messages for one another, and this parchment rapidly gave way to my efforts to decode it. Indeed, so simple was the secret of it that I scowled, wondering if Chade were losing his grip on our need for secrecy, or if the quality of spies he retained had somehow lessened. For that is what it proved to be, an early report from the spy he had sent off to the Out Islands. It was mostly an account of gossip, rumours, and overheard conversations on the Narcheska's ship during the voyage to the Out Islands. I found little that was immediately useful there, though a reference to a pale woman did disturb me. It was as if an old shadow out of my previous life had reached out towards me, with claws instead of insubstantial fingers. I was making myself tea when Chade arrived. He thrust the scroll-rack door open and staggered in. His cheeks and nose were red, and for a shocked moment I thought the old man was drunk. He clutched at the table edge and seated himself in my chair, and said, plaintively, "Fitz, what's happened?" I asked him as I went to him. He stared at me, and then said over loudly, "I can't hear you." "What's happened to you?" I asked again, more loudly. I don't think he heard those words either, but he explained. "It blew up. I was working on that same mix, the one I showed you at the cottage. This time it worked too well. It blew up." He lifted his hands to his face, patting at his cheeks and brow. His face was tragic. I immediately knew what troubled him. I went and got him a looking-glass. He stared into it while I fetched a fresh basin of water and a cloth. I wet it for him, and he held it against his face for a moment. When he took it away, some of the flush had gone from his skin, but most of his eyebrows had also. "It looks as if a great flash of fire hit you. Part of your hair is singed, too." "What?" I motioned to him to lower his voice. "I can't hear you," he repeated plaintively. "My ears are ringing as if my stepfather had boxed them for me. Gods, I hated that man." That he spoke of him at all was a measure of his distress. Chade had never told me much about his childhood. He lifted his hands and fingered his ears, as if to be sure they were still there, and then plugged and unplugged them with his fingers. "I can't hear," he repeated yet again. "But my face isn't too bad, is it? I'm not going to be scarred, am I?" I shook my head at him. "Your eyebrows will grow back. This," I touched his cheek lightly, "seems no worse than a sunburn or wind scald. It will go away. And I think your deafness will pass also." I had no basis for saying the last, save that I hoped it so devoutly. "I can't hear you," he agonized. I patted his shoulder comfortingly and put my cup of tea in front of him. I touched my mouth to draw his attention to my lips and then said carefully, "Is your apprentice all right?" Well, I knew he could not be conducting such experiments alone at such an hour. He watched my mouth move, and after a moment he seemed to comprehend my words because he said, "Don't worry about that. I took care of her." Then, at my shocked look at his use of the feminine pronoun, he exclaimed angrily, "Mind your own business, Fitz." His irritation was directed more at himself than at me, and if I had not been so worried about him, I would have laughed. Her. So I'd been replaced with a girl. I reined my mind away from considering who she was or why Chade had chosen her, to giving Chade what comfort I could. After a time I ascertained that Chade could hear me, but not well. I tried to convey to him that I hoped his hearing would recover. He nodded and waved a hand dismissively, but I could see the haunting worry in his eyes. If his deafness remained, it would severely compromise his ability to counsel the Queen. Nevertheless, he bravely tried to ignore his injury, asking me loudly if I'd seen the scrolls on the table, and then asking me what on earth I'd done to my face. To keep him from shouting more questions, I wrote down brief answers to his questions. I dismissed my injuries as the result of getting accidentally involved in a random tavern brawl. He was too preoccupied with his own problems to question that. Next, he wrote on the scrap of paper we were using, "Did you speak with Burrick?" "I judged it best not to," I inked in reply. He pursed his lips, sighed, and said nothing. But I could tell that there was much he wished to say. He'd save it for later when conversation might be easier. Then we went over the spy scrolls, pointing out interesting bits to one another, even as we agreed that there was nothing there that was immediately useful. Chade wrote that he was hoping to hear soon from a spy that he'd sent out to Aslevial Isle to see if there was any scrap of truth to the legend. I wanted to discuss my progress with Thick and Dutiful, but deferred that not only on account of his dampened hearing, but because I was still trying to sort out how well I was doing. I'd already decided that I'd take my efforts with Thick further tomorrow. It was then that I realized tomorrow was nearly upon us. Chade seemed to realize the same thing. He told me that he would seek his own bed and plead a stomach affliction when the servant came to wake him. I had no such luxury of bed rest. Instead, I retreated to my room to put on fresh clothing before I made the trek to Verity's Tower to await my students. I am sure I dreaded the day's lesson more than either of them, for my head still pounded. I clenched my brow against it as I built a fire in the tower hearth and kindled some candles on the table. Sometimes I could not recall the last time I had been completely free of skill pain. I considered going back to my room for Elfbark. When I rejected the notion, it was not because I feared it would damage my ability to skill. It was that I connected the drug too strongly with my stupid quarrel with the fool. No. No more of that. I heard Dutiful's footfall on the stair outside the door, and there was no time to ponder such things any more. He shut the door firmly behind him and came to the table. I sighed silently. His posture plainly said that he had not completely forgiven me. The first words out of his mouth were, "I don't want to learn the skill with a half-wit as my partner. There must be someone else." Then he stared at me. "What happened to you?" "I got in a fight." I made the reply short, to let him know that was as much as I would say. "And as far as Thick working with you on the skill, I know of no other suitable candidates. He's our only choice." "Oh, he can't be. Have you made an organized search for once?" "No." Then, before I could say anything further, he picked up the little figurine from the table. The chain dangled from it. "What's this?" he asked. "It's yours. You found it on that beach where we encountered an other. Don't you remember it?" "No." He stared at it with dread. Then, unwillingly, Yes, I do." He swayed in his chair, looking at it. "It's Elliania, isn't it? What does it mean, Tom? That I found it there, before I'd ever even met her?" "What?" I held out my hand for it, but he didn't seem to notice. Instead, he just sat, staring at it. I got up and walked around the table. When I looked at the small face and the coils of black hair and bared breasts and the black eyes, I suddenly saw he was right. It was Elliania. Not as she was now, but as she would be, when she was a woman grown. The blue ornament carved in the woman's hair was identical to the one that the Narceska had worn. I drew a deep breath. "I don't know what it means." The prince spoke as a man does when he dreams. He looked down into the doll's face. "That place where we were, that beach, it was like a vortex, like a whirlpool that draws magic to itself, all sorts of magic." He closed his eyes for an instant. He still clutched the carved figurine in his hand. "I nearly died there, didn't I? The skill sucked me in and pulled me to pieces, but you came after me and someone helped you. Someone—" He groped helplessly for a word. "Someone great. Someone bigger than the sky." It was not how I would have expressed it, but I knew what he meant. I suddenly recognized how reluctant I'd been to discuss the events on the beach, or even think about them. There was a nimbus around the hours we had spent there, a light that obscured rather than illuminated.
It filled me with dread. It was why I hadn't shown the feathers to the fool or discussed them with anyone. They were a vulnerability. They were a door to the unknown. When I picked them up, I had set something larger in motion, something that was beyond anyone's controlling. Even now, my mind cringed away, as if by refusing to remember I could undo those events. What was that? Who was it that we encountered there? I don't know, I said shortly. A deep enthusiasm suddenly kindled in the prince's eyes. We have to find out! No, we don't. I took a breath. In fact, I think we should be very careful to avoid finding out. He stared at me in consternation. But why? Don't you remember what it felt like? How wonderful it was? I remembered only too well, especially now that we spoke of it together. I shook my head and suddenly wished I'd kept the figurine hidden. The sight of her was pulling all the memories back into my mind, just as a familiar perfume or the few notes of a song will suddenly recall all of an evening's foolishness. Yes, it was wonderful, and it was dangerous. I didn't want to come back from there, Dutiful, neither did you. She made us. She? It wasn't a she, it was like a father. Strong and safe. Caring. I don't think it was either of those things, I said unwillingly. I think that we each shaped it into what we wanted it to be. You think we each made it up? No, I think we encountered something that was bigger than we could grasp, and we set it into a familiar shape so that we could behold it, so that our minds could encompass it. What makes you think that? Something you read in the skill scrolls? I answered reluctantly. No, I found nothing in the skill scrolls about anything like that. I just think that because I do. He stared at me, and I shrugged hopelessly, because I had no better explanation for the boy or myself. Only a stirring anticipation at the memory of the creature we had encountered, backed by an ominous dread. The mantle door, scraping open, saved me. Thick entered, sneezing. He wore the whistle outside his shirt. The contrast between the shiny paint on the whistle and the ragged, grimy garment suddenly made me see him anew. I was appalled. His lank hair was flat to his head, and the flesh that showed through his rent garments was grimy. Suddenly I perceived him as Dutiful did, and realized that the prince's abhorrence went past the man's physical deformity and mental limits. Dutiful literally drew back as Thick came closer, his nose wrinkling. My years with the wolf had led me to accept that certain things smelled certain ways, but the reek of Thick's unwashed body was not simply a part of him, as intrinsic as the ferret's musk. It could be changed, and it would have to be changed if I expected the prince to work with him. For now, Thick, would you sit here? I invited him, and drew out the chair farthest from the prince. Thick looked at me suspiciously. Then he dragged it out, looked at the seat as if there might be some trick to it, and then plopped down into it. He began to scratch at something behind his left ear. When I glanced at Dutiful, he seemed transfixed with a horrified fascination. Well, here we all are, I announced, and then wondered what I was going to do with them. Thick's eyes wandered to me. That girl's crying again, he informed me, as if it were my fault. Well, I'll attend to that later, I told him firmly, as my heart gave a lurch. What girl? The prince demanded instantly. It's nothing to worry about. Thick, let's not talk about the girl just now. We're here to do lessons. Slowly, Thick stopped scratching. He dropped his hand to the tabletop and stared at me earnestly. Why do you do that? Talk in my head like that? To see if I could make you hear me. He sniffed thoughtfully. I heard you. Dogs stink. Don't do that to me. Are you skilling to each other? The prince asked with earnest curiosity. Yes. Then why can't I hear it? Because we are selecting only one another to skill to. Dutiful's brow furrowed. How did he learn to do that when I cannot? I don't know, I had to admit. Thick seems to have developed his skill abilities on his own. I don't really know all he can and can't do with them. Can he stop making that music all the time? I unfolded my own skill awareness.
I hadn't realized that I had been straining Thick's thoughts free of the music that surrounded them. I turned to him now. Thick, can you stop making the music? Can you think only the thoughts to me, without the music? He looked at me blankly.
Music?
Your mother song, can you make it be quiet? He considered this for a time, chewing on his fat little tongue.
No,
he decided abruptly. Why can't you stop the music? The prince demanded. He had been sitting quietly. I suspected he had been trying to sort through the music and see if he could pick out Thick and me skilling to one another. He sounded frustrated and jealous. Thick looked at him, a look both dull and uncaring.
I don't want to.
He looked away from the prince and went back to scratching behind his ear. Dutiful looked shocked. He took a breath. And if, as your prince, I command it? There was suppressed fury in his voice. Thick looked at him. Then he swung his gaze to me, his tongue thrust out a bit further as he pondered something. Then he asked me,
Both students here?
I had not expected that from Thick. I hadn't expected him to hold tenaciously to that idea, let alone apply it. It gave me both new hopes and new fears. Both students here, I confirmed for him. He sagged back in his chair and crossed his stubby arms on his chest. And I am the teacher, I continued, and students obey the teacher. Thick, can you stop your music? He looked at me for a time.
Don't want to,
he said, but in a different tone. Perhaps not, but I am the teacher and you are the student. The student obeys the teacher.
Students obey like servants.
He stood up to go. It was hopeless, but I tried anyway. Students obey like students, so that they can learn, so that everyone can learn. If Thick obeys, then Thick is still a student. If Thick won't obey, then Thick is not a student. Then we send Thick away to be a servant instead. He stood for a time, silent. I could not tell if he was thinking. I could not tell if he had understood what I said at all. Dutiful sat slumped in his chair, chin sunk to his chest and arms crossed, glowering. He plainly hoped that Thick would leave. But after a moment, the little man sat down again.
Stop the music,
he said. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them again and, squinting at me, said, Burr. I had not realized how his steady skilling had been battering my walls. In the stillness that followed, I felt an immense sense of relief. It was like the pause in the storm, when suddenly the winds cease howling and silence flows in. I gave a great sigh of relief, and Dutiful suddenly sat up straight. He rubbed at his ears, looking puzzled, then looked at me. All of that was him? I nodded slowly, still recovering myself. A great uncertainty dawned over Dutiful's face. But I thought that was the skill itself, the great river you speak about. He looked at Thick again, but his attitude towards the little man had changed. It wasn't respect, but it was wariness, which often precedes respect. Then, like a sudden curtain of rain, the music swept to life again around my thoughts, separating me from Dutiful like hunters fogged from one another by mist. I glanced at Thick. His face had fallen back into its normal lax lines. The realization came to me that skilling was, to him, the natural state. Not skilling was what required his effort. And where had he learned that? Did your mother talk to you like this?
No.
Then how did you learn to do this? He frowned.
She sang to me. We sang together. And she made the bad boys not see me.
Excitement filled me. Thick, where is your mother? Do you have brothers? Or stop that! It isn't fair! The prince sounded as petulant as a child. It startled me from my thoughts. What isn't fair? You two skilling to each other where I can't hear. It's rude. It's like whispering behind someone's back. I heard the jealousy in his voice as well. Thick, the half-wit, was doing something that the prince of all the Six Duchies could not. And I was obviously enthused about it. I'd have to go carefully here. I suspected that Skillmaster Galen would have created a rivalry between them, to urge each to try harder. But that was not my goal. Instead, these two must be hammered into a unit. I'm sorry, you're right. That was not courteous. Thick just told me that his mother used the skill to sing to him, and that they sang together, and that sometimes she used it to make bad boys not see him. Then his mother has the skill. Is she a half-wit also? I saw Thick wince at the words, as I had once cowered from the word bastard. That cut me. I wanted to correct the prince, sharply, but knew that was hypocrisy. Was not that how I thought of Thick, as the half-wit? For now, I would let it pass, but I would make sure that Thick never again heard that epithet from our lips. Thick, where is your mother? For a time he just stared at me. Then, with the inflection of a wounded child, he said slowly,
She died.
His voice drew out the word. He looked around himself as if he had lost something. Can you tell me about it? He scowled in thought.
We come to town with the others for the crowd time, for the Springfest. Yes.
He nodded at having recalled the right name for it.
Then, one morning, she didn't wake up, and the others took my stuff and said I didn't travel with them anymore.
He scratched the side of his face miserably.
Then it was all done, all gone, and I was here, and then I was here.
It was not a very satisfactory account, but I doubted I would get more from him. It was Dutiful who asked gently, What did your mother and the others do when they travelled? Thick took a deep breath, as if aggrieved.
Oh, you know, find the big crowd. Mother sings and Procky drums and Jimmu dances, and Mother goes, don't see him, while I go about and get the purses with my little silver scissors. Only Procky took them, and my tassel hat, and my blanket.
You were a cut-purse? Dutiful asked incredulously. What a use for the skill, to hide your son while he cut purses, I thought silently. Thick nodded, more to himself than to us.
And if I do good, I get my own penny to buy a sweet every day.
Had you any brothers or sisters, Thick? He scowled, pondering.
Mother was old, too old for babies. So I was born stupid. Procky said so.
My, Procky sounds charming, the prince muttered sarcastically. Thick swung a suspicious glare to him. I clarified it for him. The prince is saying that he thinks Procky was cruel to you. Thick sucked at his upper lip for a moment, then nodded as he warned us.
Don't call Procky Papa, not ever.
Not ever, Dutiful agreed wholeheartedly, and I think that moment was when Dutiful's feelings towards Thick changed. He cocked his head as he regarded the grimy, misshapen little man. Thick, can you skill to me, so that only I can hear, not Tom?
Why?
Thick demanded. To be a student here, Thick, I intervened. To be a student and not a servant. For a time, Thick sat silent, the end of his tongue curled over his upper lip. Then the prince laughed aloud. Dog Stink! Why do you call him Dog Stink? Thick made a face, and then rolled one shoulder as if he didn't know. And in the moment I sensed a secret. It wasn't that he didn't know why. He held something back. Did he fear something? I feigned a laugh I didn't feel. It's okay, Thick. Go ahead and tell him, if you want. For a moment it seemed to confuse him. Had someone told him that I must not be told something? Shade? He had a small frown on his brow as he regarded Dutiful. Then he spoke. I expected him to reveal to the prince that he knew I had the wit, and that somehow he had sensed that my wit-beast had been a wolf. Instead, he said words that made me sick with fear.
That's what they call him when they ask me about him. The town ones that give me pennies for nuts and sweets. Stinking dog of a traitor.
He turned to me, smirking, and I forced my rictus grin wide. I chuckled. They do they? Those rascals! Smile, Dutiful, laugh aloud, but do not skill back to me. I kept the sending as small and tight as I could. Even so, I saw Thick's gaze flicker from me to the prince. Dutiful's face was white, but he laughed aloud, a stark ha-ha-ha that sounded more like a man retching than laughter. I took a last chance. That would be the one-armed man that says it most, isn't it? Thick's smile grew uncertain. I thought I'd guessed wrong, but then he said,
No, not him. He's new. He hardly talks. But when I tell, and they give me pennies, then he says, sometimes, watch that bastard. Watch him well. And I say, I do.
Well, and a fine job you do, Thick, a fine job, and you earn your pennies well. He rocked back and forth in his chair, pleased with himself.
I watched the gold man, too. He's got a pretty little horse, and a hat, with eye feathers in it.
Yes, he does, I admitted, my mouth dry. Like the eye feather you wanted.
I can have it when he's gone,
Thick told me complacently.
The town one said so.
I felt I could not find air to breathe. Thick sat there, nodding and pleased. Shade's dim servant, too dim to know a secret if it bit him, had sold us for pennies. What had he seen, and to whom had he told it? And all because I was too dim to see that he who walks unknowingly among one man's secrets may still carry other secrets of his own. Lessons are over for today, I managed to say. I hoped he would just go. But he sat still, musing.
I do a fine job, I do. Not my fault the rat died. I didn't want him anyway. He said the rat will be your friend, and I said no. I got bit by a rat once, but they said, take him anyway. This rat is nice. Bring him food and bring him back to visit us each week. So I did. Then he died under the bowl. I think the bowl fell on him.
Probably so, Thick, probably so. But that's not your fault, not at all. I wanted to race through the corridors of Buckkeep and find Shade, but the slow, cold truth was rising up around me. Shade hadn't seen this. Shade hadn't known about this. Shade could no longer protect his apprentice. It was time I learned to fend for myself. I lifted a finger as if I had suddenly recalled something. Oh, Thick, today isn't the day you go to see them, is it? Thick looked at me as if I was stupid.
No, not on the bread-making day, on the washing day. When the sheets hang to dry, then I go and I get my pennies.
On the washing day, of course, that's tomorrow. That's good, then, because I didn't forget about the pink sugar cake. I wanted to give it to you today. Could you wait for me in Shade's room for a while? I might not be fast, but I want to bring it to you.
A pink sugar cake?
I watched him search his mind. I don't think he even recalled that I had promised him one. I tried to remember what else he had asked for. A scarf like Rowdy's, a red one. Raisins. My mind raced. It was like one of Chade's old games for me. What else? A knife. And a peacock feather. And pennies for sweets, or the sweets themselves. I'd have to get them all before tomorrow. Yes, a pink sugar cake, not a burned one. I know you like them. I prayed there would be such a thing in the kitchens.
Yes.
His little eyes lit with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Joyful anticipation.
Yes. I'll wait. You bring it soon.
Well, not very soon. Not very fast, but today. You will wait for me there, and not go anywhere else." He had frowned when I said not fast, but he nodded grudgingly. "That's good, Thick. You're a very good student. You go there now and wait for me." As soon as the mantle door swung shut behind him, Dutiful opened his mouth to speak. I made a hand motion to silence him. I waited until I was sure that even Thick's plodding pace would have carried him far out of hearing. Then I sank down into a chair. "Loudwine," Dutiful said in a shocked whisper. I nodded. I wasn't ready to speak yet. Loudwine had called me a bastard. A bastard or the bastard, I wondered. "What shall we do?" I lifted my eyes and looked at my prince. His dark eyes were large in his paled face. Shade's walls and spines had failed us. Suddenly I felt that I alone stood between him and the piebalds. Perhaps I always had. I was selfishly glad that Laurel was gone, out of Loudwine's reach. At least I didn't have to worry about her. "You must do nothing. Nothing." I emphasized the word as he opened his mouth to protest it. "You must not do anything out of the ordinary. Anything that would let anyone know that we suspect a plot. Today must be like any other day. But you must stay within the walls of Buckkeep." He was silent for a breath. Then, "I promised Sybil Brasinga that I'd go out riding with him. Just he and I. We were going to slip off on our own to hunt with his cat this afternoon. He came to my room very late last night to ask me." He drew a breath, and I watched him look at Sybil's invitation in a different light. His voice was lower as he said, "He seemed agitated, and he looked as if he had been weeping. When I asked him if he were feeling well, he assured me that the problem he had was one of his own making and nothing a friend could help with. I assumed it had to do with a girl." I absorbed that information, and then asked, "His cat is here?" The prince nodded shamefacedly. "He pays an old woman for the use of a shed, at the edge of the woods down near the river landing. She feeds the cat but lets it come and go as it wishes, and Sybil visits with her as often as he can." He took a breath and admitted, "I've been there with him before. Once. Late at night." I bit back everything I wanted to say. It was no time for angry rebukes. Most of my anger was for myself. I'd failed there, too. "Well, you're not going today. You're developing a boil on your arse. That's why you can't go with him. Tell him why when you excuse yourself from it." "I don't want... I won't say that. That's embarrassing. I'll say I have a headache. Tom, I don't think Sybil is a traitor. I don't think he'd betray me." "You will say that, and exactly that, because it is embarrassing. A headache sounds like a ploy. A boil on your arse doesn't." I took a breath and hedged around what I suspected. "Maybe Sybil isn't a traitor to you, but it could be that someone else is using him to get you out and away from Buckkeep's walls. Or it could be that someone has threatened him, saying that they'll expose his mother as witted if he doesn't deliver you. So, whether or not you trust Sybil is not the question. Buy me time, go make your excuses, and take care to walk gingerly and avoid anything that you would avoid if you really had a boil." He scowled, but he nodded. It gave me a small measure of relief. But then he added, "It's not going to be easy to beg off. He said he needed to ask a special favor of me today." "What was it?" "I'm not sure. Something to do with his cat, I think." All the more reason to avoid being out with him. I tried to think of all the possible ramifications. Another thought intruded. "Has Sybil brought you any other animals? Has he tried to offer you a wit partner? Do you think I'd be stupid enough to trust him if he did?" The prince was both flustered and angered by my question. "I'm not an idiot, Tom. No. In fact, Sybil has told me that I must not bond with any creature until at least a year has passed. That is the old blood